Hudibras by Samuel Butler. An heroical epistle of Hudibras to his lady I, who was once as great as Caesar, am now reduced to Nebuchadnezzar, and from as famed a conqueror as ever took degree in war, or did his exercise in battle, by you turned out to grass with cattle. For since I am denied access to all my earthly happiness, am fallen from the paradise of your good graces and fair eyes, lost to the world, and you, I'm sent to everlasting banishment, where all the hopes I had to have won your heart, being dashed, will break my own. Yet if you were not so severe to pass your doom before you here, you'd find, upon my just defense, how much why have wronged my innocence. That once I made a vow to you, which yet is unperformed, 'tis true, but not because it is unpaid, 'tis violated, though delayed, or if it were, it is no fault so heinous as you'd have it thought, to undergo the loss of ears, like vulgar hackney perjurers. For there's a difference in the case between the noble and the base, who always are observed to have done upon as different an account, the one for great and weighty cause, to salve and honor ugly flaws, for none are like to do it sooner than those who are nicest of their honor. The other for base gain and pay, forswear, and perjure by the day, and make exposing and retailing their souls and consciences a calling. It is no scandal, nor aspersion, upon a great and noble person, to say he naturally abhorred old-fashioned trick, to keep his word, though 'tis perfidiousness and shame in meaner men to do the same, for to be able to forget is found more useful to the great than gout, or deafness, or bad eyes, to make 'em pass for wondrous wise. But though the law on perjurers inflicts the forfeiture of ears, it is not just that does exempt the guilty, and punish innocent, to make the ears repair the wrong committed by ungoverned tongue, and when one member is forsworn, another to be cropped or torn. And if you should, as you design, by cause of law, recover mine, your like, if you consider right, to gain but little honor by For he that for his lady's sake lays down his life or limbs at stake, does not so much deserve her favor, as he that pawns his soul to have her. This why I've acknowledged I have done, although you now disdain to own, but sentence what you rather ought to esteem good service than a fought. Besides, oaths are not bound to bear that literal sense the words infer, but by the practice of the age, are to be judged how far engage, and where the sense by custom checked, are found void, and of none effect. For no man takes or keeps a vow, but just as he sees others do. Nor are obliged to be so brittle, as not to yield and bow a little, for as best-tempered blades are found, before they break, to bend quite round, so truest oaths are still most tough, and though they bow, are breaking proof. Then wherefore should they not be allowed in love a greater latitude? For as the law of arms approves all ways to conquest, so should love's, and not be tied to true or false, but make that justice that prevails. For how can that which is above all empire, high and mighty love, submit its great prerogative to any other power alive? Shall love, that to no crown gives place, become the subject of a case? The fundamental law of nature, be overruled by those made after? Commit the censure of its cause to any but its own great laws? Love, that's the world's preservative, that keeps all souls of things alive, controls the mighty power of fate, and gives mankind a longer date. The life of nature, that restores as fast as time and death devours, to whose free gift the world does owe, not only earth, but heaven too. For love's the only trade that's driven, the interest of state in heaven, which nothing but the soul of man is capable to entertain. For what can earth produce, but love, to represent the joys above? Or who but lovers can converse, like angels, by the eye discourse? 212 address and compliment by vision, make love and caught by intuition, and burn in amorous flames as fierce as those celestial ministers. Then how can anything offend, in order to so great an end? All heaven itself a sin resent, 213, that for its own supply was meant. That merits, in a kind mistake, a pardon for the offence's sake. Or if it did not, but the cause were left to injury of laws, what tyranny can disapprove there should be equity in love? For laws that are inanimate, and feel no sense of love or hate, that have no passion of their own, nor pity to be wrought upon, are only proper to inflict revenge on criminals as strict. But to have power to forgive, is empire and prerogative, and 'tis in crowns a nobler gem to grant a pardon than condemn. Then since so few do what they ought, 'tis great to indulge a well-meant thought, for why should he who made address all humble ways without success, and met with nothing in return, but insolence, affronts, and scorn, not strive by wit to countermine, and bravely carry his design, he who was so unlike a soldier, blown up with philters of love powder? and after letting blood and purging, condemned to voluntary scourging, alarmed with many a horrid fright and clawed by goblins in the night, insulted on, revelled and jeered with rude invasion of his beard. And when your sex was foully scandaled, as foully by the rabble handled, attacked by despicable foes, and drubbed with mean and vulgar blows, and after all, to be debarred so much as standing on his guard, when hosses, being spurred and pricked, have leave to kick for being kicked. Or why should you, whose mother wits are furnished with all perquisites, that with your breeding teeth begin, and nursing babies that lie in, be allowed to put all tricks upon our cully sex, and we use none? We, who have nothing but frail vows against your stratagems to oppose, or oaths more feeble than your own, by which we are no less put down? You wound, like Parthians, while you fly, and kill with a retreating eye. 214 retire the more we press, to draw us into ambushes. As pirates all false colours wear entrap unwary mariner, so women, to surprise us, spread the borrowed flags of white and red, display 'em thicker on their cheeks than their old grandmothers, the Picts, and raise more devils with their looks than conjurers' less subtle books, lay trains of amorous intrigues in towers and curls and periwigs, with greater art and cunning reared than Philip Nye's Thanksgiving beard, 215 preposterously entice, and gain those to adore 'em they disdain, and only draw 'em in to clog with idle names a catalogue. A lover is, the more he's brave, his mistress but the more a slave, and whatsoever she commands becomes a favour from her hands, which he's obliged to obey, and must, whether it be unjust or just. Then when he is compelled by her adventures he would else forbear, who with his honour can withstand, since force is greater than command. And when necessity is obeyed, nothing can be unjust or bad, and therefore, when the mighty powers of love, our great ally and yours, joined forces not to be withstood by frail enamoured flesh and blood, all I have done, unjust or ill, was in obedience to your will. And all the blame that can be due falls to your cruelty and you. Nor are those scandals I confessed against my will and interest more than is daily done of cost by all men when they're under force, when some upon the rack confess what hangmen and their prompters please, but are no sooner out of pain than they deny it all again. But when the devil turns confessor, truth is a crime he takes no pleasure to hear or pardon, like the founder of liars, whom they all claim under. And therefore when I told him none, I think it was the wiser done, nor am I without precedent the first that on adventure went, all mankind ever did of costs, and daily dues the same, or worse. For what romance can show a lover that had a lady to recover, and did not steer a nearer cost to fall abroad in his amours? And what at first was held a crime, has turned to honourable in time. To what a height did infant Rome, 216 by ravishing of women, come? When men upon their spouses seized, and freely married where they pleased, they ne'er forswore themselves, nor lied, nor in the mind they were in, died, nor took the pains to address and sue, nor played the masquerade to woo, disdained to stay for friends' consents, nor juggled about settlements, did need no license, nor no priest, nor friends, nor kindred to assist, nor lawyers to join land and money in holy state of matrimony, before they settled hands and hearts, till alimony or death them pots. 217 nor would endure to stay until had got the very bride's goodwill, but took a wise and shot accost to win the ladies, downright foss, and justly made 'em prisoners then, as they have, often since, us men, with acting plays and dancing jigs, the luckiest of all love's intrigues. And when they had them at their pleasure, then talked of love and flames at leisure. For after matrimony's over, he that holds out but half a lover, deserves for every minute more than half a year of love before. For which the dames, in contemplation of that best way of application, proved nobler wives than e'er were known by suit or treaty to be won, and such as all posterity could never equal, nor come nigh. For women first were made for men, not men for them. It follows then, that men have right to every one, and they know freedom of their own, and therefore men have power to choose, but they know charter to refuse. Hence 'tis apparent that, what cost soe'er we take to your amours, though by the indirectest way, 'tis no injustice, nor foul play, and that you ought to take that cost as we take you, for better or worse, and gratefully submit to those who you before another chose. For why should every savage beast exceed his great lord's interest, have freer power than he in grace and nature, all the creature has? Because the laws he since has made have cut off all the power he had, retrenched the absolute dominion that nature gave him over women, when all his power will not extend one law of nature to suspend, and but to offer to repeal the smallest clause is to rebel. This, if men rightly understood their privilege, they would make good, and not like sots, permit their wives to encroach on their prerogatives, for which sin they deserve to be kept as they are, in slavery. And this some precious gifted teachers, unreverently reputed leeches, and disobeyed in making love, have vowed to all the world to prove, and make ye suffer as you ought, for that uncharitable thought. But I forget myself, and rove beyond instructions of my love. Forgive me, fair, and only blame extravagancy of my flame, since 'tis too much at once to show excessive love and temper too. All I have said that's bad and true, was never meant to aim at you, who have so sovereign a control o'er that poor slave of yours, my soul, that, rather than to forfeit you, has vented loss of heaven too, both with an equal power possessed, to render all that serve you blessed, but none like him, who's destined either to have, or lose you both together, and if you'll but this fault release, for so it must be, since you please, I'll pay down all that vow, and more, which you commanded, and I swore, and expiate upon my skin arrears in full of all my sin, for 'tis but just that I should pay accruing penance for delay, which shall be done, until it move your equal pity and your love. The knight perusing this epistle, believed had brought her to his whistle, and read it like a jocund lover, with great applause himself, twice over. Subscribed his name, but at a fit and humble distance, to his wit, and dated it with wondrous art, given from the bottom of his heart, then sealed it with his coat of love, a smoking faggot, and above, upon a scroll, I burn and weep, and near it, for her ladyship of all her sex most excellent, these to her gentle hands present. Then gave it to his faithful squire, with lessons how to observe and eye her. She first considered which was better, to send it back, or burn the letter, but guessing that it might impart, though nothing else, at least her spot, she opened it, and read it out, with many a smile and leering flout, resolved to answer it in kind, and thus performed what she designed. Canto Roman II, the saints engage in fierce contests about their carnal interests, to share their sacrilegious praise, according to their rates of grace, their various frenzies to reform, when Cromwell left them in a storm, till in effigy of rumps, the rabble burns all their grandees of the cabal. The learned write, an insect breeze 166 is but a mongrel prince of bees, that falls before a storm on cows, and stings the founders of his house, from whose corrupted flesh that breed of vermin did at first proceed. So, ere the storm of war broke out, religion spawned a various rout of petulant, capricious sects, the maggots of corrupted texts, that first run all religion down, and after every swarm its own, for as the Persian magi once upon their mothers got their sons, 167, that were incapable to enjoy that empire any other way. So presbyter begot the other upon the good old cause. His mother then bore them, like the devil's dam, whose son and husband are the same, and yet no natural tie of blood, nor interest for the common good, could, when their prophets interfered, get quater for each other's beard. For when they thrived, they never fadged, but only by the ears and gagged, like dogs that snarl about a bone and play together when they've none. As by their truest characters, their constant actions, plainly appears. Rebellion now began, for lack of zeal and plunder, to grow slack, the cause and covenant to lessen, and providence to be out of season. For now there was no more to purchase king's revenue, and the churches, but all divided, shod, and gone, that us to urge the brethren on, which fought the stubbornst for the cause, to cross the cudgels to the laws, that what by breaking them had gained, by their support might be maintained. Like thieves that in a hemp plot lie, secured against the hue and cry, for presbyter and independent were now turned plaintiff and defendant, laid out their apostolic functions on carnal orders and injunctions, and all their precious gifts and graces on outlawries and sciafacias. At Michael's term had many a trial, 168 worse than the Dragon and St. Michael, where thousands fell, in shape of fees, into the bottomless abyss. For when, like brethren, and like friends, they came to share their dividends, and every partner to possess his church and state joint purchases, in which the ablest saint, and best, was nammed in trust by all the rest, to pay their money, and instead of every brother, pass the deed. He straight converted all his gifts to pious frauds and holy shifts, and settled all the other shares upon his outward man and heirs, held all they claimed as forfeit lands delivered up into his hands, and passed upon his conscience, by pre-entail of providence, impeached the rest for reprobates that had no titles to estates, but by their spiritual attaints degraded from the right of saints. This being revealed, they now begun with law and conscience to fall on, and laid about as hot and brain-sick as th ut a barrister of Swanswick. 169, engagged with money-bags, as bold as men with sandbags did of old, that brought the lawyers in more fees than all unsanctified trustees, till he who had no more to show ith case received the overthrow, or, both sides having had the worst, they parted as they met at first. Poor presbyter was now reduct, secluded, and cashiered, and choused, turned out, and excommunicate from all affairs of church and state, reformed tia reformato saint, and glad to turn itinerant, to stroll and teach from town to town, and those he had taught up teach down, and make those uses serve agent against the new enlightened men, as fit as when at first they were revealed against the cavalier, damn Anabaptist and fanatic, as pat as popish and prelatic, and with as little variation, to serve for any sect ith nation. The good old cause, which some believe to be the devil that tempted Eve with knowledge, and does still invite the world to mischief with new light, had store of money in her purse when he took her for better or worse, but now was grown deformed and poor, and fit to be turned out of door. The Independents, whose first station was in the rear of Reformation, a mongrel kind of church dragoons that served for horse and foot at once, and in the saddle of one steed the Saracen and Christian rid, were free of every spiritual order, to preach and fight and pray and murder. No sooner got the start to lurch both disciplines of war and church, and providence enough to run the chief commanders of 'em down, but carried on the war against the common enemy oth saints, and in a while prevailed so far to win of them the game of war, and be at liberty once more to attack themselves, as th had before. For now there was no foe in arms, to unite their factions with alarms, but all reduct and overcome, except their worst, themselves at home. Had compassed all they prayed, and swore, and fought, and preached, and plundered for, subdued the nation, church, and state, and all things but their laws and hate. But when they came to treat and transact, and share the spoil of all th had ransacked, to botch up what th had torn and rent, religion and the government, they met no sooner, but prepared to pull down all the war had sparred, agreed in nothing but to abolish, subvert, extirpate, and demolish, for knaves and fools being near of kin as Dutch boss are tia sudikin. 170 both parties joined to do their best to damn the public interest, and herded only in consults, to put by one another's bolts. Outcant the Babylonian laborers, 171 at all their dialects of jabberers, and tug at both ends of the saw, to tear down government and law. For as two cheats that play one game, are both defeated of their aim, so those who play a game of state, and only cavil and debate, although there's nothing lost or won, the public busness is undone, which still the longer 'tis in doing, becomes the surer way to ruin. This, when the royalists perceived, who to their faith as firmly cleaved, and owned the right they had paid down so dearly for, the church and crown, united Constanta, and sided the more their foes divided. For though outnumbered, overthrown, and by the fate of war run down, their duty never was defeated, nor from their oaths and faith retreated. For loyalty is still the same, whether it win or lose the game, true as the dial to the sun, although it be not shinned upon. But when these brethren in evil, their adversaries, and the devil, began once more to show them play, and hopes at least to have a day, they rallied in parades of woods and unfrequented solitudes, convened at midnight in outhouses, to appoint new rising rendezvouses, and with a pertinacy unmatched, for new recruits of danger watched. No sooner was one blow diverted, but up another party started, and as if nature too, in haste to furnish out supplies as fast before her time, had turned destruction to a new and numerous production, no sooner those were overcome, but uprose others in their room, that, like the Christian faith, increased the more they were suppressed, whom neither chains, nor transportation, prescription, sale, or confiscation, nor all the desperate events of former tried experiments, nor wounds could terrify, nor mangling, to leave off loyalty and dangling, nor death, with all his bones, affright from venturing to maintain the right, from staking life and fortune down gainst altogether, for the crown, but kept the title of their cause from forfeiture, like claims in laws, and proved no prosperous usurpation can ever settle in the nation, until, in spite of force and treason, they put their loyalty in possession, and by their constancy and faith destroyed the mighty men of Goth. Tossed in a furious hurricane, did Oliver give up his reign, 172, and was believed as well by saints as mortal men and miscreants, to founder in the Stygian ferry, until he was retrieved by Steri, who, in a false erroneous dream, mistook the New Jerusalem profanely for th apocryphal false, heaven at the end oth hall. 173, whither it was decreed by fate his precious relics to translate. So Romulus was seen before be as orthodox a senator, 174 from whose divine illumination he stole the pagan revelation. Next him his son and heir apparent succeeded, though a lame vicegerent, 175, who first laid by the parliament the only crutch on which he leant, and then sunk underneath the state that rode him above Hosman's weight. And now the saints began their reign, for which th had yearned so long in vain, and felt such bowel hankerings, to see an empire all of kings. Delivered from the Egyptian awe of justice, government, and law, and free to erect what spiritual cantons should be revealed, all gospel handstowns, to edify upon the ruins of John of Leyden's old outgoings, 176, who for a weathercock hung up upon the mother church's top, was made a type by providence of all their revelations since, and now fulfilled by his successors, who equally mistook their measures, for when they came to shape the model, not one could fit another's noddle, but found their light and gifts more wide from fadging than th unsanctified, while every individual brother strove hand to fist against another, and still the maddest and most cracked were found the busiest to transact, for though most hands dispatch apace and make light work, the proverb says, yet many different intellects are found to have contrary effects, and many heads to obstruct intrigues as slowest insects have most legs. Some were for setting up a king, but all the rest for no such thing, unless King Jesus. Others tampered for Fleetwood, Dispara, and Lambert. Some for the rump, and some, more crafty, for agitators and the safety. Some for the gospel, and massacres of spiritual affidavit makers, that swore to any human regents, oaths of supremacy and allegiance. Yea, though the ablest swearing saint that vouched the bulls o' the covenant. Others for pulling down th high places of synods and provincial classes, that us to make such hostile inroads upon the saints, like bloody Nimrods, some for fulfilling prophecies, and th expiration of th excise, and some against th Egyptian bondage of holy days, and paying poundage, some for the cutting down of groves, and rectifying bakers' loaves, and some for finding out expedients against the slavery of obedience, some were for gospel ministers, and some for redcoat seculars, as men most fit to hold forth the word, and wield the one and th other sod. Some were for carrying on the work against the Pope, and some the Turk, some for engaging to suppress the camisado of surplices, that gifts and dispensations hindered, and turned to th outward man the inward. More proper for the cloudy night of popery than gospel light. Others were for abolishing that tool of matrimony, a ring, with which th unsanctified bridegroom is married only to a thumb, as wise as ringing of a pig, that us to break up ground and dig, the bride to nothing but her will, that nulls the after-marriage still. Some were for th utter extirpation of linsey-woolsey in the nation, and some against all idolizing the cross in shops books or baptizing, others to make all things recant the Christian or surname of saint, and force all churches, streets, and towns, the holy title to renounce, some gainst a third estate of souls, and bringing down the price of coals, some for abolishing black pudding, and eating nothing with the blood in, to abrogate them roots and branches, while others were for eating haunches of warriors, and now and then the flesh of kings and mighty men, and some for breaking of their bones with rods of urn, by secret ones, for thrashing mountains, and with spells for hallowing carriers' packs and bells, things that the legend never heard of, but made the wicked sore afeard of. The quacks of government, who sate at th unregarded helm of state, and understood this wild confusion of fatal madness and delusion, must, sooner than a prodigy, portend destruction to be nigh, considered timely how to withdraw, and save their windpipes from the law. For one rencounter at the bar was worse than all th had scapt in war, and therefore met in consultation, to cant and quack upon the nation, not for the sickly patient's sake, nor what to give but what to take, to feel the pulses of their fees, more wise than fumbling arteries, prolong the snuff of life in pain, and from the grave recover, gain. Among these there was a politician 177 with more heads than a beast in vision, and more intrigues in every one than all the haws of Babylon. So politic, as if one eye upon the other were a spy, that, to trepend the one to think the other blind, both strove to blink, and in his dark, pragmatic way, as busy as a child at play. H had seen 3 governments run down, and had a hand in every one, was for and against all, but barbarous when they came to fall for, by trepanning th old to ruin, he made his interest with the new one, played true and faithful, though against his conscience, and was still advanced, for by the witchcraft of rebellion transformed a feeble state chameleon, by giving aim from side to side, he never failed to save his tide, but got the start of every state, and at a change ne'er came too late. Could turn his word and oath and faith as many ways as in a lathe, by turning, wriggle, like a screw, int highest trust and out, for new. For when H had happily incurred instead of hemp to be preferred, and passed upon a government, he paid his trick and out he went. But being out, and out of hopes to mount his ladder of ropes, would strive to raise himself upon the public ruin, and his own. So little did he understand the disparate feats he took in hand, for when H had got himself a name for fraud and tricks, he spoiled his game, had focked his neck into a noose, to show his play at fast and loose, and when he chanked escape, mistook, for art and subtlety, his luck. So right his judgment was cut fit, and made a tally to his wit, and both together, most profound at deeds of darkness underground, as earth is easiest undermined by vermin impotent and blind. By all these arts, and many more H had practised long and much before, our state artificer foresaw which way the world began to draw. For as old sinners have all points compass in their bones and joints, can by their pangs and aches find all turns and changes of the wind, and better than by Napier's bones, 178 feel in their own the age of moons. So guilty sinners in a state can by their crimes prognosticate, and in their consciences feel pain some days before a shower of rain. He therefore wisely cast about, all ways he could, ensure his throat. And hither came, observe and smoke what causes other riskers took, and to the utmost do his best to save himself, and hang the rest. To match this saint, there was another 179 as busy and perverse a brother, and haberdasher of small wares in politics and state affairs, more Jew than Rabbi Achitophel El, and better gifted to rebel. For when H had taught his tribe to spouse the cause, aloft upon one house, he scorned to set his own in order, but tried another, and went farther. So suddenly addicted still to only principle, his will, that whatsoe'er it chanked to prove, nor force of argument could move, nor law, nor cavalcade of Holborn, could render half a grain less stubborn, for he at any time would hang for opportunity harangue, and rather on a gibbet dangle than miss his dear delight to wrangle, in which his parts were so accomplished that, right or wrong, he ne'er was nonplussed. But still his tongue ran on, the less of weight it bore, with greater ease, and with its everlasting clack set all men's ears upon the rack. No sooner could a hint appear, but up he started to pequeer, and made the stoutest yield to mercy, when he engagged in controversy, not by the force of carnal reason, but indefatigable teasing, with volleys of eternal babble and clamour, more unanswerable, for though his topics, frail and weak, could ne'er amount above a freak, he still maintained 'em, like his faults, against the disparatest assaults, and backed their feeble want of sense with great a heat and confidence, as bones of Hector's, when they differ, the more they're cudgelled, grow the stiffer. Yet when his profit moderated, the fury of his heat abated, for nothing but his interest could lay his devil of contest. It was his choice, or chance, or curse, to espouse the cause for better or worse, and with his worldly goods and wit, and soul and body worshipped it. But when he found the sullen trapes possessed with the devil, worms, and claps, the Trojan mare and foal, with Greeks, 180 not half so full of jaddish tricks, though squeamish in her outward woman, as loose and rampant as dull common, he still resolved to mend the matter, adhere and cleave the obstinator. And still the skittisher and looser, her freaks appeared to sit the closer. For fools are stubborn in their way, as coins are hardened by lay, and obstinacy's ne'er so stiff as when 'tis in a wrong belief. These two, with others, being met, and close in consultation, set, after a discontented pause, and not without sufficient cause, the orator we named of late, less troubled with the pangs of state than with his own impatience, to give himself first audience, after he had a while looked wise, at last broke silence and the ice. Quoth he, there's nothing makes me doubt our lost outgoings brought about, more than to see the characters of real jealousies and fears not feigned, as once, but sadly horrid, scarred upon every member's forehead, who, cause the clouds are drawn together, and threaten sudden change of weather, feel pangs and aches of state turns, and revolutions in their cons, and, since our workings out a crust, throw up the cause before 'tis lost. Was it to run away we meant, when, taking of the covenant, the lamest cripples of the brothers took oaths to run before all others, but in their own sense only swore to strive to run away before, and now would prove that words and oath engage us to renounce them both? 'Tis true, the cause is in the lurch between a right and mongrel church, the presbyter and independent, that stickle which shall make an end on't, as 'twas made out to us the last expedient. I mean Margaret's fast, 181, when Providence had been suborned what answer was to be returned. Else why should tumults fright us now? We have so many times come through, and understand as well to tame, as when they serve our turns tea and flame. Have proved how inconsiderable are all engagements of the rabble, whose frenzies must be reconciled, with drums and rattles, like a child, but never proved so prosperous as when they were led on by us. For all our scourging of religion began with tumult and sedition, when hurricanes of fierce commotion became strong motives to devotion, as carnal seamen in a storm turn pious converts and reform. When rusty weapons, with chalked edges, maintained our feeble privileges, and brown bills levied in the city, made bills to pass the grand committee. When zeal, with aged clubs and gleaves, gave chase to rochets and white sleeves, and made the church and state and laws submit to old iron and the cause. And as we thrived by tumults then, so might we better now agen, if we knew how, as then we did, to use them rightly in our need, tumults by which the mutinous betray themselves instead of us. The hollow-hearted, disaffected, and close malignant are detected, who lay their lives and fortunes down for pledges to secure our own, and freely sacrifice their ears to appease our jealousies and fears. And yet for all these providences are offered, if we had our senses, we idly sit like stupid blockheads, our hands committed to our pockets, and nothing but our tongues at large, to get the wretches a discharge, like men condemned to thunderbolts, who, ere the blow, become mere dolts. All fools besotted with their crimes, that know not how to shift betimes, and neither have the hearts to stay, nor wit enough to run away, who, if we could resolve on either, might stand or fall at least together. No mean or trivial solaces to partners in extreme distress, who used to lessen their despairs, by parting them in equal shares, as if the more they were to bear, they felt the weight the easier, and every one the gentler hung, the more he took his turn among. But 'tis not come to that as yet, if we had courage left, or wit, who, when our fate can be no worse, are fitted for the bravest cause, have time to rally, and prepare our last and best defense, despair. Despair, by which the gallantest feats have been achieved in greatest straits, and horridest danger safely waved, by being courageously outbraved. As wounds by wider wounds are healed, and poisons by themselves expelled. And so they might be now agen, if we were, what we should be, men, and not so dully desperate to side against ourselves with fate, as criminals condemned to suffer, are blinded first, and then turned over. This comes of breaking covenants and setting up exaunts of saints that fine, like aldermen, for grace to be excused the efficace. For spiritual men are too transcendent, that mount their banks for independent, to hang like Mahomet ithr, 182 St. Ignatius at his prayer, by pure geometry, and hate dependence upon church or state. Disdain the pedantry oth letter, and since obedience is better, the scripture says, than sacrifice, presume the less on't will suffice. And scorn to have the moderatest stints prescribed their peremptory hints, or any opinion, true or false, declared as such in doctrinals, but left at large to make their best on, without being called to account or question, interpret all the spleen reveals, as Whittington explained the bells, and bid themselves turn back agen laud mayors of New Jerusalem, but look so big and overgrown, they scorn their edifiers to own, who taught them all their sprinkling lessons, their tones, and sanctified expressions, bestowed their gifts upon a saint, like charity on those that want, and learned apocryphal bigots to inspire themselves with shorthand notes, for which they scorn and hate them worse than dogs and cats do so gelders. For who first bred them up to pray and teach? The House of Commons way, where had they all their gifted phrases, but from our calamies and cases, without whose sprinkling and sowing, who e'er had heard of Nye or Owen. Their dispensations had been stifled, but for our Adoniram Byfield, and had they not begun the war, had ne'er been sainted as they are, for saints in peace degenerate, and dwindle down to reprobate. Their zeal corrupts like standing water, in intervals of war and slaughter, abates the sharpness of its edge, without the power of sacrilege. And though they've tricks to cast their sins as easy as serpents do their skins, 183, that in a while grow out agen, in peace they turn mere carnal men, and from the most refined of saints, as naturally grow miscreants, as barnacles turn Solent geese in th islands of the Arcades. 18 for their dispensations, but a ticket, for their conforming to the wicked, with whom the greatest difference lies more in words and show than sense. For as the Pope that keeps the gate of heaven wears 3 crowns of state, so he that keeps the gate of hell, proud Cerberus, wears 3 heads as well. 185 And if the world has any troth, some have been canonized in both. But that which does them greatest harm, their spiritual gizzards are too warm, which puts the overheated sots in fevers still, like other goats. For though the haw bends heretics with flames of fire, like crooked sticks, our schismatics so vastly differ, hotter they grow the stiffer, still setting off their spiritual goods with fierce and pertinacious feuds. For zeal's a dreadful termagant that teaches saints to tear and rant, and independents to profess the doctrine of dependences, turns meek and secret, sneaking ones, to rawheads fierce and bloody bones, and not content with endless quarrels against the wicked and their morals, the Gibelines, for want of Guelphs, 186 divert their rage upon themselves. For now the war is not between the brethren and the men of sin, but saint and saint, to spill the blood of one another's brotherhood, where neither side can lay pretence to liberty of conscience or zealous suffering for the cause, to gain 1 groat's worth of applause, for though endured with resolution, 'twill ne'er amount to persecution. Shall precious saints and secret ones break one another's outward bones, and eat the flesh of brethren, instead of kings and mighty men? When fiends agree among themselves, shall they be found the greatest elves? When bells at union with the dragon, and Balpiar friends with Dagon? When savage bears agree with bears, shall secret ones lug saints by th ears, and not atone their fatal wrath, when common danger threatens both? Shall mastiffs, by the collar pulled, engagged with bulls, let go their hold, and saints, whose necks are pawned at stake, no notice of the danger take? But though no power of heaven or hell can pacify fanatic zeal, who would not guess there might be hopes, the fear of gallowses and ropes before their eyes might reconcile their animosities a while, at least until they'd a clear stage, and equal freedom to engage, without the danger of surprise by both our common enemies. This none but we alone could doubt, who understand their working out, and know them, both in soul and conscience, giv'n as reprobate a nonsense as spiritual outlaws, whom the power of miracle can ne'er restore. We, whom at first they set up under, in revelation only of plunder, who since have had so many trials of their encroaching self-denials, that rooked upon us with design to out-reform and undermine, took all our interest and commands perfidiously out of our hands, involved us in the guilt of blood without the motive gains allowed, and made us serve as ministerial, like younger sons of Father Belial. And yet, for all inhuman wrong had done us and the cause so long, we never failed to carry on the work still as we had begun, but true and faithfully obeyed, and neither preached them hurt, nor prayed, nor troubled them to crop our ears, nor hang us, like the cavaliers, nor put them to the charge of jails, to find us pillories and cots' tails, or hangman's wages, which the state was falked before them, to be at that cut, like tallies to the stumps, our ears for keeping true accomps, and burnt our vessels, like a new sealed peck, or bushel, for being true. But hand in hand, like faithful brothers, held for the cause against all others, disdaining equally to yield 1 syllable of what we held, and though we differed now and then bout outward things, and outward men, our inward men and constant frame of spirit still were near the same, until they first began to cant and sprinkle down the covenant, we ne'er had call in any place, nor dreamed of teaching down free grace, but joined our gifts perpetually against the common enemy. Although 'twas ours and their opinion, each other's church was but a rimmon. And yet, for all this gospel union and outward show of church communion, they'll ne'er admit us to our shares of ruling church or state affairs, nor give us leave to absolve, or sentence to our own conditions of repentance, but shod our dividend oth crown, we had so painfully preached down, and falked us, though against the grain, of calls to teach it up again, for 'twas but justice to restore the wrongs we had received before, and when 'twas held forth in our way, W had been ungrateful not to pay, who, for the right W have done the nation, have earned our temporal salvation, and put our vessels in a way once more to come again in play. For if the turning of us out has brought this providence about, and that our only suffering is able to bring in the king, what would our actions not have done, had we been suffered to go on? And therefore may pretend a share, at least, in carrying on affair. But whether that be so, or not, W have done enough to have it thought, and that's as good as if W had done T, and easier passed upon account, for if it be but half denied, 'tis half as good as justified. The world is naturally averse to all the truth it sees or hears, but swallows nonsense and a lie with greediness and gluttony, and though it have the peak and long, 'tis still for something in the wrong, as women long when they are with child, for things extravagant and wild, for meats ridiculous and fulsome, but seldom anything that's wholesome. And like the world, men's jobanoles turn round upon their ears, the poles, and what they're confidently told, by no sense else can be controlled. And this, perhaps, may prove the means once more to hedge in providence, for as relapses make diseases more disparate than their first accesses, if we but get again in power, our work is easier than before, and we more ready and expert ith mystery to do our part. We, who did rather undertake the first war to create than make, and when of nothing 'twas begun, raised funds as strange to carry tea on, trepanned the state and fact it down with plots and projects of our own, and if we did such feats at first, what can we now with better versed, who have a freer latitude than sinners give themselves, allowed, and therefore likeliest to bring in, on fairest terms, our discipline, to which it was revealed long since we were ordained by Providence. When 3 saints, as our predecessors, 187, the causes primitive confessors, being crucified, the nation stood in just so many years of blood. That, multiplied by 6, expressed the perfect number of the beast, and proved that we must be the men to bring this work about agin. And those who laid the first foundation, complete the thorough reformation, for who have gifts to carry on so great a work, but we alone. What churches have such able pastors and precious, powerful, preaching masters, possessed with absolute dominions our brethren's purses and opinions, entrusted with the double keys of heaven and their warehouses, who, when the cause is in distress, can furnish out what sums they please, that brooding lie in bankers' hands, to be disposed at their commands, and daily increase and multiply, with doctrine, use, and usury, can fetch in parties, as in war all other heads of cattle are, from enemy of all religions, as well as high and low conditions, and share them, from blue ribbons, down to all blue aprons in the town, from ladies hurried in caleches, with connets at their footmen's breeches, to bawds as fat as Mother Nab, all guts and belly, like a crab. Our party's great, and better tied with oaths and trade than any side, has one considerable improvement, to double fortify the covenant. I mean our covenant to purchase delinquents' titles, and the churches, that pass in sale, from hand to hand, among ourselves, for current land, and rise or fall, like Indian actions, according to the rate of factions. Our best reserve for reformation, when new outgoings give occasion, that keeps the loins of brethren girt the covenant, their creed, assert. And when have packed a parliament, will once more try expedient, who can already muster friends to serve for members to our ends, that represent no part nation, but Fish's Folly congregation, 188 are only tools to our intrigues, and sit like geese to hatch our eggs, who, by their precedence of wit, outfast, outloiter, and outsit, can order matters underhand, to put all busness to a stand, lay public bills aside for private, and make 'em one another drive out, divert the great and necessary, with trifles to contest and vary, and make the nation represent and serve for us in Parliament, cut out more work than can be done in Plato's year, but finish none, 189, unless it be the bulls of Lenthal, that always passed for fundamental, can set up grandee gainst grandee, to squander time away, and bandy, make lords and commoners lay sieges to one another's privileges, and, rather than compound the quarrel, engage to inevitable peril of both their ruins, only scope and consolation of our hope, who though we do not play the game, assist as much by giving aim, can introduce our ancient arts, for heads of factions act their parts, know what a leading voice is worth, a seconding, a third, or fourth, how much a costing voice comes to, that turns up trump of I, or no, and by adjusting all at end, share every one his dividend, and ought that so much study cost, and now's in danger to be lost, unless our ancient virtuosos, that found it out, get into houses. These are the causes that we took to carry things by hook or crook, and practised down from 44, until they turned us out of daw. Besides the herds of Boutephius we set on work without the house, when every knight and citizen kept legislative journeymen, to bring them in intelligence from all points of the rabble's sense, and fill the lobbies of both houses with politic important buzzes, set committees of cabals, to pack designs without the walls, examine, and draw up all news, and fit it to our present use, agree upon the plot o th foss, and every one his part rehearse. Make cuticess of answers, to waylay what th other parties like to say. What repartees and smart reflections shall be returned to all objections, and who shall break the master jest, and what, and how, upon the rest. Help pamphlets out, with safe editions of proper slanders and seditions, and treason for a token send, by letter to a country friend. Disperse lampoons, the only wit that men, like burglary, commit, wit falser than a patter's face that all its owner does betrays. Who therefore dares not trust it when he's in his calling to be seen. Disperse the dung on barren earth, to bring new weeds of discord forth. Be sure to keep up congregations, in spite of laws and proclamations. For charlatans can do no good until they're mounted in a crowd, and when they're punished, all the hurt is but to fare the better for tea. As long as confessors are sure of double pay for all th endure, and what they earn in persecution, are paid tea a groat in contribution. When some tub holders forth have made in powdering tubs their richest trade, and while they kept their shops in prison, have found their prices strangely risen, disdain to own the least regret for all the Christian blood w have let. 'Twill save our credit, and maintain our title to do so again. That needs not cost 1 dram of sense, but pertinacious impudence. Our constancy to our principles, in time will wear out all things else. Like marble statues rubbed in pieces with gallantry of pilgrims' kisses, while those who turn and win their oaths have swelled and sunk, like other froths, prevailed a while, but 'twas not long before from world to world they swung, as they had turned from side to side, and as the changelings lived, they died. This said, th impatient statesmonger could now contain himself no longer, who had not sparred to show his peaks against th haranguer's politics, with smart remarks of leering faces and annotations of grimaces. After H had administered a dose of snuff mundungus to his nose, and powdered th inside of his skull, instead of th outward jobbanol, he shook it with a scornful look on th adversary, and thus he spoke, in dressing a calf's head. Although the tongue and brains together go, both keep so great a distance here, 'tis strange if ever they come near. For who did ever play his gambols with such insufferable rambles to make the bringing in the king, and keeping of him out, one thing? Which none could do but those that swa tea as point-blank nonsense heretofore, that to defend was to invade, and to assassinate to aid. Unless because you drove him out, and that was never made a doubt, no power is able to restore, and bring him in, but on your scaw, a spiritual doctrine, that conduces most properly to all your uses. 'Tis true, a scorpion's oil is said to cure the wounds the vermin made, and weapons, dressed with salves, restore and heal the hurts they gave before. But whether Presbyterians have so much good nature as the salve, or virtue in them as the vermin, those who have tried them can determine. Indeed, 'tis pity you should miss th arrears of all your services, and for th eternal obligation, why have laid upon th ungrateful nation, beest so unconscionably hard, as not to find a just reward for letting rapine loose, and murther, to rage just so far, but no further, and setting all the land on fire, to burn tea to a scantling, but no higher. For venturing to assassinate and cut the throats of church and state, and not be allowed the fittest men to take the charge of both agin, especially, that have the grace of self-denying, gifted face, who when your projects have miscarried, can lay them, with undaunted forehead, on those you painfully trepanned, and sprinkled in at second hand, as we have been, to share the guilt of Christian blood, devoutly spilt. For so our ignorance was flammed to damn ourselves to avoid being damned, till finding your old foe, the hangman, was like to lurch you at backgammon and win your necks upon the set, as well as ours, who did but bet, for he had drawn your ears before, and nicked them on the self-same scaw. We threw the box and dice away, before Y had lost us at foul play, and brought you down to rook, and lie, and fancy only, on the buy, redeemed your forfeit jobbanoles from perching upon lofty poles, and rescued all your outward traitors from hanging up like alligators, for which ingeniously Y have showed your Presbyterian gratitude, would freely have paid us home in kind, and not have been one rope behind. Those were your motives to divide, and scruple on the other side, to turn your zealous frauds and foss to fits of conscience and remorse, to be convinced they were in vain, and face about for new again for truth no more unveiled your eyes, than maggots are convinced to flies, and therefore all your lights and calls are but apocryphal and false, to charge us with the consequences of all your native insolences, that to your own imperious wills laid law and gospel neck and heels, corrupted the Old Testament to serve the new for precedent. T amend its errors and defects with murder and rebellion texts, of which there is not any one in all the book to sew upon. And therefore, from your tribe, the Jews held Christian doctrine forth and use, as Mahomet your chief began to mix them in the Alcoran, denounced and prayed with fierce devotion, and bended elbows on the cushion, stole from the beggars all your tones, and gifted mortifying groans, had lights where better eyes were blind, as pigs are said to see the wind, filled Bedlam with predestination, and Knightsbridge with illumination, made children, with your tones to run fought, as bad as bloody bones, all Lunsford. While women, great with child, miscarried, for being to malignants married transformed all wives to Dalilahs, whose husbands were not for the cause, and turned the men to ten-horned cattle, because they came not out to battle, made tailors' prentices turn heroes, for fear of being transformed to maras, and rather forfeit their indentures than not espouse the saints' adventures, could transubstantiate, metamorphose, and charm whole herds of beasts, like Orpheus, enchant the kings and churches' lands to obey and follow your commands, and settle on a new freehold, as Mockley Hill had done of old, could turn the covenant and translate the gospel into spoons and plate, expound upon all merchants' caches and open intricatest places, could catechize a money box and prove all pouches orthodox, until the cause became a damon, and Pythias the wicked mammon. And yet, in spite of all your charms, to conjure legion up in arms, and raise more devils in the rout than e'er why were able to cast out, why have been reduct, and by those fools bred up, you say, in your own schools, who, though but gifted at your feet, have made it plain, they have more wit, by whom why have been so oft trepanned, and held forth out of all command, out-gifted, out-impulsed, outdone, and out-revealed at carryings on. Of all your dispensations wormed, out-providenced and out-reformed, ejected out of church and state and all things, but the people's hate and spirited out of enjoyments of precious, edifying employments, by those who lodged their gifts and graces, like beta bolas, in your places, all which you bore with resolution, chogged on accompt of persecution, and though most righteously oppressed against your wills, still acquiesced, and never hummed and hawed sedition, nor snuffled treason, nor misprision, that is, because you never durst, for had you preached and prayed your worst, alas, you were no longer able to raise your posse of the rabble. One single red-coat sentinel outcharmed the magic of the spell, and with his squirt fire could disperse whole troops with chapter raised and verse. We knew too well those tricks of yours to leave it ever in your powers, or trust our safeties or undoings to your disposing of outgoings, or to your ordering providence one farthing's worth of consequence. For had you power to undermine, or wit to carry a design, or correspondence to trepan, inveigle, or betray one man, there's nothing else that intervenes and bars your zeal to use the means, and therefore wondrous like, no doubt, to bring in kings or keep them out, brave undertakers to restore that could not keep yourselves in power. Advanced the interests of the crown that wanted wit to keep your own. 'Tis true, you have, for I'd be loth to wrong ye, done your pots in both to keep him out and bring him in, as grace is introduced by sin. For 'twas your zealous want of sense and sanctified impertinence, your carrying business in a huddle, that focked our rulers to new model, obliged the state to tack about, and turn you, root and branch, all out, to reformado, one and all, your great croisado general. 190 your greedy slavering to devour, before 'twas in your clutches, power, that sprung the game you were to set, before why had time to draw the net. Your spite to see the church's lands divided into other hands, and all your sacrilegious ventures laid out in tickets and debentures. Your envy to be sprinkled down by under churches in the town, and no cause us to stop their mouths, nor independent spreading growths all which considered, 'tis more true none bring him in so much as you, who have prevailed beyond their plots, their midnight juntos, and sealed knots, that thrive more by your zealous peaks than all their own rash politics. And you this way may claim a share in carrying, as you brag, affair, else frogs and toads, that croaked the Jews from Pharaoh and his brick kilns loose, and flies and mange, that set them free from taskmasters and slavery, were likelier to do the feat in any indifferent man's conceit, for who e'er heard of restoration until your thorough reformation? That is, the king's and church's lands were sequestered in other hands, for only then, and not before, your eyes were opened to restore. And when the work was carrying on, who crossed it, but yourselves alone, as by a world of hints appears, all plain and extant as your ears. But first, first, the Isle of Wight will rise up if you should deny tea, where Henderson and other masses were sent to cap texts and put cases, to pass for deep and learned scholars, although but paltry and solas. 191, as if unseasonable fools had been a cossing in the schools, until had proved the devil author covenant, and the cause his daughter, for when they chogged him with the guilt of all the blood that had been spilt, they did not mean he wrought effusion in person, like Sir Pride, or Hewson. 192, but only those who first begun the quarrel were by him set on. And who could those be but the saints, those Reformation termagants? But ere this passed, the wise debate spent so much time, it grew too late. For Oliver had gotten ground, enclose him with his warriors round, had brought his providence about, and turned untimely sophists out. Nor had the Uxbridge busness less of nonsense in or sottishness, when from a scoundrel Holderforth, the scum as well as son earth, your mighty senators took law at his command, were fought withdraw, and sacrificed the peace nation to doctrine, use, and application. So when the Scots, your constant cronies, espouses of your cause and moneys, who had so often, in your aid, so many ways been soundly paid, came in at last for better ends, to prove themselves your trusty friends, you basely left them, and the church they trained you up to in the lurch, and suffered your own tribe of Christians to fall before, as true Philistines. This shows what utensils why have been, to bring the king's concernments in, which is so far from being true, that none but he can bring in you, and if he take you into trust, will find you most exactly just, such as will punctually repay with double interest, and betray. Not that I think those pantomimes, who vary action with the times, are less ingenious in their art, than those who dully act one part, or those who turn from side to side, more guilty than the wind and tide. All countries are a wise man's home, and so are governments to some, who change them for the same intrigues that statesmen use in breaking leagues, while others, in old faiths and troths, look on as out-of-fashioned cloths, and nastier in an old opinion, than those who never shift their linen. For true and faithful's sure to lose, which way soever the game goes, and whether parties lose or win, is always nicked or else hedged in, while power usurped, like stolen delight, is more bewitching than the right. And when the times begin to alter, none rise so high as from the halter. And so may we, if have but sense to use the necessary means, and not your usual stratagems on one another, lights and dreams, to stand on terms as positive, as if we did not take, but give, set up the covenant on crutches, gainst those who have us in their clutches, and dream of pulling churches down, before are sure to prop our own. Your constant method of proceeding, without the carnal means of heeding, who twixt your inward sense and outward are worse than if Y had none, accoutred. I grant, all causes are in vain unless we can get in again, the only way that's left us now, but all the difficulties how. 'Tis true have money, only power that all mankind falls down before, money that, like the sods of kings, is the last reason of all things, and therefore need not doubt our play has all advantages that way, as long as men have faith to sell, and meet with those that can pay well, whose half-starved pride and avarice one church and state will not suffice exposed to sale, beside the wages of storing plagues to after ages. Nor is our money less our own than 'twas before we laid it down, for 'twill return, and turn account if we are brought in play upon or but by casting knaves, get in, what power can hinder us to win? We know the arts we used before, in peace and war, and something more, and by unfortunate events, can mend our next experiments, for when are taken into trust, how easy are the wisest choust, who see but outsides of our feats and not their secret springs and weights, and while they're busy at their ease, can carry what designs we please? How easy is to serve for agents, to prosecute our old engagements, to keep the good old cause on foot, and present power from taking root, inflame them both with false alarms of plots and parties taking alms, to keep the nation's wounds too wide from healing up of side to side, profess the passionatest concerns for both their interests by turns, the only way to improve our own, by dealing faithfully with none, as bowls run true, by being made on purpose false, and to be swayed. For if we should be true to either, 'twould turn us out of both together, and therefore have no other means to stand upon our own defense, but keeping up our ancient party in vigor, confident and haughty, to reconcile our late dissenters, our brethren, though by other venters, unite them, and their different maggots as long and short sticks are in faggots, and make them join again as close as when they first began espouse. Erect them into separate new Jewish tribes in church and state, to join in marriage and commerce, and only among themselves converse. And all that are not of their mind, make enemies to all mankind, take all religions in, and stickle from conclave down to conventicle, agreeing still, or disagreeing, according to the light in being. Sometimes for liberty of conscience and spiritual misrule, in one sense, but in another quite contrary, as dispensations chance to vary, and stand for, as the times will bear it, all contradictions of the spirit, protect their emissaries empowered to preach sedition and the word, and when they are hampered by the laws, release the laborers for the cause, and turn the persecution back on those that made the first attack, to keep them equally in awe, from breaking or maintaining law. And when they have their fits too soon, before the full tides of the moon, put off their zeal to a fitter season for sowing faction in and treason, and keep them hooded, and their churches, like hawks from baiting on their perches, that when the blessed time shall come of quitting Babylon and Rome, they may be ready to restore their own fifth monarchy once more. Meanwhile be better armed to fence against revolts of providence. By watching narrowly, and snapping all blind sides of it, they happen, for if success could make us saints, or ruin turned us miscreants, a scandal that would fall too hard upon a few, and unprepared. These are the causes we must run, spite of our hearts, or be undone, and not to stand on terms and freaks, before we have secured our necks, but do our work, as out of sight, as stars by day, and suns by night. All license of the people own, in opposition to the crown, and for the crown as fiercely side, the head and body to divide. The end of all we first designed, and all that yet remains behind, be sure to spare no public rapine on all emergencies that happen, for 'tis as easy to supplant authority as men in want, as some of us, in trusts, have made the one hand with the other trade, gained vastly by their joint endeavor, the right a thief, the left receiver, and what the one by tricks forestalled the other, by as sly, retailed. For gain has wonderful effects to improve the factory of sects, the rule of faith in all professions, and great Diana of the Ephesians, whence turning of religion made the means to turn and win a trade, and though some change it for the worse, they put themselves into a cause, and draw in store of customers, to thrive the better in commerce, for all religions flock together, like tame and wild fowl of a feather, to nab the itches of their sects as jades do one another's necks. Hence 'tis hypocrisy as well will serve to improve a church as zeal, as persecution or promotion, do equally advance devotion. Let business, like ill watches, go sometime too fast, sometime too slow. For things in order are put out so easy, ease itself will dot. But when the feat's designed and meant, what miracle can bar th event? For 'tis more easy to betray than ruin any other way. All possible occasions start the weightiest matters to divert, obstruct, perplex, distract, entangle, and lay perpetual trains to wrangle. But in affairs of less import, that neither do us good nor hurt, and they receive as little by, out-fawn as much and out-comply, and seem as scrupulously just, to bait our hooks for greater trust, but still be careful to cry down all public actions, though our own the least miscarriage aggravate, and charge it all upon the state, express the horrid's detestation, and pity the distracted nation. Tell stories scandalous and false, ith proper language of cabals, where all a subtle statesman says, is half in words, and half in face, as Spaniards talk in dialogues of heads and shoulders, nods and shrugs, entrusted under solemn vows of mum and silence and the rose, to be retailed again in whispers, for th easy credulous to disperse. Thus far the statesman, when a shout heard at a distance put him out, and straight another, all aghast, rushed in with equal fear and haste, who starred about as pale as death, and for a while as out of breath, till having gathered up his wits, he thus began his tale by fits, that beastly rabble, that came down 193 from all the garrets, in the town and stalls and shop-bods, in vast swarms with new-chalked bills, and rusty arms to cry the cause up, heretofore, and bawl the bishops out of daw, are now drawn up in great shoals to roast, and broil us on the coals, and all the grandees of our members are carbonating on the embers, knights, citizens, and burgesses, held forth by rumps of pigs and geese, that serve for characters, and badges to represent their personages. Each bonfire is a funeral pile, in which they roast and scotch and broil, and every representative have vowed to roast and broil alive. And 'tis a miracle we are not already sacrificed incarnate, for while we wrangle here, and Jah W are grilled all at Temple Bar, some on the signpost of an alehouse, hang in effigy, on the gallows, made up of rags, to personate respective offices of state, that henceforth they may stand reputed, prescribed in law, and executed. And while the work is carrying on, be ready listed underdone, 194 that worthy patriot, once the bellows and tinderbox of all his fellows, the activest member of the five, as well as the most primitive, who, for his faithful service then, is chosen for a fifth agent, for since the state has made a quint of generals, he's listed int. This worthy, as the world will say, is paid in specie his own way, for molded to the life in clouts, have picked from dunghills hereabouts, he's mounted on a hazel bavin, a cropped malignant baker gave him, and to the largest bonfire riding, they've roasted cook already and pride in. 195 on whom, in equipage and state, his scarecrow fellow members wait, and march in order, 2 and 2, as at Thanksgivings us to do, each in a tattered talisman, like vermin in effigy slain. But what's more dreadful than the rest? Those rumps are but the tail oth beast, set up by popish engineers, as by the crackers plainly appears. For none but Jesuits have a mission to preach the faith with ammunition, and propagate the church with powder. Their founder was a blown-up soldier. 196, these spiritual pioneers, oth Hawes, that have the charge of all her stars, since first they failed in their designs, to take in heaven by springing mines, and with unanswerable barrels of gunpowder dispute their quarrels, now take a course more practicable, by laying trains to fire the rebel, and blow us up in open streets, disquizzed in rumps like Sambonites, more like to ruin and confound than all the doctrines underground. Nor have they chosen rumps amiss for symbols of state mysteries, though some suppose 'twas but to show how much they scorn the saints, the few, who, cause they're wasted to the stumps, are represented best by rumps. But Jesuits have deeper reaches in all their politic far-fetches, and from the Coptic priest, Kircherus, 197, found out this mystic way to jeer us. For as Egyptians used by B's 198 express their antique Ptolemies, and by their stings, the sods they wore, held forth authority and power, because these subtle animals bear all their interests in their tails, and when they once impaired in that, banished their well-ordered state, they thought all governments were best by hieroglyphic rumps expressed. For as in bodies natural, the rump's the fundament of all, so, in a commonwealth or realm, the government is called the helm, with which, like vessels under sail, they're turned and winded by the tail, which birds and fishes steer their courses with through sea and air, to whom the rudder of the rump is the same thing with the stern and compass. This shows how perfectly the rump and commonwealth in nature jump. For as a fly that goes to bed rests with his tail above his head, so in this mongrel state of ours, the rabble are the supreme powers that housed us on their backs, to show us a jaddish trick at last, and throw us. The learned rabbins of the Jews write there's a bone, which they call lose, rump of man, of such a virtue, no force in nature can do hurt to. And therefore at the last great day, all other members shall, they say, spring out of this, as from a seed all sorts of vegetals proceed. From whence the learned sons of os sacrum justly style that pot. Then what can better represent than this rump bone, the parliament, that ulta several rude ejections, and as prodigious resurrections, with new reversions of 9 lives, starts up, and like a cat revives. But now, alas, they're all expired, and house as well as members, furred, consumed in kennels by the rout, with which they other fires put out, condemned ungoverning distress, and paltry private wretchedness, worse than the devil, to privation, beyond all hopes of restoration, and potted, like the body and soul, from all dominion and control. We who could lately with a look enact, establish, or revoke, whose arbitrary nods gave law, and frowns kept multitudes in awe, before the bluster of whose huff all hats, as in a storm, flew off, adawed and bowed to by the great, down to the footman and valet, had more bent knees than chapel mats and prayers than the crowns of hats, shall now be scorned as wretchedly, for ruins just as low as high, which might be suffered, were it all the horror that attends our fall. For some of us have scars more large than heads and quarters can discharge, and others, who, by restless scraping, with public frauds and private rapine, have mighty heaps of wealth amassed, would gladly lay down all at last, and to be but undone, entail their vessels on perpetual jail, and bless the devil to let them farms of forfeit souls on no worse terms. This said, a near and louder shout put all assembly to the rout, who now begun to outrun their fear, as horses do from whom they bear, but crowded on with so much haste, until had blocked the passage fast, and barricaded it with haunches of outward men, and bulks and paunches, that with their shoulders strove to squeeze, and rather save a crippled piece of all their crushed and broken members, than have them grilled on the embers. Still pressing on with heavy packs of one another on their backs, the vanguard could no longer bear the charges of the fall-on rear, but borne down headlong by the rout, were trampled sorely underfoot. Yet nothing proved so formidable as the horrid cookery of the rabble, and fear, that keeps all feeling out, as lesser pains are by the gout, relieved them with a fresh supply of rallied force enough to fly, and beat a Tuscan running hoss, whose jockey rider is all spurs. Canto Roman 3 the knight, and squire's prodigious flight to quit enchanted boa by night. He plods to turn his amorous suit a plea in law, and prosecute, repairs to council, to advise bout managing the enterprise, but first resolves to try by letter, and one more fair address to get her. Who would believe what strange bugbears mankind creates itself, of fears that spring like fern, that insect weed, equivocally, without seed, and have no possible foundation, but merely in imagination, and yet can do more dreadful feats than hags, with all their imps and teats. 199 make more bewitch and haunt themselves than all their nurseries of elves. For fear does things so like a witch, 'tis hard to unriddle which is which. Sets up communities of senses, to chop and change intelligences, as Rosicrucian virtuosos 200 can see with ears, and hear with noses, and when they neither see nor hear, have more than both supplied by fear. That makes them in the dark see visions and hag themselves with apparitions, and when their eyes discover least, discern the subtlest objects best, do things not contrary alone, to cause of nature, but its own. The courage of the bravest daunt, and turn poltroons as valiant, for men as resolute appear with too much as too little fear. And when they're out of hopes of flying, will run away from death, by dying, or turn again to stand it out, and those they fled, like lions, rout. This Hudibras had proved too true, who, by the Furies left Perdue, and haunted with detachments sent from Martial Legion's regiment, 201 was by a fiend, as counterfeit, relieved and rescued with a cheat, when nothing but himself and fear was both the imp and conjurer. As by the rules virtuosi, it follows in due form of poesy. Disquized in all the mosques of night, we left our champion on his flight at Blindman's Buff, to grope his way, in equal fear of night and day. Who took his dock and disparate costs, he knew no better than his hoss, and by an unknown devil led, he knew as little whither fled. He never was in greater need, nor less capacity of speed, disabled, both in man and beast, to fly and run away his best, to keep the enemy and fear from equal falling on his rear. And though with kicks and bangs he plied the further and the nearer side, as seamen ride with all their force, and tug as if they rode the hoss, and when the hackney sails most swift, believe they lag, or run adrift. So, though he posted air so fast, his fear was greater than his haste, for fear, though fleeter than the wind, believes 'tis always left behind. But when the morn began to appear, and shift another scene his fear, he found his new officious shade, that came so timely to his aid, and falked him from the foe escape, had turned itself to Ralpo's shape. So like in person, gob, and pitch, 'twas hard to interpret which was which. For Ralpo had no sooner told the lady all he had to unfold, but she conveyed him out of sight, to entertain approaching night. And while he gave himself diversion, to accommodate his beast and person, and put his beard into a posture at best advantage to accost her, she ordered the anti-masquerade, for his reception, of Fawcett. But when the ceremony was done, the lights put out, and Furies gone, and Hudibras among the rest conveyed away, as Ralpo guessed, the wretched caitiff, all alone, as he believed, began to moan and tell his story to himself, the knight mistook him for an elf, and did so still, till he began to scruple at Ralph's outward man, and thought, because they oft agreed to appear in one another's stead, and act the saint's and devil's part with undistinguishable art, they might have done so now, perhaps, and put on one another's shapes. And therefore, to resolve the doubt, he starred upon him, and cried out, what ought my squire, or that bold sprite that took his place in shape tonight? Some busy, independent pug, retainer to his synagogue. Alas, quoth he, I'm none of those, your bosom friends, as you suppose, but Ralph himself, your trusty squire. Has dragged your donship out o' Maya, and from the enchantments of a widow, had turned you into beast, have freed you, and though a prisoner of war, have brought you safe where you now are, which you would gratefully repay your constant Presbyterian way. That's stranger, quoth the knight, and stranger, who gave thee notice of my danger. Quoth he, infernal conjurer pursued and took me prisoner, and knowing you were hereabout, brought me along to find you out, where I, in huggamugga hid, have noted all they said or did. And though they lay to him the pageant, I did not see him, nor his agent, who played their sorceries out of sight, to avoid a fiercer second fight. But didst thou see no devils then? Not one, quoth he, but carnal men, a little worse than fiends in hell, and that she-devil Jezebel, that laughed and teeheed with derision, to see them take your deposition. What then, quoth Hudibras, was he that played the devil to examine me? A rallying weaver in the town, that did it in a parson's gown, whom all the parish take for gifted. But for my part, I ne'er believed it, in which you told them all your feats, your conscientious frauds and cheats, denied your whipping, and confessed the naked truth of all the rest, more plainly than the reverend writer, 202, that to our churches veiled his mitre. All which they took in black and white, and cudgelled me to underwrite. What made thee, when they all were gone, and none but thou and I alone, to act the devil, and forbear to rid me of my hellish fear? Quoth he, I knew your constant rate and frame of esprit too obstinate to be by me prevailed upon with any motives of my own, and therefore strove to counterfeit the devil a while, to nick your wit. The devil, that is your constant crony, that only can prevail upon ye, else we might still have been disputing, and they with weighty drubs confuting. The knight who now began to find had left the enemy behind, and saw no farther harm remain, but feeble weariness and pain, perceived, by losing of their way, had gained advantage of the day, and by declining of the road, they had by chance their rear made good. He vented to dismiss his fear, that partings want to rent and tear, and give the desperate's attack to danger still behind its back, for having poused to recollect, and on his past success reflect, examine and consider why, and whence, and how they came to fly, and when no devil had appeared, what else, it could be said, he feared. It put him in so fierce a rage, he once resolved to re-engage, tossed like a football back again, with shame and vengeance and disdain. Quoth he, it was thy cowardice that made me from this league arise, and when I'd half reduct the place, to quit it infamously base, was better covered by the new arrived detachment than I knew, to slight my new aquests and run victoriously from battles won, and reckoning all I gained or lost, to sell them cheaper than they cost, to make me put myself to flight, and conquering run away by night, to drag me out, which haughty foe durst never have presumed to do, to mount me in the dock, by force, upon the bare ridge of my hoss, exposed in corpo to their rage, without my arms and equipage, lest if they vented to pursue, I might unequal fight renew, and to preserve thy outward man, assumed my place and led the van. All this, quoth Ralph, I did, 'tis true, not to preserve myself, but you, who were damned to beza drubs than wretches feel in powdering tubs, to mount two-wheeled carroches, worse than managing a wooden hoss, dragged out through straight holes by ears, erased or cooped for perjurers, who, though attempt had proved in vain, had no reason to complain. But since it prospered, 'tis unhandsome to blame the hand that paid our ransom, and rescued your obnoxious bones from unavoidable batoons. The enemy was reinforced, and we disabled, and unhorsed, disarmed, unqualified for fight, and no way left but hasty flight, which though as disparate in attempt, has given you freedom to condemn But were our bones in fit condition to reinforce the expedition, 'tis now unseasonable and vain to think of falling on again. No martial project to surprise can ever be attempted twice, nor can design serve afterwards, as gamesters tear their losing cards. Beside our bangs of man and beast are fit for nothing now but rest, and for a while will not be able to rally and prove serviceable. And therefore I, with reason, chose this stratagem to amuse our foes, to make an honorable retreat and waive a total sure defeat, for those that fly may fight again, which he can never do that's slain. Hence timely running's no mean part of conduct in the martial art, by which some glorious feats achieve, as citizens by breaking thrive, and cannons conquer armies, while they seem to draw off and recoil, is held the gallantest course and bravest to great exploits, as well as safest, that spares expense of time and pains, and dangerous beating out of brains, and in the end prevails as certain as those that never trust to fortune, but make their fear do execution beyond the stoutest resolution, as earthquakes kill without a blow, and, only trembling, overthrow. If ancients crown their bravest men, 203 that only saved a citizen, what victory could e'er be won, if every one would save but one? Off fight endangered to be lost, we're all resolved to save the most. By this means, when a battle's won, the war's as far from being done. For those that save themselves and fly, go halves at least, victory. And sometimes, when the loss is small and danger great, they challenge all, print new additions to their feats and emendations in gazettes, And when, for furious haste to run, they durst not stay to fire a gun, have done tea with bonfires, and at home made squibs and crackers overcome. To set the rabble on a flame, and keep their governors from blame, disperse the news the pulpit tells, confirmed with fireworks and with bells. And though reduced to that extreme, they have been focked to sing Te Deum. Yet, with religious blasphemy, by flattering heaven with a lie, and for their beating giving thanks, have raised recruits and filled their banks. For those who run from enemy, engage them equally to fly. And when the fight becomes a chase, those win the day that win the race. And that which would not pass in fights has done the feat with easy flights. Recovered many a disparate campaign with Bordeaux, Burgundy, and Champagne. Restored the fainting high and mighty with brandy wine and aquavit, and made 'em stoutly overcome with Bacrach, Hockamore, and Mum, whom uncontrolled decrees of fate to victory necessitate, with which, although they run or burn, they unavoidably return, or else their sultan populaces still strangle all their routed basses. 20 Fa quoth Hudibras, I understand what fights thou meanst at sea and land, and who those were that run away, and yet gave out had won the day, although the rabble soused them for tea, head and ears in mud and dirt. 'Tis true, our modern way of war is grown more politic by far, but not so resolute and bold, nor tied to honor, as the old. For now they laugh at giving battle, unless it be to herds of cattle, off fighting convoys of provision, the whole design o' the expedition, and not with downright blows to rout the enemy, but eat them out. As fighting, in all beasts of prey, and eating, are performed one way, to give defiance to their teeth, and fight their stubborn guts to death. And those achieve the highest renown that bring the others' stomachs down. There's now no fear of wounds, nor maiming. All dangers are reduced to famine, and feats of arms to plot, design, surprise, and stratagem, and mine, but have no need nor use of courage, unless it be for glory or forage, for if they fight, 'tis but by chance, when one side venturing to advance and come uncivilly too near, are chogged unmercifully rear, and falked with terrible resistance to keep hereafter at a distance. To pick out ground tea and camp upon, where store of largest rivers run, that serve, instead of peaceful barriers, to pot engagements of their warriors, where both from side to side may skip, and only encounter at bo-peep. For men are found the stouter-hearted, the certain ought to be potted, and therefore post themselves in bogs, as ancient mice attacked the frogs, 205, and made their mortal enemy, the water-rat, their strict ally. For 'tis not now, who's stout and bold, but who bears hunger best and cold, and he's approved the most deserving, who longest can hold out at starving, and he that routs most pigs and cows, the formidablest man of prowess. So Emperor Caligula, that triumphed o'er the British Sea, took crabs and oysters prisoners, and lobsters, stead of cuirassiers, engagged his legions in fierce bustles with periwinkles, prawns, and mussels, and led his troops with furious gallops, to charge whole regiments of scallops, not like their ancient way of war, to wait on his triumphal car, but when he went to dine or sup, more bravely eat his captives up, and left all war, by his example, reduced to victualling of a camp well. Quoth Ralph, by all that you have said, and twice as much that I could add, 'tis plain you cannot now do worse than take this out-of-fashioned course to hope, by stratagem, to woo her, or waging battle to subdue her, though some have done it in romances and banged them into amorous fancies, as those who won the Amazons, by wanton drubbing of their bones, and stout Rinaldo gained his bride, 206, by caughting of her back and side. But since those times and feats are over, they are not for a modern lover, when mistresses are too cross-grained by such addresses to be gained, and if they were, would have it out with many another kind of bout. Therefore I hold no cause as infeasible as this of Foss to win the Jezebel, to storm her hot by antic charms of ladies errant, Foss of alms, but rather strive by law to win her, and try the title you have in her. Your case is clear, you have her word, and me to witness the accord, besides 2 more of her retinue to testify what passed between you, more probable and like to hold than hand or seal or breaking gold, for which so many that renounced their plighted contracts have been trounced, and bills upon record been found, that falked the ladies to compound, and that, unless I miss the matter, is all the busness you look after. Besides, encounters at the bar are braver now than those in war, in which the law does execution with less disorder and confusion, has more of honor in tea, some hold, not like the new way, but the old, when those the pen had drawn together, decided quarrels with the feather, and winged arrows killed as dead, and more than bullets now of lead. So all their combats now as then, are managed chiefly by the pen, that does the feat with braver vigors, in words at length as well as figures, is judge of all the world performs involuntary feats of arms, and whatsoever is achieved in fight, determines which is wrong or right. For whether you prevail, or lose, all must be tried there in the close, and therefore 'tis not wise to shun what you must trust to ere why have done. The law, that settles all you do, and marries where you did but woo, that makes the most perfidious lover a lady, that's as false recover, and if it judge upon your side, will soon extend her for your bride, and put her person, goods, all lands, or which you like best, in your hands. For law's the wisdom of all ages, and managed by the ablest sages, who, though their busness at the bar be but a kind of civil war, in which th engage with fiercer dudgeons than ere the Grecians did and Trojans, they never manage the contest to impair their public interest, or by their controversies lessen the dignity of their profession, not like us brethren, who divide our commonwealth, the cause, and side. And though W are all as near of kindred as th outward man is to the inward, we agree in nothing but to wrangle about the slightest fingle-fangle, while lawyers have more sober sense than t argue at their own expense, but make their best advantages of others' quarrels, like the Swiss, and out of foreign controversies, by aiding both sides fill their purses, but have no interest in the cause for which th engage, and wage the laws, nor further prospect than their pay, whether they lose or win the day. And though they abounded in all ages, with sundry learned clerks and sages, though all their business be dispute, which way they canvass every suit, th have no disputes about their art, nor in polemics controvert, while all professions else are found with nothing but disputes t abound. Divines of all sorts and physicians, philosophers, mathematicians, the Galenist and Paracelsian, condemn the way each other deals in, anatomists dissect and mangle, to cut themselves out work to wrangle. Astrologers dispute their dreams, that in their sleeps they talk of schemes, and heralds stickle who got who, so many 100 years ago. But lawyers are too wise a nation t expose their trade to disputation, or make the busy rabble judges of all their secret piques and grudges, in which whoever wins the day, the whole profession s sure to pay. Beside, no mountebanks nor cheats dare undertake to do their feats, when in all other sciences they swarm, like insects, and increase. For what bigot durst ever draw, by inward light, a deed in law, or could hold forth by revelation an answer to a declaration? For those that meddle with their tools will cut their fingers if they are fools, and if you follow their advice in bills and answers and replies, they'll write a love letter in chancery, shall bring her upon oath to answer ye, and soon reduce her to be your wife, or make her weary of her life. The knight, who used with tricks and shifts to edify by Ralpo's gifts, but in appearance cried him down, to make them better seem his own, all plagiaries constant cause of sinking when they take a purse, resolved to follow his advice, but kept it from him by disguise, and after stubborn contradiction, to counterfeit his own conviction, and by transition fall upon the resolution as his own. Quoth he, this gambol thou advisest is of all others the unwisest, for if I think by law to gain her, there's nothing sillier or vainer. 'Tis but to hazard my pretence where nothing's certain, but th expense, to act against myself and traverse my suit and title to her favors, and if she should, which heaven forbid, o'erthrow me, as the fiddler did, what aftercost have I to take, gainst losing all I have at stake? He that with injury is grieved, and goes to law to be relieved, is sillier than a sottish chouse, who, when thief has robbed his house, applies himself to cunning men, to help him to his goods agin, when all he can expect to gain is but to squander more in vain. And yet I have no other way but is as difficult to play, for to reduce her by main force is now in vain, by fair means, worse, but worst of all to give her over, till she's as disparate to recover, for bad games are thrown up too soon, until th are never to be won. But since I have no other cost but is as bad t attempt, or worse, he that complies against his will, is of his own opinion still, which he may adhere to, yet disown, for reasons to himself best known, but 'tis not to be avoided now, for Sidraful resolves to sue, whom I must answer, I'll begin inevitably first with him, for I've received advertisement by times enough of his intent, and knowing he that first complains th advantage of the business gains, for courts of justice understand the plaintiff to be eldest hand, who what he pleases may aver, the other, nothing till he swear, is freely admitted to all grace and lawful favor by his place, and for his bringing custom in, has all advantages to win. I, who resolve to oversee no lucky opportunity, will go to council, to advise which way T encounter, or surprise. And after long consideration, have found out one to fit th occasion, most apt for what I have to do, as counsellor and justice too. And truly so, no doubt, he was, a lawyer fit for such a case. An old dull sot, who told the clock 207 for many years at Bridewell Dock, at Westminster, and Hicks's Hall, and Hixius Doctius played in all, where, in all governments and times, H had been both friend and foe to crimes, and us two equal ways of gaining, by hindering justice, or maintaining. To many a haw gave privilege, and whipped for want of quarterage, cartloads of bawds to prison sent, for being behind a fortnight's rent, and many a trusty pimp and crony to Puddle Dock, for want of money. 208 engagged the constable to seize all those that would not break the peace, nor give him back his own foul words, though sometimes commoners all lauds, and kept them prisoners of costs, for being sober at ill hours, that in the morning he might free or bind him over for his fee, made monsters fine, and puppet plays, 209 for leave to practice in their ways, farmed out all cheats and went a share with th Hedborough and Scavenger, and made the dirt ith streets compound for taking up the public ground, the kennel and the king's highway, for being unmolested, pay, let out the stocks and whipping post and cage to those that gave him most, imposed a tax on bakers' ears, and for false weights on chandeliers, made victuallers and vintners fine for arbitrary ale and wine, but was a kind and constant friend to all that regularly offend, as residentiary bawds, and brokers that receive stolen goods, that cheat in lawful mysteries, and pay church duties and his fees, but was implacable and awkward to all that interlopped and hawked. To this brave man the knight repairs for counsel in his law affairs, and found him mounted in his pew, with books and money placked for show, like nest eggs, to make clients lay, and for his false opinion pay, to whom the knight with comely grace put off his hat to put his case, which he as proudly entertained as th other courteously strained, and to assure him 'twas not that he looked for, bid him put on his hat. Quoth he, there is one Sidraffle whom I have cudgelled very well, and now he brags t have beaten me, better and better still, quoth he, and vows to stick me to a wall, where he meets me, best of all. 'Tis true, the knave has taken oath that I robbed him, well done in troth, when H has confessed he stole my cloak and picked my fob and what he took, which was the cause that made me bang him, and take my goods again, marry, hang him. Now whether I should beforehand swear he robbed me, I understand, or bring my action of conversion and trova for my goods, Hassan, or if 'tis better to indict, and bring him to his trial, right. Prevent what he designs to do and swear for th state against him. True, or whether he that is defendant in this case has the better end on t, who, putting in a new cross bill, may traverse th action? Better still. Then there's a lady too I marry, that's easily proved accessory, a widow, who by solemn vows contracted to me for my spouse, combined with him to break her word, and has abetted all, good laud, sub on th a faucid Sidraffle to tamper with the devil of hell, who put him into a horrid fear of my life, make that appear, made an assault with fiends and men upon my body, good agent, and kept me in a deadly fright and false imprisonment all night. Meanwhile they robbed me and my hoss and stole my saddle, worse and worse, and made me mount upon the bare ridge, to avoid a wretched miscarriage. Sir, quoth the lawyer, not to flatter ye, you have as good and fair a battery as heart can wish, and need not shame the proudest man alive to claim, for if th have used you as you say, marry, quoth I, God give you joy. I would it were my case, I'd give more than I'll say, or you'll believe. I would so trounce her and her purse, I'd make her kneel for better or worse, for matrimony and hanging here both go by destiny so clear, that you as sure may pick and choose as cross I win, and pile you lose, and if I durst, I would advance as much in ready maintenance as upon any case I've known, but we that practice dare not own. The law severely contrabands our taking busness off men's hands. 'Tis common barratry that bears point-blank an action gainst our ears, and corrupts them till there is not leather to stick a pin in left of either, for which some do the sum assault, and awe the bar, like tumblers, vault. But you may swear, at any rate, things not in nature, for the state, for in all courts of justice here, a witness is not said to swear, but make oath, that is, in plain terms, to fodge whatever he affirms. I thank you, quoth the knight, for that, because 'tis to my purpose pat, for justice, though she's painted blind, is to the weaker side inclined like charity, else right and wrong could never hold it out so long, and like blind fortune, with a slight convey men's interest, and right from Styles's pocket into Noakes's, 210, as easily as hocus pocus, play fast and loose, make men obnoxious and clear again, like Hixius Doctius. Then whether you would take her life, or but recover her for your wife, or be content with what she has, and let all other matters pass, the busness to the law s alone, the proof is all it looks upon, and you can want no witnesses to swear to anything you please, that hardly get their mere expenses by labor of their consciences, or letting out to hire their ears to affidavit customers, at inconsiderable values, to serve for jurymen or tallies, although retained in hardest matters of trustees and administrators. For that, quoth he, let me alone. W have store of such and all our own, bred up and tutored by our teachers, the ablest of conscience stretches. That's well, quoth he, but I should guess, by weighing all advantages, your surest way is first to pitch on Bonji for a water witch. 211, and when why have hanged the conjurer, why have time enough to deal with her? In interim, spare for no trepans to draw her neck into the bands, ply her with love letters and billets and bait 'em well, for quirks and quillets, with trains inveigle and surprise, her heedless answers and replies, and if she missed the mousetrap lines, they'll serve for other by designs, and make an artist understand to copy out her seal, or hand, or find void places in the paper to steal in something to entrap her. Till with her worldly goods and body, spite of her heart, she has endowed ye, retain all sorts of witnesses, that ply temple under trees, or walk the round, with knights posts about the cross-legged knights, their hosts, or wait for customers between the pillars rows in Lincoln's Inn, where vouchers, fodges, common bail, and affidavit men, ne'er fail exposed to sale all sorts of oaths, according to their ears and clothes, their only necessary tools, besides the gospel and their souls, and when wire furnished with all purveys, I shall be ready at your service. I would not give, quoth Hudibras, a straw to understand a case, without the admirable skill to wind and manage it at will, to veer, and tack, and steer a cause against the weather gauge of laws, and ring the changes upon cases as plain as noses upon faces, as you have well instructed me, for which you've earned, here 'tis your fee. I long to practice your advice and try the subtle artifice, to bait a letter as you bid, as not long after thus he did for having pumped up all his wit, and hummed upon it, thus he writ, Colof and Hudibras was published between 1663 and 1678 by Samuel Butler. This e-book was produced for Standard eBooks by Robin Whittleton, and is based on a transcription produced in 2004 by Donal O'Danachair and distributed proofreaders for Project Gutenberg and on digital scans from the Internet Archive. The cover page is adapted from Hudibras and Ralph Visiting the Astrologer, a painting completed in 1856 by William Fetts Douglas. The cover and title pages feature the League Spartan and Sots Mill Gaudy typefaces created in 2014 and 2009 by the League of Movable Type. This edition was released on July 8, 2025, 6:52 p.m., and is based on revision 92954 BD. The first edition of this ebook was released on May 26, 2021, 6:41 p.m. You can check for updates to this ebook, view its revision history, or download it for different e-reading systems at standardbooksorg/ebooks/Samuel Butler 1612 to 1680/Hudibras. The volunteer-driven Standard eBooks project relies on readers like you to submit typos, corrections, and other improvements. Anyone can contribute at Standard Booksorg. In notes, poets are born, not made. Right, I have raised a memorial more lasting than bronze. Right, for I have raised a work which neither the rage of Jupiter, nor fire, nor iron, nor consuming age can destroy. Right, they do not easily rise whose virtues are held back by the straitened circumstances of their home. Right, dudgeon. Who made the alterations in the last edition of this poem, I know not, but they are certainly sometimes for the worse, and I cannot believe the author would have changed a word so proper in that place as dudgeon for that of fury, as it is in the last edition. To take in dudgeon is inwardly to resent some injury or affront, a sort of grumbling in the gizzard, and what is previous to actual fury. Right, bind over to the sessions as being a justice of the peace in his county, as well as colonel of a regiment of foot in the Parliament's army, and a comiteeman. Right, Montaigne, in his essays, supposes his cat thought him a fool for losing his time in playing with her. Right, here again is an alteration without any amendment, for the following lines, and truly, so he was, perhaps not as a proselyte but for claps, are thus changed, and truly so, perhaps he was, 'tis many a pious Christian's case. The heathens had an odd opinion, and have a strange reason why Moses imposed the law of circumcision on the Jews, which, how untrue soever, I will give the learned reader an account of without translation, as I find it in the annotations upon Horace, wrote by my worthy and learned friend Mr. William Baxter, the great restorer of the ancient and promoter of modern learning. Curtis, quia pellicular imminuti sunt, quia Moses rex judiorum, cujus legibus regunta, negligentia, medicinaliter exectus est, et ni soles esset notabi omnes circumcidi voluit. Vet, Skull, vocum, quar insitia librariae exciderat reposuimus ex conjectura. Udi et medicinaliter exectus pro medicinales effectus qui nihil erant. Quis maeter igismodi convitia homini epicureo ac pagano excitus? Jur igita Henrico Gleriano, diaboli auganum vita. Etiam satira quinta hic habet. Constat omnia miracula certa ration feri, de quibus epicure prudentissime disputant. Right analytic is a pot of logic that teaches to decline and construe reason, as grammar does words. Right a confusion of languages, such as some of our modern virtuosi used to express themselves in. Right Cerberus, a name which poets give a dog with 3 heads, which they feigned dogkeeper of hell, that caressed the unfortunate souls sent thither, and devoured them that would get out again. Yet Hercules tied him up and made him follow. This dog with 3 heads denotes the past, the present, and the time to come, which receive and, as it were, devour all things. Hercules got the better of him, which shows that heroic actions are always victorious over time because they are present in the memory of posterity. Right Demosthenes, who is said to have had a defect in his pronunciation, which he cured by using to speak with little stones in his mouth. Right Tycho Brahe was an eminent Danish mathematician. Kerr, in Collier's Dictionary or elsewhere. Right Skeptic, Pyrrho was the chief of the skeptic philosophers, and was at first, as Apollodorus saith, a painter, then became the hearer of Dryzo, and at last the disciple of Anaxagoras, whom he followed into India to see the gymnosophists. He pretended that men did nothing but by custom. There was neither honesty nor dishonesty, justice nor injustice, good nor evil. He was very solitary, lived to be 90 years old, was highly esteemed in his country, and created chief priest. He lived in the time of Epicurus and Theophrastus, about the 120th Olympiad. His followers were called Phyrhonians, besides which they were named the Ephictics and Aphoretics, but more generally skeptics. This sect made their chiefest good to consist in a sedateness of mind, exempt from all passions, in regulating their opinions and moderating their passions, which they called ataxia and metriopathia, and in suspending their judgment in regard of good and evil, truth or falsehood, which they called apeci. Sextus Empiricus, who lived in the 2nd century, under the Emperor Antoninus Pius, writ 10 books against the mathematicians or astrologers, and 3 of the Phyrhonian opinion. The word is derived from the Greek sigma kappa epsilon pi tau omicron mu alpha iota, quod est, considera, specula. Right the old philosophers thought to extract notions out of natural things, as chimists do spirits and essences, and, when they had refined them into the nicest subtleties, gave them as insignificant names as those operators do their extractions, but, as Seneca says, the subtler things are they are but the nearer to nothing. So are all their definitions of things, by acts the nearer to nonsense. Right some authors have mistaken truth for a real thing, when it is nothing but a right method of putting those notions or images of things, in the understanding of man, into the same and order that their originals hold in nature, and therefore Aristotle says unumquam sicut habet secundum s, ita si habet secundum veritatum. Met. L. Roman 2. As everything has a secondary essence, therefore it has a secondary truth. Right some report in Nova Zembla, and Greenland, men's words are wont to be frozen in the air, and at the thaw may heard. Right here again is another alteration of 3 all lines, as I think for the worse. Some specific epithets were added to the title of some famous doctors, as angelicus, irrefragabilis, subtilis, angelic, unopposable, discriminating, etc. Vide voci etymologue. Balit jujamens discavans, and possivins apparatus. Right Thomas Aquinas, a Dominican friar, was born in 1224, and studied at Cologne and Paris. He new modelled the school divinity, and was therefore called the angelic doctor, and eagle of divines. The most illustrious persons of his time were ambitious of his friendship, and put a high value on his merits, so that they offered him bishoprics, which he refused with as much ardor as others seek after them. He died in the 50th year of his age, and was canonized by Pope John Roman XII. We have his works in 18 volumes, several times printed. Johannes Duns Scotus was a very learned man, who lived about the end of the 13th and beginning of the 14th century. The English and Scotch strive which of them shall have the honour of his birth. The English say, he was born in Northumberland. The Scots allege he was born at Duns, in the Mers, the neighbouring county to Northumberland, and hence was called Duns Scotus. Morey, Buchanan, and other Scotch historians are of this opinion, and for proof cite his epitaph, Scotia me genuit, Anglia secepit, Gallier edicuit, Germania tenet. Scotland bore me, England reared me, France instructed me, Germany kept me. He died at Cologne, November 8, 1308. In the supplement to Dr. Cave's Historia Literaria, he is said to be extraordinarily learned in physics, metaphysics, mathematics, and astronomy, that his fame was so great when at Oxford that 30,000 scholars came thither to hear his lectures, that when at Paris, his arguments and authority carried it for the Immaculate Conception of the Blessed Virgin, so that they appointed a festival on that account, and would admit us scholars to degrees, but such as were of this mind. He was a great opposer of Thomas Aquinas's doctrine, and for being a very acute logician, was called Doctor Subtilis, discriminating awe, literally, slender, teacher, which was the reason also that an old punster always called him the Lathy Doctor. Right Sorbonne was the first and most considerable college of the University of Paris, founded in time reign of St. Louis, by Robert Sorbonne, which name is sometimes given to the whole University of Paris, which was founded, about the year 741, by Charlemagne, at the persuasion of the learned Alcuinus, who was one of the first professors there, since which time it has been very famous. This college has been rebuilt with an extraordinary magnificence, at the charge of Cardinal Richelieu, and contains lodgings for 36 doctors, who are called the Society of Sorbonne. Those which are received among them, before they have received their doctor's degree, are only said to be of the hospitality of Sorbonne. Claude. Hemeraus de Ricard, Paris. Spondon in Annal. Right, there is nothing more ridiculous than the various opinions of authors about the seat of paradise. Sir Walter Raleigh has taken a great deal of pains to collect them, in the beginning of his History of the World, where those, who are unsatisfied, may be fully informed. Right Goropius Becanus endeavours to prove that High Dutch was the language that Adam and Eve spoke in paradise. Right Adam and Eve being made, and not conceived and formed in the womb, had no navels, as some learned men have supposed, because they had no need of them. Right music is said to be invented by Pythagoras, who first found out the proportion of notes from the sounds of hammers upon an anvil. Right Muhammad had a tame dove that used to pick seeds out of his ear, that it might be thought to whisper and inspire him. His ass was so intimate with him that the Muhammadans believed it carried him to heaven, and stays there with him to bring him back again. Right he made a vow never to cut his beard until the Parliament had subdued the king, of which order of fanatic votaries there were many in those times. Right Taliacotius was an Italian surgeon that found out a way to repair lost and decayed noses. This Taliacotius was chief surgeon to the great Duke of Tuscany, and wrote a treatise, De Curtis Membris, of cut pots which he dedicates to his great master, wherein he not only declares the models of his wonderful operations in restoring of lost members, but gives you cuts of the very instruments and ligatures he made use of therein. From hence our author, cum poetica licentia, has taken his simile. Right Aeneas was the son of Anchises and Venus, a Trojan, who after long travels came to Italy, and after the death of his father-in-law, Latinus, was made king of Latium and reigned 3 years. His story is too long to insert here, and therefore I refer you to Virgil's Aeneid. Troy being laid in ashes, he took his aged father Anchises upon his back, and rescued him from his enemies. But being too solicitous for his son and household gods, he lost his wife Crusa, which Mr. Dryden, in his excellent translation, thus expresseth: Haste, my dear father, 'tis no time to wait, and load my shoulders with a willing freight. Whate'er befalls, your life shall be my care, one death or one deliverance we will share. My hand shall lead our little son, and you, my faithful consort, shall our steps pursue. Right who this author was and whether any ever reigned in Britain has been doubted heretofore, and is by some to this very day. However, the history of him, which makes him one of the 9 worthies of the world, is a subject sufficient for the poet to be pleasant upon. Right the capital city of New Castile, in Spain, with an archbishopric and primacy. It was very famous, amongst other things, for tempering the best metal for swords, as Damascus was, and perhaps maybe still. Right Oliver Cromwell and Colonel Pride had been both brewers. Right Julius Caesar had a horse with feet like a man's. Udibater equo insigni, pedibus prop humanis, et in modum digitorum ungulis fissus. He rode a horse with this distinction: it had feet like a man's, having the hooves split like toes, suet. In Jull. Cap. 61 Right Dido, Queen of Carthage, who bought as much land as she could compass with an ox's hide, which she cut into small thongs, and cheated the owner of so much ground as served her to build Carthage upon. Right Aeneas, whom Virgil reports to use a golden bow for a pass to hell, and tailors call that place hell where they put all they steal. Right read the great geographical dictionary, under that word. Right talisman is a device to destroy any sort of vermin, by casting their images in metal, in a precise minute, when the stars are perfectly inclined to do them all the mischief they can. This has been experienced by some modern virtuosi upon rats, mice, and fleas, and found, as they affirm, to produce the effect with admirable success. Raymond Lully interprets cabal, out of the Arabic, to signify scientia superabundans, which his commentator, Cornelius Agrippa, by overmagnifying, has rendered a very superfluous foppery. Right, the author of Magerademiker, endeavors to prove the learning of the ancient Magi to be derived from that knowledge which God himself taught Adam in paradise before the fall. Right, the intelligible world is a kind of terra del fuego, or Sitacorum regio, land of parrots, etc., discovered only by the philosophers, of which they talk, like parrots, what they do not understand. Right, no nation in the world is more addicted to this occult philosophy than the wild Irish are, as appears by the whole practice of their lives, of which see Camden in his description of Ireland. Right, they who would know more of Sir Cornelius Agrippa, here meant, may consult the great dictionary. Right, anthroposophis is only a compound Greek word, which signifies a man that is wise in the knowledge of men, as is used by some anonymous author to conceal his true name. Dr. Floud was a sort of an English Rosicrucian, whose works are extant, and as intelligible as those of Jacob Behmen. Right, the fraternity of the Rosicrucians is very like the sect of the ancient Gnostici, who called themselves so from the excellent learning they pretended to, although they were really the most ridiculous sots of mankind. Vir adeptus is one that has commenced in their fanatic extravagance. Right, this Vicars was a man of as great interest and authority in the late Reformation as Prynne or Withers, and as able a poet. He translated Virgil's Aeneas into as horrible travesty in earnest, as the French Scaroon did in burlesque, and was only outdone in his way by the politic author of Oceana. Right, this speech is set down as it was delivered by the knight, in his own words. But since it is below the gravity of heroical poetry to admit of humour, but all men are obliged to speak wisely alike, and too much of so extravagant a folly would become tedious and impertinent, the rest of his harangues have only his sense expressed in other words, unless in some few places, where his own words could not be so well avoided. Right, synoctomachus signifies no thing in the world but a fight between dogs and bears, though both the learned and ignorant agree that in such words very great knowledge is contained, and our knight, as one, or both, of these, was of the same opinion. Right, a varincate, another of the same kind which, though it appear ever so learned and profound, means nothing else but the weeding of corn. Right, the history of the white elephant and the monkey's tooth, which the Indians adored, is written by Mons. Leblanc. This monkey's tooth was taken by the Portuguese from those that worshipped it, and though they offered a vast ransom for it, yet the Christians were persuaded by their priests rather to burn it. But as soon as the fire was kindled, all the people present were not able to endure the horrible stink that came from it, as if the fire had been made of the same ingredients with which seamen used to compose that kind of granados, which they call stinkades. Right, boutfuse is a French word, and therefore it were uncivil to suppose any English person, especially of quality, ignorant of it, or so ill-bred as to need an exposition. Right, Mameluke is the name of the militia of the sultans of Egypt. It signified a servant or soldier. They were commonly captives taken from amongst the Christians and instructed in military discipline, and did not marry. Their power was great, for besides that the sultans were chosen out of their body, they disposed of the most important offices of the kingdom. They were formidable about 200 years, till at last Selim, sultan of the Turks, routed them, and killed their sultan, near Aleppo, 1516, and so put an end to the empire of Mamelukes, which had lasted 267 years. No question but the rhyme to Mameluke was meant Sir Samuel Luke, of whom in the preface. Right, our English proverbs are not impertinent to this purpose. He that woos a maid must seldom come in her sight, but he that woos a widow must woo her day and night. He that woos a maid must feign, lie, and flatter, but he that woos a widow must down with his breeches and at her. This proverb being somewhat a modist, Mr. Ray says he would not have inserted it in his collection, but that he met with it in a little book, entitled The Quaker's Spiritual Cot Proclaimed, written by Nathaniel Smith, student in physic, wherein the author mentions it as counsel given him by Hilkiah Bedford, an eminent Quaker in London, who would have had him to have married a rich widow in whose house he lodged. In case he could get her, this Nathaniel Smith had promised Hilkiah a chamber gratis. The whole narrative is worth the reading. Right tullulation and succusation are only Latin words for ambling and trotting, though I believe both were natural amongst the old Romans, since I never read they made use of the trammel or any other art to pace their hosses. Right, the American Indians call a great bird they have, with a white head, a penguin, which signifies the same thing in the British tongue. From whence, with other words of the same kind, some authors have endeavored to prove that the Americans are originally derived from the Britons. Right, Phasalia is a city of Thessaly, famous for the battle won by Julius Caesar against Pompey the Great in the neighboring plains, in the 607th year of Rome, of which read Lucan's Phasalia. Right, Chiron, a centaur, son to Saturn and Philaris, living in the mountains where, being much given to hunting, he became very knowing in the virtues of plants and one of the most famous physicians of his time. He imparted his skill to Aesculapius, and was afterwards Apollo's governor, until being wounded by Hercules, and desiring to die, Jupiter placed him in heaven, where he forms the sign of Sagittarius, or the Archer. Write the whole history of this ancient ceremony you may read at large in Dr. Plott's History of Staffordshire, under the town Tutbury. Write for the history of Pegu, read Mandelsa and Olarius's Travels. Write Paris Garden in Southwark took its name from the possessor. Write Promethean fire. Prometheus was the son of Iapetus and brother of Atlas, concerning whom the poets have feigned that having first formed men of the earth and water, he stole fire from heaven to put life into them, and that having thereby displeased Jupiter, he commanded Vulcan to tie him to Mount Caucasus with iron chains, and that a vulture should prey upon his liver continually. But the truth of the story is that Prometheus was an astrologer, and constant in observing the stars upon that mountain, and that, among other things, he found the art of making fire, either by the means of a flint, or by contracting the sunbeams in a glass. Bochat will have Magog, in the scripture, to be the Prometheus of the pagans. He here and before sarcastically derides those who were great admirers of the sympathetic powder and weapon salve, which were in great repute in those days, and much promoted by the great Sir Kenelm Digby, who wrote a treatise ex professo on that subject, and I believe, thought what he wrote to be true, which since has been almost exploded out of the world. Right, Cossacks are a people that live near Poland. This name was given them for their extraordinary nimbleness, for kosa. A kosa, in the Polish tongue, signifies a goat. He that would know more of them may read Lalabior and Tholdenus. Right, this custom of the Huns is described by Ammianus Marcellinus, Honey semicruda cujusvis pecoris con vescunta, quasi inter femora sua et equorum turga subsertum, califacient brevi. p. 686. The Huns stout-heartedly eat half-raw meat, which is wanned briefly by being held between their thighs and their horses' backs. Write the story in Leblanc of a bear that married a king's daughter is no more strange than many others in most travellers that pass with allowance, for if they should write nothing but what is possible or probable, they might appear to have lost their labour, and observed nothing but what they might have done as well at home. Write Roger Bacon and Merlin. See Collier's Dictionary. Write two notorious women, the last was known here by the name of Moll Cutpurse. Write Penthesile, queen of the Amazons, succeeded Orythia. She carried succours to the Trojans, and after having given noble proofs of her bravery, was killed by Achilles. Pliny saith, it was she that invented the battle-axe. If anyone desire to know more of the Amazons, let him read Mr. Sanson. Write the old Romans had particular oaths for men and women to swear by, and therefore Macrobius says, Viri per castorum non jurabant antiquitas, nec mulieres per Herculum. Oedipal autem juramentum erat tum mulieribus, quam viris commune, etc. Men did not swear by Castor in ancient times, nor women by Hercules. However, women swore by Oedipal as much as men did. Right, two formidable women at arms in romances that were cudgelled into love by their gallants. Right, Gundabet is a feigned name, made use of by Sir William Davenant in his famous epic poem, so called, wherein you may find also that of his mistress. This poem was designed by the author to be an imitation of the English drama, it being divided into 5 books as the other is into 5 acts, the cantos to be parallel of the scenes, with this difference that this is delivered narratively, the other dialogue-wise. It was ushered into the world by a large preface, written by Mr. Hobbes, and by the pens of 2 of our best poets, viz., Mr. Waller and Mr. Cowley, which one would have thought might have proved a sufficient defense and protection against snarling critics. Notwithstanding which, 4 eminent wits of that age, 2 of which were Sir John Denham and Mr. Donne, published several copies of verses to Sir William's discredit, under this title, certain verses written by several of the author's friends, to be reprinted with the 2nd edition of Gundabet in 8 voland. 1653. These verses were as wittily answered by the author. Under this title, the incomparable poem of Gundabet vindicated from the wit combat of 4 esquires, Clinias, Damotas, Sancho, and Jack Pudding, printed in 8 voland. 1665, Vide Langbane's account of dramatic poets. Right, Eastrum is not only a Greek word for madness, but signifies also a gadbee or horsefly that torments cattle in the summer, and makes them run about as if they were mad. Right, some few days after the king had accused the 5 members of treason in the House of Commons, great crowds of the rabble came down to Westminster Hall, with printed copies of the protestation tied in their hats like favours. Right, the 6 members were the Lord Kimbolton, Mr. Pym, Mr. Hollies, Mr. Hampden, Sir Arthur Haslerig, and Mr. Stroud, whom the king ordered to be apprehended and their papers seized, charging them of plotting with the Scots and favouring the late tumults. But the House voted against the arrest of their persons or papers, whereupon the king having preferred articles against those members, he went with his guard to the House to demand them, but they, having notice, withdrew. Right, abusive or insulting had been better, but our knight believed the learned language more convenient to understand in than his own mother tongue. Right, the convocation, in one of the short parliaments that ushered in the long one, as dwarfs are wont to do knights-errant, made an oath to be taken by the clergy for observing canonical obedience, in which they enjoined their brethren, out of the abundance of their consciences, to swear to articles with, etc. Right, the Holy League in France, designed and made for the extirpation of the Protestant religion, was the original out of which the Solemn League and Covenant here was, with the difference only of circumstances, most faithfully transcribed. Nor did the success of both differ more than the intent and purpose, for after the destruction of vast numbers of people of all sorts, both ended with the murder of 2 kings, whom they had both sworn to defend, and as our Covenanters swore every man to run one before another in the way of reformation, so did the French, in the Holy League, to fight to the last drop of blood. Right, staving and trailing are terms of art used in the bear garden, and signify they're only the potting of dogs and bears, though they are used metaphorically in several other professions, for moderating, as law, divinity, hectoring, etc. Right, Prynne, Bastwick, and Burton, who laid down their ears as proxies for their profession of the godly party, not long after maintained their right and title to the pillory to be as good and lawful as theirs who first of all took possession of it in their names. Right, Pygmalion, king of Tyre, was the son of Maginus, or Mechas, whom he succeeded, and lived 56 years, whereof he reigned 47. Dido, his sister, was to have governed with him, but it was pretended the subjects thought it not convenient. She married Sychaeus, who was the king's uncle, and very rich, wherefore he put him to death, and Dido soon after departed the kingdom. Poets say Pygmalion was punished for the hatred he bore to women with the love he had to a statue. Right, pantaloons and pot cannons were some of the fantastic fashions wherein we aped the French. At quisquis insula satis Britannica sic patriar insolens fastidiat suum, ut ma simii labrat finga, et emulari Gallicas ineptias, et omni Gallo ego hunc opiner ebrium, ergo ex Britanno, ut Gallus est nidita, sic di jubit, fiat ex Gallo capus. Gallus is a river in Phrygia, rising out of the mountains of Selene, and discharging itself into the river Sanja, the water of which is of that admirable quality, that, being moderately drank, it purges the brain, and cures madness, but largely drank it makes men frantic. Pliny, Horatius. Right, a learned divine in King James's time wrote a polemic work against the Pope, and gave it that unlucky nickname of the Pope's bull-baited. Right Smectymnews was a club of 5 parliamentary holdesforth, the characters of whose names and talents were by themselves expressed in that senseless and insignificant word. They wore handkerchiefs about their necks for a mark of distinction, as the officers of the Parliament army then did, which afterwards degenerated into carnal cravats. About the beginning of the Long Parliament, in the year 1641, these 5 wrote a book against episcopacy and the Common Prayer, to which they all subscribed their names, being Stephen Marshall, Edmund Calamy, Thomas Young, Matthew Newcomen, and William Spurstow, and from thence they and their followers were called Smectymnians. They are remarkable for another pious book, which they wrote some time after that, entitled The King's Cabinet Unlocked, wherein all the chaste and endearing expressions, in the letters that passed betwixt His Majesty King Charles I and his royal consort, are by these painful labourers in the devil's vineyard turned into burlesque and ridicule. Their books were answered with as much calmness and genteelness of expression, and as much learning and honesty, by the Rev. Mr. Symonds, then a deprived clergyman, as theirs was stuffed with malice, spleen, and rascally invectives. Right, this relates to the story of Pope Joan, who was called John Roman VIII. Plotina saith she was of English extraction, but born at Mentz, who, having disguised herself like a man, travelled with her paramour to Athens, where she made such progress in learning, that coming to Rome, she met with few that could equal her. So that, on the death of Pope Leo Roman IV, she was chosen to succeed him, but being got with child by one of her domestics, her travail came upon her between the Colossian Theatre and St. Clement's, as she was going to the Lateran Church, and died upon the place, having sat 2 years, 1 month, and 4 days, and was buried there without any pomp. He owns that, for the shame of this, the popes decline going through this street to the Lateran, and that, to avoid the like error, when any pope is placed in the porphyry chair, his genitals are felt by the youngest deacon, through a hole made for that purpose. But he supposes the reason of that to be, to put him in mind that he is a man, and obnoxious to the necessities of nature, whence he will have the seat to be called seed stercoraria. Right vitilitigation is a word the knight was passionately in love with, and never failed to use it upon all occasions, and therefore to omit it, when it fell in the way, bad argued too great a neglect of his learning and parts, though it means no more than a perverse humour of wrangling. Right disparator are things separate and unlike, from the Latin word despair. Right the beginning of this second part may perhaps seem strange and abrupt to those who do not know that it was written on purpose in imitation of Virgil, who begins the Roman IV book of his Aeneads in the very same manner, at Regina Gravi, etc. And this is enough to satisfy the curiosity of those who believe that invention and fancy ought to be measured, like cases in law, by precedents, or else they are in the power of the critic. Right, the history of the Duke of Saxony is not so strange as that of a bishop, his countryman, who was quite eaten up with rats and mice. Right, Pyrrhus, king of Epirus, as Pliny says, had this occult quality in his toe, policis in dextro pede tactu lenosis medibeta, L. 7, C. 11. Right, cataster is but a pair of stocks in English. But heroical poetry must not admit of any vulgar word, especially of paltry signification, and therefore some of our modern authors are fain to import foreign words from abroad, that were never before heard of in our language. Right, Madame Bennet's. Right, the ancient writers of the lives of saints were of the same sort of people who first writ of knight-errantry. And as in the one, they rendered the brave actions of some great persons ridiculous, by their prodigious lies, and sottish way of describing them, so they have abused the piety of some devout persons, by imposing such stories on them as this upon St. Francis. Right, the history of Pasiphae is common enough. Only this may be observed, that though she brought the bull a son and heir, yet the husband was fain to father it, as appears by the name, perhaps because being an island, he was within the far seas when the infant was begotten. Right, Albertus Magnus was a Swedish bishop, who wrote a very learned work, De Secretis Mulierum. Right, Pliny in his Natural History affirms that uni animalium homini oculi depraventa unda cognomina strabonum et pitorum. Lib 2. Right, the tradition of Friar Bacon and the brazen head is very commonly known, and, considering the times he lived in, is not much more strange than what another great philosopher of his name has delivered up of a ring, that being tied in a string, and held like a pendulum in the middle of a silver bowl, will vibrate of itself, and tell exactly against the sides of the divining cup. The same thing with time is, time was, etc. Right, American Indians, among whom The same authors affirm, there are others whose skulls are so soft, to use their own words, ut digito perforari possunt. Write Jupiter's oracle in Epirus, near the city of Dodona, ubi nemis erat Jovis acrum. Corneum Tottenham, in quo Jovis Dodonii templum fuis narrata. Right Semiramis, queen of Assyria, is said to be the first that invented eunuchs. Semiramis teneros mes castravit omnium prima. Marcel 1, 34, p. 12, which is something strange in a lady of her constitution, who is said to have received horses into her embraces, but that, perhaps, may be the reason why she afterwards thought men not worth the while. Right Sir K.D., in his Book of Bodies, who has this story of the German boy, which he endeavors to make good by several natural reasons, by which those who have the dexterity to believe what they please may be fully satisfied of the probability of it. Right Xerxes, who used to whip the seas and wind, in aerum ac urum solitus si via flagellis. Jove. Sat. 10 right in Poticu, stoicorum scholar Athenes, discipulorum seditionibus mil quadragenti trigenta cives interfecti sunt. Diog. Lit. In Vita Zenonis, p. 383. 1,430 citizens were killed in the quarrels of the disciples in the potch of the Stoic school of Athens. Those old virtuosos were better proficients in those exercises than modern, who seldom improve higher than cuffing and kicking. Right bonum is such a kind of animal as our modern virtuosi from Don Quixote will have windmills under sail to be. The same authors are of opinion that all ships are fishes while they are afloat, but when they are run on ground, all laid up in the dock, become ships again. Right, the history of the cobbler had been attested by persons of good credit, who were upon the place when it was done. Right, the knight was kept prisoner in Exeter, and after several exchanges proposed, but none accepted of, was at last released for a barrel of ale, as he often used to declare. Right et sibi consul me placat, curu servis potator eodum, and it pleased the consul to have me carried as a slave in his chariot. Right tunica coccinea solbat prediquam dimicandum esset, super praetorium pony, quasi admonito, et indicium futuri pugni. The praetors wore scarlet tunics on the day before the battle, for a warning and a portent of the future. Lipsius in Tacitus p. 56 write that the Roman emperors were wont to have torches borne before them by day, appears by Herodian in Pertinus. Lipsius in Tacitus p. 16. Write c. Caesar susensins, propta curam verendis viis non adhibitem, luto jussit opulri congesto per milites in pretexti sinem. Sueton, in Vespers, c. 5 write the witch finder in Suffolk, who, in the Presbyterian times, had a commission to discover witches, of whom right or wrong, he caused 60 to be hanged within the compass of year, and among the rest the old minister, who been a painful preacher for many years. Right in the beginning of the civil wars of Flanders, the common people of Antwerp in a tumult broke open the cathedral church, to demolish images and shrines, and did so much mischief in a small time that Strada writes, there were several devils seen very busy among them, otherwise it had been impossible. Right, this devil at Moskin delivered all his oracles, like his forefathers, in verse, which he sung to tunes. He made several lampoons upon the Huguenots, and foretold them many things which afterwards came to pass, as may be seen his memoirs, written in French. Right, the history of Dr. D and the Devil, published by Mercasaubin. Isaac Phil, Prebendary of Canterbury, has a large account of all those passages, in which the style of the true and false angels appears to be penned by one and the same person. The Nun of Laudon, in France, and all her tricks, have been seen by many persons of quality of this nation, yet living, who have made very good observations upon the French book written on that occasion. Right, a committee of the Long Parliament, sitting in the King's House in Woodstock Park, were terrified with several apparitions, the particulars whereof were then the news of the whole nation. Right Withers has a long story, in Doggerel, of a soldier in the King's army, who being a prisoner at Salisbury, and drinking a health to the devil upon his knees, was carried away by him through a single pane of glass. Right, Roger Bacon, commonly called Friar Bacon, lived in the reign of Edward I, and for some little skill he had in the mathematics, was by the rabble accounted a conjurer, and had the sottish story of the brazen head fathered upon him by the ignorant monks of those days. Robert Grosthead was Bishop of Lincoln in the of Henry Roman III. He was a learned man for those times, and for that reason suspected by the clergy to be a conjurer, for which crime, being degraded by Pope Innocent Roman IV, and summoned to appear at Rome, he appealed to the tribunal of Christ, which our lawyers say is illegal, if not a praemunia, for offering to sue in a foreign court. Right, Aristophanes, in his Comedy of the Clouds, brings in Socrates and Chaerephon, measuring the leap of a flea from the one's beard to the other's. Right, this Fisk was a famous astrologer, who flourished about the time of Subtile and Face, and was equally celebrated by Ben Jonson. Right, this experiment was tried by some foreign virtuosos, who planted a piece of ordnance point-blank against the zenith, and having fired it, the bullet never rebounded back again, which made them all conclude that it sticks in the mark, but Descartes was of opinion that it does but hang in the air. Right, this Sedgwick had many persons, and some of quality, that believed in him, and prepared to keep the day of judgment with him, but were disappointed, for which the false prophet was afterwards called by the name of Doomsday Sedgwick. Right, this compendious new way of magic is affirmed by Monsieur Leblanc, in his travels, to be used in the East Indies. Right, Paracelsus is said to have kept a small devil prisoner in the pummel of his sword, which was the reason, perhaps, why he was so valiant in his drink. Howsoever, it was to better purpose than Hannibal carried poison in his, to dispatch himself. For the sword alone would have done the feat much better, and more soldier-like, and it was below the honor of so great a commander, to go out of the world like a rat. Right, Cornelius Agrippa had a dog which was suspected to be a spirit. For some tricks he was wont to do beyond the capacity of a dog, as it was thought. But the author of Mater Ademica has taken a great deal of pains to vindicate both the doctor and the dog from the aspersion, in which he has shown a very great respect and kindness for them both. Right, averwar astronomium propter eccentricos contempsit. Averros despised the eccentricities of astronomy. Phil. Melanchthon in Elim. Phil. P. 781. Right, Astyges, king of Media, had this dream of his daughter Mandane, and the interpretation of the Magi, wherefore he married her to a Persian of mean quality, by whom she had Cyrus, who conquered all Asia, and translated the empire from the Medes to the Persians. Cf. Hero. L. 1. Right, fiant aliquando prodigiosi, et longias solus defectus, quals oxissa dictata Caesar et Antoniano bello, totius anni palla continuo. Other miracles occurred, and the sun was dimmed for a longer time, for example, at the death of the dictator Caesar, and the Antonine War, its dimness continued for a whole year. Phil. Right, divus Augustus levum sibi prodidit calcium preposter indutum, qua die sedition militum prop afflictus est. The divine Augustus put on his left boot before the right one. That same day he was afflicted by a mutiny of the soldiers. Phil. L. 2 Right, Romani L. Crasso et C. Mario Cos. Bubone viso album lustrabant. The Romans L. Crasso and Mario Cos ritually purified the country from the evil influence caused by seeing the owl. Right, Anaxagoras affirmabat solum candens ferrum s, et Peloponneso majorum, lunam habitacular in C haba, et calls, et vals. Furta dixis celum omni ex lapidibus s compositum, damnatus et in exilium pulsus est, quod impi solum candentum luminam est dixisset. Anaxagoras stated that the sun was made of white-hot iron, and bigger than the Peloponnese. The moon had buildings and hills and valleys. He was so carried away that he said that the whole sky was made of stone. He was condemned and driven into exile for speaking impiously about the pure white light of the sun. Diog. Lit. In Anaxag. P. 11, 13 Right, Egyptii decem miliar anorum et amplius recensent, et observatum est in hoc tanto spatio, bis mutator s locer otuum et occasium solis, iter ut sol bis autus sit ubi nunc occidit, et bis descenderit ubi nunc orita. The Egyptians have records for 10,000 years and more, and it has been observed that during this space of time, the rising and setting places of the sun have changed twice, so that twice the sun has risen where it now sets, and twice set where it now rises. Phil. Melancht. Lib. 1 p. 60 Right, casa quae coelum non cadit, secundum empedoclum, est velocitas sui motus. The reason the sky does not fall is, according to Empedocles, the speed it is moving at. Comment. In Lib. 2 Arist. De Celo, Right, Plato solum, et lunam ceteris planetis inferiors est putavit. Plato believed that the sun and moon were lower than the other planets. G. Gunnin in Cosmog. L1. P. 11 Right, Copernicus in Libris Revolutionum, deigned Reinholdus, post etiam stadius mathematici nobiles perspicuis demonstrationibus docurunt, solis absida terris est propiorum, quam tolmi etate duodecim patibus, i.e. uno et trigenta terris semidiameteris. Copernicus in his Book of Revolutions, and afterwards Reinholdus, very cleverly showed by mathematical means that the perihelion of the earth was become nearer in the 12th century since Ptolemy, that is, 31 times the radius of the earth. Jo. Bud. Met. Hist. P. 455 right putet codinus, ab extrema cauda halices su majoris ursi omni magnum imperium pendia. Codinus believed that the fate of every great empire depended on the end of the tail of the thumb or great bear. Jo. Bud. Met. Hist. P. 325 right Chaldei jactant C quadringentus septuaginter, anorum miliar in Periclitandes, experiendisque purorum animus possuis. The Chaldeans alleged that they were 40 or 70,000 years in experiments to possess the souls of boys. Cicero right druidi pecuniam mutuo, accipabant in posterior vita reditari. The Druids accepted money from one another to be repaid in the next life. Patricius Tom. 2p. 9 right. There was a notorious idiot, that is here described by the name and character of Watcham, who counterfeited a second part of Hudibras, as untowardly as Captain Poe, who could not write himself, and yet made a shift to stand on the pillory for forging other men's hands, as his fellow Watcham no doubt deserved. In whose abominable doggerel this story of Hudibras and a French mountebank at Brentford Fair is as properly described. Right, the device of the vibration of a pendulum was intended to settle a certain measure of ells and yards, etc., that should have its foundation in nature, all the world over. For by swinging a weight at the end of a string, and calculating by the motion of the sun, or any star, how long the vibration would last, in proportion to the length of the string, and the weight of the pendulum, they thought to reduce it back again, and from any part of time to compute the exact length of any string that must necessarily vibrate into so much space of time. So that if a man should ask in China for a quarter of an hour of satin, or taffeta, they would know perfectly what it meant, and all mankind learn a new way to measure things, no more by the yard, foot, or inch, but by the hour, quarter, and minute. Right as the devil is the spiritual prince of darkness, so is the constable the secular, who governs the night with as great authority as his colleague, but far more imperiously. Right, Caligula was one of the emperors of Rome, son of Germanicus and Agrippina. He would needs pass for a god, and had the heads of the ancient statues of the gods taken off, and his own placed on in their stead, and used to stand between the statues of Casta and Pollux to be worshipped, and often bragged of lying with the moon. Right, philters were love potions, reported to be much in request in former ages, but our true knight-errant hero made use of no other, but what his noble achievements by his sword produced. Right, ordeal trials were, when supposed criminals, to discover their innocence, went over several red-hot coulter irons. These were generally such whose chastity was suspected, as the Vestal virgins, etc. Right, the young Spaniards signalized their valor before the Spanish ladies at bull feasts, which often prove very hazardous, and sometimes fatal to them. It is performed by attacking of a wild bull, kept on purpose, and let loose at the combatant, and he that kills most carries the laurel, and dwells highest in the lady's favor. Right, his exterior ears were gone before, and so out of danger, but by inward ears is here meant his conscience. Right, Stentrophen, a speaking trumpet, by which the voice may be heard at a great distance, very useful at sea. Right, this alludes to some abject leches, who used to be disciplined with amorous lashes by their mistresses. Right, Hermes Trismegistus, an Egyptian philosopher, and said to have lived anno mundi 2076, in the reign of Ninus, after Moses. He was a wonderful philosopher, and proved that there was but one God, the creator of all things, and was the author of several most excellent and useful inventions. But those hermetic men here mentioned, though the pretended sectators of this great man, are nothing else but a wild and extravagant sort of enthusiasts, who make a hodgepodge of religion and philosophy, and produce nothing but what is the object of every considering person's contempt. Right, Potosi is a city of Peru, the mountains whereof afford great quantities of the finest silver in all the Indies. Right, villanage was an ancient tenure, by which the tenants were obliged to perform the most abject and slavish services for their lords. Right, the Indian women, richly attired, are carried in a splendid and pompous machine to the funeral pile where the bodies of their deceased husbands are to be consumed, and they voluntarily throw themselves into it and expire. And such as refuse, their virtue is ever after suspected, and they live in the utmost contempt. Right, it was the opinion of Pythagoras and his followers that the soul transmigrated, as they termed it, into all the diverse species of animals, and so was differently disposed and affected, according to their different natures and constitutions. Right, the Chinese men of quality, when their wives are brought to bed, are nursed and tended with as much care as women here, and are supplied with the best strengthening and nourishing diet in order to qualify them for future services. Right, the sirens, according to the poets, were 3 sea monsters, half women and half fish. Their names were Parthenope, Lignier, and Leucosia. Their usual residence was about the island of Sicily, where, by the charming melody of their voices, they used to detain those that heard them, and then transform them into some sort of brute animals. Right, naturalists report that if a male and female mandrake lie near each other, there will often be heard a sort of murmuring noise. Right, the equinoctial divides the globe into north and south. Right, the Amazons were women of Scythia, of heroic and great achievements. They suffered no men to live among them, but once every year used to have conversation with men of the neighboring countries, by which if they had a male child, they presently either killed or crippled it. But if a female, they brought it up to the use of arms, and burnt off one breast, leaving the other to suckle girls. Right, Diana's nymphs, all of whom vowed perpetual virginity, and were much celebrated for the exact observation of their vow. Right, Lucna's lane some years ago swarmed with notoriously lascivious and profligate strumpets. Right, demanding the clergy of her belly, which, for the reasons of falsehood, is pleaded in excuse by those who take the liberty to oblige themselves and friends. Right, 2 famous and valiant princes of this country, the one a Saxon, the other a Dane. Right, the Lapland Magi. The Laplanders are an idolatrous people, far north, and it is very credibly reported by authors and persons that have traveled in their country that they do perform things incredible by what is vulgarly called magic. Right, in allusion to cauterizing in apoplexies, etc. Right, the moon influences the tides and predominates over all humid bodies, and persons distempered in mind are called lunatics. Right, the Centaurs were a people of Thessaly, and supposed to be the first managers of horses, and the neighboring inhabitants, never having seen any such thing before, fabulously reported them monsters, half men and half horses. Right, Sophi is at present the name of the kings of Persia, not superadded, as Pharaoh was to the kings of Egypt, but the name of the family itself and religion of Hali, whose descendants by Fatima's, Muhammad's daughter, took the name of Sophi. Right, peccadillos were stiff pieces that went about the neck, and round about the shoulders to pin the band, worn by persons nice in dressing, but his wooden one is a pillory. Right, criminals in their indictments are charged with not having the fear of God before their eyes, but being led by the instigation of the devil. Right, when they return the excommunication into the chancery, there is issued out a writ against the person. Right, excommunication, which deprives men from being members of the visible church, and formally delivers them up to the devil. Right, an insect breeze. Breezes often bring along with them great quantities of insects, which some are of opinion are generated from viscous exhalations in the air, but our author makes them proceed from a cow's dung, and afterwards become a plague to that whence it received its original. Right, the Magi were priests and philosophers among the Persians, entrusted with the government both civil and ecclesiastic, much addicted to the observation of the stars. Zoroaster is reported to be their first author. They had this custom amongst them to preserve and continue their families by incestuous copulation with their own mothers. Some are of opinion that the 3 wise men that came out of the east to worship our Savior were some of these. Right, St. Michael, an archangel, mentioned in St. Jude's epistle, verse 9. Right, William Prynne, of Lincoln's Inn, Esk, Bonnet Swanswick, who styled himself a barrister, a very warm person and voluminous writer, and after the Restoration, keeper of the records in the Tower. Right, it is reported of the Dutch women that making so great use of stoves, and often putting them under their petticoats, they engender a kind of ugly monster, which is called a sootikin. Right, at the building of the Tower of Babel, when God made the confusion of languages. Right, at Oliver's death was a most furious tempest, such as had not been known in the memory of man, or hardly ever recorded to have been in this nation. This story reported something ridiculously fabulous concerning Oliver, not unlike what Proculus did of Romulus. Right after the Restoration, Oliver's body was dug up, and his head set at the farther end of Westminster Hall, near which place there is an house of entertainment, which is commonly known by the name of heaven. Right, a Roman senator, whose name was Proculus, and much beloved by Romulus, made oath before the Senate that this prince appeared to him after his death, and predicted the future grandeur of that city, promising to be protector of it, and expressly charged him that he should be adored there under the name of Quirinus, and he had his temple on Mount Quirinale. Right, Oliver's eldest son Richard was, by him before his death, declared his successor, and by order of Privy Council, proclaimed Lord Protector, and received the compliments of congratulation and condolence at the same time from the Lord Mayor and Court of Aldermen. And addresses were presented to him from all parts of the nation, promising to stand by him with their lives and fortunes. He summoned a parliament to meet at Westminster, which recognized him Lord Protector. Yet, notwithstanding, Fleetwood, Desborough, and their partisans managed affairs so that he was obliged to resign. Right, John of Leyden, whose name was Buckhold, was a butcher of the same place, but a crafty, eloquent, and seditious fellow, and one of those called Anabaptists. He went and set up at Munster, where, with Nippedoling and others of the same faction, they spread their abominable errors, and run about the streets in enthusiastical raptures, crying, "Repent and be baptized," pronouncing dismal woes against all those that would not embrace their tenets. About the year 1533, they broke out into an open insurrection, and seized the palace and magazines, and grew so formidable that it was very dangerous for those who were not of their persuasion to dwell in Munster. But at length, he and his associates being subdued and taken, he was executed at Munster, had his flesh pulled off by 2 executioners with red-hot pincers for the space of an hour, and then run through with a sod. Right, this was the famous E. of S., who was endued with a particular faculty of undermining and subverting all sorts of government. Right, the famous Lord Napier of Scotland, the first inventor of logarithms, contrived also a set of square pieces, with numbers on them, made generally of ivory, which perform arithmetical and geometrical calculations, and are commonly called Napier's bones. Right, the great Colonel John Lilburne, whose trial is so remarkable, and well known at this time, right after the Grecians had spent 10 years in the siege of Troy, without the least prospect of success, they bethought of a stratagem, and made a wooden house capable of containing a considerable number of armed men. This they filled with the choicest of their army, and then pretended to raise the siege, upon which the credulous Trojans made a breach in the walls of the city to bring in this fatal plunder. But when it was brought in, the enclosed heroes soon appeared, and surprising the city, the rest entered in at the breach. Right, that Parliament used to have public fasts kept in St. Margaret's Church, Westminster, as is done to this present time. Right, it is reported of Mohammed the great impostor, that having built a mosque, the roof whereof was of lodestone, and ordering his corpse when he was dead, to be put into an iron coffin, and brought into that place, the lodestone soon attracted it near the top, where it still hangs in the air. No less fabulous is what the legend says of Ignatius Loyola, that his zeal and devotion transported him so, that at his prayers he has been seen to be raised from the ground for some considerable time together. Right, naturalists report that snakes, serpents, etc. cost their skins every year. Right, it is said that in the islands of the Orcades, in Scotland, there are trees which bear those barnacles, which dropping off into the water, receive life, and become those birds called Solent geese. Right, the poets feign the dog Cerberus, that is the potter of hell, to have 3 heads. Right, 2 great factions in Italy, distinguished by those names, miserably distracted and wasted it about the year 1130. Right, Burton, Prynne, and Bostwick, 3 notorious ringleaders of the factious, just at the beginning of the late horrid rebellion. Right, Fish's Folly was where Devonshire Square now stands, and was a great place of consultation in those days. Right, Plato's year, or the grand revolution of the entire machine of the world, was accounted 4,000 years. Right, General Fairfax, who was soon laid aside after he had done some of their drudgery for them. Right, 2 ridiculous scribblers that were often pestering the world with nonsense. Right, the one a brewer, the other a shoemaker, and both colonels in the rebels' army. Right, this is an accurate description of the mob's burning rumps upon the admission of the secluded members, in contempt of the rump parliament. Right, the hangman's name at that time was Dunn. Right, Cook acted as Solicitor General against King Charles I at his trial, and afterwards received his just reward for the same. Pride, a colonel in the Parliament's army. Right, Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Society of the Jesuits, was a gentleman of Biscay, in Spain, and bred a soldier, was at Pampelune when it was besieged by the French in the year 1521, and was so very lame in both feet, by the damage he sustained there, that he was forced to keep his bed. Right Athanasius Kircher, a Jesuit, hath wrote largely on the Egyptian mystical learning. Right the Egyptians represented their kings, many of whose names were Ptolemy, under the hieroglyphic of a bee, dispensing honey to the good and virtuous, and having a sting for the wicked and dissolute. Right alluding to the vulgar opinion, that witches have their imps, or familiar spirits, that are employed in their diabolical practices, and suck private teats they have about them. Right the Rosicrucians were a sect that appeared in Germany in the beginning of the 17th age. They are also called the enlightened, immortal, and invisible. They are a very enthusiastical sort of men, and hold many wild and extravagant opinions. Right he used to preach, as if they might expect legions to drop down from heaven, for the propagation of the good old cause. Right a most reverend prelate, A.B. of Y., who sided with the disaffected party. Right the Romans highly honored, and nobly rewarded, those persons that were instrumental in the preservation of the lives of their citizens, either in battle or otherwise. Right the author compares the arbitrary actings of the ungovernable mob to the Sultan, or Grand Signia, who very seldom fails to sacrifice any of his chief commanders, called basses, if they prove unsuccessful in battle. Right Homer wrote a poem of the war between the mice and the frogs. Right a story in Tasso, an Italian poet, of a hero that gained his mistress by conquering her party. Right Pridux, a justice of peace, a very pragmatical busy person in those times, and a mercenary and cruel magistrate, infamous for the following methods of getting of money among many others. Right there was a jail for puny offenders. Right he extorted money from those that kept shows. Right John Noakes and John Styles are two fictitious names made use of in stating cases of law only. Right Bongi was a Franciscan, and lived towards the end of the 13th century, a doctor of divinity in Oxford, and a particular acquaintance of Friar Bacon's. In that ignorant age, everything that seemed extraordinary was reputed magic, and so both Bacon and Bongi went under the imputation of studying the black art. Bongi also, publishing a treatise of natural magic, confirmed some well-meaning, credulous people in this opinion, but it was altogether groundless, for Bongi was chosen provincial of his order, being a person of most excellent parts and piety. Right metaphysicians are of opinion that angels and souls departed, being divested of all gross matter, understand each other's sentiments by intuition, and consequently maintain a sort of conversation without the organs of speech. Right in regard children are capable of being inhabitants of heaven, therefore it should not resent it as a crime to supply store of inhabitants for it. Right Parthians are the inhabitants of a province in Persia. They were excellent horsemen, and very exquisite at their bows, and it is reported of them that they generally slew more on their retreat than they did in the engagement. Right one of the assembly of divines, very remarkable for the singularity of his beard. Right when Romulus had built Rome, he made it an asylum, or place of refuge, for all malefactors, and others obnoxious to the laws to retire to, by which means it soon came to be very populous. But when he began to consider that, without propagation, it would soon be destitute of inhabitants, he invented several fine shows, and invited the young Sabine women, then neighbors to them, and when they had them secure, they ravished them, from whence proceeded so numerous an offspring. Right alimony is an allowance that the law gives the woman for her separate maintenance upon living from her husband. That and death are reckoned the only separations in a married state. Right the poets feign Cupid to have two sorts of arrows, the one tipped with gold, and the other with lead. The golden always inspire and inflame love in the persons he wounds with them, but on the contrary, the leaden create the utmost aversion and hatred. With the first of these he shot Apollo, and with the other Daphne, according to Ovid. Right Prestigion, an absolute prince, emperor of Abyssinia or Ethiopia. One of them is reported to have had 70 kings for his vassals, and so superb and arrogant that none durst look upon him without his permission. Right Joan of Arc, called also the Pucelle, or Maid of Orleans. She was born at the town of Damremy, on the Meuse, daughter of James de Arc, and Isabella Ramay, and was bred up a shepherdess in the country. At the age of 18 or 20, she pretended to an express commission from God to go to the relief of Orleans, then besieged by the English, and defended by John Comte de Denis, and almost reduced to the last extremity. She went to the coronation of Charles VII, when he was almost ruined. She knew that prince in the midst of his nobles, though meanly habited. The doctors of divinity and members of parliament openly declared that there was something supernatural in her conduct. She sent for a sod, which lay in the tomb of a knight, which was behind the great altar of the church of St. Catharine de Faubois, upon the blade of which the cross and flower de luces were engraven, which put the king in a very great surprise, in regard none besides himself knew of it. Upon this he sent her with the command of some troops, with which she relieved Orleans, and drove the English from it, defeated Talbot at the Battle of Patay, and recovered Champagne. At last she was unfortunately taken prisoner in a sally at Champagne in 1430, and tried for a witch or sorceress, condemned, and burnt in Rouen marketplace in May, 1430. Right, the Salique law is a law in France, whereby it is enacted, that no female shall inherit that crown. Right, to the Rita poeta nascita none fit, one is a sentence of as great truth as antiquity, it being most certain, that all the acquired learning imaginable is insufficient to complete a poet, without a natural genius and propensity to so noble and sublime an art. And we may, without offense, observe, that many very learned men, who have been ambitious to be thought poets, have only rendered themselves obnoxious to that satirical inspiration our author wittily invokes, which made them, though it were in spite of nature and their stars, to write. On the one side some who have had very little human learning, but were endued with a large share of natural wit and parts, have become the most celebrated, Shakespeare, Davenant, etc., poets of the age they lived in. But as these last are, rari aves in terris, so, when the muses have not disdained the assistances of other arts and sciences, we are then blessed with those lasting monuments of wit and learning, which may justly claim a kind of eternity upon earth. And our author, had his modesty permitted him, might, with Horace, have said exegi monumentum er perennius, tu a, with Ovid, jamque opus exegi, quod nec Jovis era, nec ignes, nec potrit ferum, nec edax abola vetustas. 3. The author of this celebrated poem was of this his last composition. For although he had not the happiness of an academical education, as some affirm, if may be perceived, throughout his whole poem, that he had read much, and was very well accomplished in the most useful parts of human learning. Rapin, in his Reflections, speaking of the necessary qualities belonging to a poet, tells us, he must have a genius extraordinary, great natural gifts, a wit just, fruitful, piercing, solid, and universal, an understanding clear and distinct, an imagination neat and pleasant, an elevation of soul that depends not only on art or study, but is purely the gift of heaven, which must be sustained by a lively sense and vivacity, judgment to consider wisely of things, and vivacity for the beautiful expression of them, etc. Now, how justly this character is due to our author, we leave to the impartial reader, and those of nicer judgment, who had the happiness to be more intimately acquainted with him. The reputation of this incomparable poem is so thoroughly established in the world, that it would be superfluous, if not impertinent, to endeavor any panegyric upon it. King Charles Roman II, whom the judicious pot of mankind will readily acknowledge to be a sovereign judge of wit, was so great an admirer of it, that he would often pleasantly quote it in his conversation. However, since most men have a curiosity to have some account of such anonymous authors, whose compositions have been eminent for wit or learning, we have, for their information, subjoined a short life of the author. Glossary: adultery, animals, upside down, prophesying, fortune-telling, wine from Bacharach in Germany, a bundle of firewood, arsonist or literal or metaphorical firebrand, an evil spirit, cheated, the 1st or 2nd of the month, a carriage with 2 wheels and a folding hood, a giraffe, an attack by night during which the attackers wore shirts over their armor so they could recognize one another, worse than a dog or a snake, the stocks pulled off the hoods, a caprice, thrashing, beating, a stately or luxurious carriage, the stocks soup or gruel, white lead used as a cosmetic, champagne wine, cheated, a cheat's victim, the elders and pastors of all the Presbyterian congregations in a district, to come together, bows, curtsies, construe, explain, secret or illegal religious meetings, conspiracies, a stool to which a malefactor, often an unfaithful wife, was tied, to be exposed to public ridicule, or ducked in a pond or river, the title of being a cur, pun on worship, an ivory chair used as a mare's throne, that which wipes out or destroys. In English law, an article which had caused a man's death was ordered by the court to be forfeited as a diodend, ad diodandum, to be given to God. Before the Reformation, it or its value was given to the church, afterwards to the local landowner. A stupefying drink made from the Indian thorn-apple fruit. A philosophical point of argument, no sooner said than done, to separate a young page or squire, a slut, an Italian silver coin worth about 6 shillings, of the same kind, to explain the meaning of, on behalf of, a religious establishment not under the authority of the local bishop. Fitting, a woman under the protection of a husband, a legal term, beat, whip, make haste slowly, a whimsical or fantastic idea, a cartload, loaded dice, the birds which the hero of a popular romance harnessed to take him to the moon, a caster of horoscopes, divination by interpreting the patterns of lines drawn at random on the ground or on paper, a spear or halberd, a grenade, grilled syphilis, go on, said to a horse or as an expression of derision, a chain-mail shirt, tasty things, a constable, a nonsense word used by jugglers, conjurers, etc., hence any kind of trick or dishonest dealing. Called named, wine from Hochheim in Germany, hourly, the hip, French Calvinists, the upper abdomen between the breastbone and the navel, that is, the same, inference, deduction, thrown together in the same place, naked, a thick head or blockhead, by God's law, heraldic term meaning with a tongue of a particular color, e.g. langed gules with a red tongue, thin, like a lath, a cloth of mixed wool and linen threads, a stick for holding a gunner's match, a card game, lunges, ceremonials of ritual purification by washing, to stand surety for someone, a plant, deadly nightshade or its extract, believed to cause insanity when taken, a kind of woman's loose gown, a swallow or martin, the head, a spot or pustule, wonderfully slow, with the teeth, a crablouse, bad tobacco, nostril, a calf or cow, it is denied, a petty thief, with every sinew, attack or fight against, the Orkneys, lodge wallet, a thief, equally, passively homosexual, total ruin, a shot carbine or large pistol, skirmish or quarrel, a term of endearment for a woman, darling, more than enough, poetry, poultry, a bedbug, rich, a tax or payment due quarterly, so far as it is verbal points or quibbles, ramparts, thinking creatures, a bishop's white gown or surplice, enough, jump, to know the appearance of, filthy a seat, a token of ownership, formally handed over when property is sold, a venereal saw, chanka, a dirty, slovenly person, barnacle geese, brontoleucopsis, a footman, loud, as from a megaphone, a mixture of wine and grape juice, beaten severely, independently, a swoon, arising from or of the nature of a synod, a meeting of bishops, etc. of the Anglican Church. So much of that gives so much of this equals they are exactly the same, a male falcon, a kind of lute with 2 necks, in just as many words, tripes, to trap, a set of 3 signs of the zodiac at 120-degree angles to each other, a cough for a fought, by sail and awe, I came, I saw, I conquered, universal, that is viz., argument, quarreling, a mask or disguise, the sky, a ceremonial god who cleared the way for a mayor or other official, a shot sod, named, erst formally. Imprint this ebook is the product of many hours of hard work by volunteers for standard ebooks, and builds on the hard work of other literature lovers made possible by the public domain. This particular ebook is based on a transcription from Project Gutenberg and on digital scans from the Internet Archive. The source text and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. They may still be copyrighted in other countries, so users located outside of the United States must check their local laws before using this ebook. The creators of, and contributors to, this ebook dedicate their contributions to the worldwide public domain via the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain Dedication. For full license information, see the uncopyright at the end of this ebook. Standard eBooks is a volunteer-driven project that produces ebook editions of public domain literature using modern typography, technology, and editorial standards, and distributes them free of cost. You can download this and other ebooks carefully produced for true book lovers at standardbooks.org. The author's life. Samuel Butler, the author of this excellent poem, was born in the parish of Strensham in the county of Worcester, and baptized there the 13th of Feb. 1612. His father, who was of the same name, was an honest country farmer who had some small estate of his own, but rented a much greater of the lot of the manor where he lived. However, perceiving in this son an early inclination to learning, he made a shift to have him educated in the free school at Worcester, under Mr. Henry Bright, where, having passed the usual time, and being become an excellent school scholar, he went for some little time to Cambridge, but was never matriculated into that university, his father's abilities not being sufficient to be at the charge of an academical education. so that our author returned soon into his native county, and became clerk to one Mr. Jeffreys, of Earlscroom, an eminent justice of the peace for that county, with whom he lived some years, in an easy and no contemptible service. Here, by the indulgence of a kind master, he had sufficient leisure to apply himself to whatever learning his inclinations led him, which were chiefly history and poetry, to which, for his diversion, he joined music and painting. And I have seen some pictures, said to be of his drawing, which remained in that family, which I mention not for the excellency of them, but to satisfy the reader of his early inclinations to that noble art, for which also he was afterwards entirely beloved by Mr. Samuel Cooper, one of the most eminent painters of his time. He was after this recommended to that great encourager of learning, Elizabeth Countess of Kent, where he had not only the opportunity to consult all manner of learned books, but to converse also with that living library of learning, the great Mr. Selden. Our author lived some time also with Sir Samuel Luke, who was of an ancient family in Bedfordshire, but to his dishonour, an eminent commander under the usurper Oliver Cromwell. And then it was, as I am informed, he composed this loyal poem. For though fate, more than choice, seems to have placed him in the service of a knight so notorious, both in his person and politics, yet, by the rule of contraries, one may observe throughout his whole poem that he was most orthodox, both in his religion and loyalty. And I am the more induced to believe he wrote it about that time, because he had then the opportunity to converse with those living characters of rebellion, nonsense, and hypocrisy, which he so livelily and pathetically exposes throughout the whole work. After the restoration of King Charles Roman II, those who were at the helm, minding money more than merit, our author found that verse in Juvenal to be exactly verified in himself. Haud facile emergunt, quorum virtutibus obstat res angusta domi, for and being endued with that innate modesty, which rarely finds promotion in princes' courts. He became secretary to Richard Earl of Cobray, Lord President of the Principality of Wales, who made him steward of Ludlow Castle, when the court there was revived. About this time he married one Mrs. Herbert, a gentlewoman of a very good family, but no widow, as the Oxford Antiquary has reported. She had a competent fortune, but it was most of it unfortunately lost, by being put out on ill securities, so that it was of little advantage to him. He is reported by the Antiquary to have been secretary to his Grace George Duke of Buckingham, when he was Chancellor to the University of Cambridge, but whether that be true or no, it is certain the Duke had a great kindness for him, and was often a benefactor to him. But no man was a more generous friend to him than that Maecenas of all learned and witty men, Charles Lord Buckhurst, the late Earl of Dorset and Middlesex, who, being himself an excellent poet, knew how to set a just value upon the ingenious performances of others, and has often taken care privately to relieve and supply the necessities of those whose modesty would endeavor to conceal them, of which our author was a signal instance, as several others have been, who are now living. In fine, the integrity of his life, the acuteness of his wit, and easiness of his conversation had rendered him most acceptable to all men. Yet he prudently avoided a multiplicity of acquaintance, and wisely chose such only whom his discerning judgment could distinguish, as Mr. Cowley expresseth it, from the great vulgar or the small. And having thus lived to a good old age, admired by all, though personally known to few, he departed this life in the year 1680, and was buried at the charge of his good friend Mr. Longville, of the Temple, in the yard belonging to the church of St. Paul's Covent Garden, at the west end of the said yard, on the north side, under the wall of the said church, and under that wall which parts the yard from the common highway. And since he has no monument yet set up for him, give me leave to borrow his epitaph from that of Michael Drayton, the poet, as the author of Mr. Cowley's has partly done before me, and though no monument can claim to be the treasurer of thy name, this work, which ne'er will die, shall be an everlasting monument to thee. An heroical epistle of Hudibras to Sidrophil ex Itram Crispinus. Well, Sidrophil, though 'tis in vain to tamper with your crazy brain, without trepanning of your skull as often as the moon's at full, 'tis not amiss, ere why a jivnaw, to try one disparate medicine maw, for where your case can be no worse, the desperatest is the wisest cause. Is't possible that you, whose ears are of the tribe of Issachars, and might, with equal reason, either for merit or extent of leather, with William Prins, before they were retrenched and crucified, compare, should yet be deaf against a noise so roaring as the public voice, that speaks your virtues free, and loud, and openly, in every crowd, as loud as one that sings his pot tea a wheelbarrow or turnip cart, or your new nicknamed old invention to cry green Hastings with an engine, as if the vehemence had stunned, and turn your drumheads with the sound, and cause your follies now no news, but overgrown, and out of use, persuade yourself there's no such matter, but that 'tis vanished out of nature. When folly, as it grows in years, the more extravagant appears, for who but you could be possessed with so much ignorance, and beast that neither all men scorn and hate, nor being laughed and pointed at, nor braid so often in a martyr, can teach you wholesome sense and nurture. But like a reprobate, what cost soever's us't grow worse and worse. Can no transfusion of the blood, that makes fools cattle, do you good? Nor putting pigs tea a bitch to nurse, to turn 'em into mongrel curs, put you into a way at least, to make yourself a better beast? Can all your critical intrigues of trying sound from rotten eggs, your several new-found remedies of curing wounds and scabs in trees, your arts of flexing them for claps and purging their infected saps, recovering chancres, crystallines, and nodes and botches in their rinds, have no effect to operate upon that duller block, your pate? But still it must be lewdly bent to tempt your own due punishment, and like your whimsied chariots, draw the boys to cost you without law, as if the art you have so long professed, of making old dogs young, in you had virtue to renew not only youth, but childhood too. Can you that understand all books, by judging only with your looks, resolve all problems with your face, as others do with BTKs and A's, unriddle all that mankind knows with solid bending of your brows, all arts and sciences advance, with screwing of your countenance, and, with a penetrating eye, into abstrusest learning pry? No more of any trade be a hint than those that have been bred up in't, and yet have no aught, true or false, to help your own bad naturals. But still, the more you strive to appear, are found to be the wretcheder, for fools are known by looking wise, as men find woodcocks by their eyes. Hence 'tis that cause why have gained college a quota share, at most, of knowledge, and brought in none, but spent repute, why assume a power as absolute to judge, and censure, and control, as if you were the sole Sir Pole, and saucily pretend to know more than your dividend comes to. You'll find the thing will not be done with ignorance and face alone. No, though why have purchased to your name, in history, so great a fame, that now your talents so well known, for having all belief outgrown, that every strange prodigious tale is measured by your German scale, by which the virtuosi try the magnitude of every lie, cast up to what it does amount, and place the bigs to your account, that all those stories that are laid too truly to you, and those made, are now still chogged upon your scaw, and lesser authors named no more. Alas, that faculty betrays those soonest it designs to raise, and all your vain renown will spoil, as guns are chogged the more recoil. Though he that has but impudence, to all things has a fair pretence, and put among his wants but shame to all the world may lay his claim. Though you have tried that nothing's born with greater ease than public scorn, that all affronts do still give place to your impenetrable face, that makes your way through all affairs, as pigs through hedges creep with theirs. Yet as 'tis counterfeit and brass, you must not think 'twill always pass, for all impostors, when they known, are past their labor, and undone. And all the best that can befall an artificial natural, is that which madmen find, as soon as once they broke loose from the moon, and, proof against her influence, relapse to ere so little sense, to turn stock fools, and subjects fit for spot of boys, and rabble wit. The lady's answer to the knight that you're a beast and turn to grass, is no strange news, nor ever was, at least to me, who once, you know, did from the pound replevin you, when both your sword and spurs were won in combat by an Amazon, that sword that did like fate, determine inevitable death of vermin, and never dealt its furious blows, but cut the throats of pigs and cows, by Trulla was, in single fight, disarmed and wrested from its knight, your heels degraded of your spurs, and in the stocks close prisoners, where still they'd lain, in base restraint, if I, in pity of your complaint, had not, on honorable conditions, released em from the worst of prisons. And what return that favour met you cannot, though you would, forget. When being free, you strove to evade the oaths you had in prison made. Fossois yourself, and first denied it, but after owned and justified it. And when why had falsely broke one vow, absolved yourself by breaking two, for while you sneakingly submit, and beg for pardon at our feet, discouraged by your guilty fears, to hope for quota for your ears, and doubting 'twas in vain to sue, you claim us boldly as your due. Declare that treachery and false to deal with us, is only cause. We have no title nor pretence to body, soul, or conscience, but ought to fall to that man's share that claims us for his proper wear. These are the motives which, induce or fright us into love, you use. A pretty new way of gallanting, between soliciting and ranting, like sturdy beggars, that entreat for charity at once, and threat. But since you undertake to prove your own propriety in love, as if we were but lawful prize in war between two enemies, or forfeitures, which every lover that would but sue for, might recover, it is not hard to understand the mystery of this bold demand, that cannot at our persons aim, but something capable of claim. 'Tis not those paltry counterfeit French stones, which in our eyes you set, but are right diamonds, that inspire and set your amorous hearts on fire, nor can those false St. Martin's beads, which on our lips you lay for reds, and make us wear, like Indian dames, add fuel to your scorching flames, but those true rubies of the rock, which in our cabinets we lock. 'Tis not those orient pearls, our teeth, that you are so transported with, but those we wear about our necks, produce those amorous effects. Nor is tea those threads of gold, our hair, the periwigs you make us wear, but those bright guineas in our chests, that light the wild fire in your breasts. These love tricks I've been versed in so, that all their sly intrigues I know, and can unriddle by their tones, their mystic cabals and jargons, can tell what passions, by their sounds, pine for the beauties of my grounds, what raptures fond and amorous, oth charms and graces of my house, what ecstasy and scorching flame burns for my money in my name, what from th unnatural desire to beasts and cattle takes its fire, what tender sigh and trickling tear longs for £1,000 a year, and languishing transports are fond of statute, mortgage, bill, and bond. These are attracts which most men fall enamored, at first sight, withal. To these address with serenades, and caught with balls and masquerades. And yet, for all the yearning pain why I've suffered for their loves in vain, I fear they'll prove so nice and coy to have, and hold, and to enjoy, that all your oaths and labour lost, they'll ne'er turn ladies of the post. This is not meant to disapprove your judgment in your choice of love, which is so wise the greatest part of mankind study as an art, for love should, like a deodend, still fall to owner of the land, and where there's substance for its ground, cannot but be more firm and sound than that which has the slightest basis of airy virtue, wit, and graces, which is of such thin subtlety, it steals and creeps in at the eye, and as it can't endure to stay, steals out again as nice a way. But love, that its extraction owns from solid gold and precious stones, must, like its shining parents, prove as solid and as glorious love. Hence 'tis you have no way to express our charms and graces, but by these. For what are lips and eyes and teeth, which beauty invades and conquers with, but rubies, pearls, and diamonds, with which a philter love commands. This is the way all parents prove, in managing their children's love, that fossem intermarry and wed, as if were burying of the dead, cast earth to earth, as in the grave, to join in wedlock all they have. And when the settlements in foss, take all the rest for better or worse. For money has a power above the stars and fate to manage love, whose arrows, learned poets hold, that never miss, are tipped with gold. 218, and though some say the parents claims to make love in their children's names, who many times at once provide the nurse, the husband, and the bride, feel dots and charms, attracts and flames, and woo and contract in their names, and as they christen, used to marry and like their gossips, answer for is not to give in matrimony, but sell and prostitute for money. 'Tis better than their own betrothing, who often do for worse than nothing. And when are at their own dispose, with great a disadvantage choose. All this is right, but for the cost you take to do by fraud or false, 'tis so ridiculous as soon as told, 'tis never to be done, no more than set as can betray, that tell what tricks they ought to play. Marriage, at best, is but a vow, which all men either break or bow. Then what will those forbear to do, who perjure when they do but woo? Such as beforehand swear and lie for earnest to their treachery, and rather than a crime confess, with greater strive to make it less. Like thieves who, after sentence passed, maintain their innocence to the last, and when their crimes were made appear as plain as witnesses can swear, yet, when the wretches come to die, will take upon their death a lie. Nor are the virtues you confessed to your ghostly father, as you guessed, so slight as to be justified by being as shamefully denied, as if you thought your word would pass point blank, on both sides of a case. All credit were not to be lost by a brave knight-errant of the post, that eats perfidiously his word, and swears his ears through a 2-inch bod, can own the same thing, and disown, and perjure booty, pro and con, can make the gospel serve his turn, and help him out, to be fuss wan, when 'tis laid hands upon, and kissed, to be betrayed and sold, like Christ. These are the virtues in whose name a right to all the world you claim, and boldly challenge a dominion in grace and nature, o'er all women, of whom no less will satisfy than all the sex your tyranny. Although you'll find it a hard province, with all your crafty frauds and covens, to govern such a numerous crew, who one by one, now govern you. For if you all were Solomons, and wise and great as he was once, you'll find they're able to subdue, as they did him, and baffle you. And if you are imposed upon, 'tis by your own temptation done, that with your ignorance invite, and teach us how to use the sleight. For when we find why a still more taken with false attracts of our own making, swear that's a rose, and that a stone, like sots to us that laid it on, and what we did but slightly prime, most ignorantly daub in rhyme. You force us, in our own defenses, to copy beams and influences, to lay perfections on the graces, and draw attracts upon our faces, and, in compliance to your wit, your own false jewels counterfeit. For by the practice of those arts we gain a greater share of hearts, and those deserve in reason most that greatest pains and study cost, for great perfections are, like heaven, too rich a present to be given. Nor are these master strokes of beauty to be performed without hard duty, which, when they nobly done and well, the simple natural excel. How fair and sweet the planted rose beyond the wild and hedges grows, for without aught the noblest seeds of flowers degenerate into weeds. How dull and rugged, ere 'tis ground and polished looks a diamond, though paradise were e'er so fair, it was not kept so without care. The whole world, without art and dress, would be but one great wilderness, and mankind but a savage herd, for all that nature has conferred. This does but rough hew and design, leaves aught to polish and refine. Though women first were made for men, yet men were made for them agin, for when, outwitted by his wife, man first turned tenant but for life, if women had not intervened, how soon had mankind had an end? And that it is in being yet, to us alone you are in debt. And was your liberty of choice, and our unnatural no voice? Since all the privilege you boast, and falsely usurped, or vainly lost, is now our right, to whose creation you owe your happy restoration. And if we had not weighty cause to not appear in making laws, we could, in spite of all your tricks and shallow, formal politics, force you our managements to obey, as we to yours in show give way. Hence 'tis that, while you vainly strive to advance your high prerogative, you basely, after all your braves, submit, and own yourselves our slaves. And cause we do not make it known, nor publicly our interest own, like sots, suppose we have no shares in ordering you and your affairs, when all your empire and command you have from us at second hand, as if a pilot, that appears to sit still only while he steers, and does not make a noise and stir, like every common mariner, knew nothing of the cod, nor star, and did not guide the man of war. Nor we, because we don't appear in councils, do not govern there. While, like the mighty Presta John, 219, whose person none dares look upon, but is preserved in close disguise, from being made cheap to vulgar eyes, W enjoy as large a power unseen, to govern him, as he does men. And in the right of our Pope Joan, make him prause at our feet fall down. Or Joan de Pucel's brave a name, 220 our right to arms and conduct claim, who, though a spinster, yet was able to serve France for a grand constable. We make and execute all laws, can judge the judges and the cause, prescribe all rules of right or wrong to th long robe, and the longer tongue, gainst which the world has no defense, but our more powerful eloquence. We manage things of greatest weight in all the world's affairs of state, are ministers of war and peace, that sway all nations how we please. We rule all churches and their flux, heretical and orthodox, and are the heavenly vehicles o.th spirits in all conventicles. By us is all commerce and trade improved and managed and decayed, for nothing can go off so well, nor bears that price as what we sell. We rule in every public meeting and make men do what we judge fitting, are magistrates in all great towns, where men do nothing but wear gowns. We make the man of war strike sail, and to our braver conduct vail, and when H has chased his enemies, submit to us upon his knees. Is there an officer of state untimely raised, or magistrate that's haughty and imperious? He's but a journeyman to us, that as he gives us cause to do can keep him in, or turn him out. We are your guardians, that increase or waste your fortunes how we please, and as you humor us, can deal in all your matters, ill or well. 'Tis we that can dispose alone, whether your heirs shall be your own, to whose integrity you must, in spite of all your caution, trust, unless you fly beyond the seas, can fit you with what heirs we please, and force you to own 'em, though begotten by French valets or Irish footmen. Not in the rigorousest cause prevail, unless to make us worse. Who still, the hasha we are are further off from being reduct, and scorn to abate for any ills, the least punctilios of our wills. Fos does but whet our wits to apply aught spawn with us for remedy, which all your politics as yet have ne'er been able to defeat. For when we have tried all sorts of ways, what fools do we make of you in plays? While all the favours we have fought are but to girt you with the sod, to fight our battles in our steads, and have your brains beat out o' your heads. Encounter, in despite of nature, and fight at once with fire and water, with pirates, rocks and storms and seas, our pride and vanity to appease. Kill one another, and cut throats, for our good graces and best thoughts, to do your exercise for honour, and have your brains beat out the sooner, or cracked as learnedly, upon things that are never to be known, and still appear the more industrious, the more your projects are preposterous. To square the circle of the arts and run stark mad to show your parts, expound the oracle of laws, and turn them which way we see cause, be our solicitors and agents, and stand for us in all engagements. And these are all the mighty powers you vainly boast to cry down ours, and what in real values wanting, supply with vaporing and ranting. Because yourselves are terrified, and stoop to one another's pride, believe we have as little wit to be out-hectored and submit. By your example, lose that right entreaties which we gained in fight, and terrified into an awe, pass on ourselves a Salic law, 221 awe, as some nations use, give place, and truckle to your mighty race. Let men usurp unjust dominion, as if they were the better women. Hudibras by Samuel Butler. Uncopyright may you do good and not evil. May you find forgiveness for yourself and forgive others. May you share freely, never taking more than you give. Copyright pages exist to tell you that you can't do something. Unlike them, this uncopyright page exists to tell you that the writing and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. The United States public domain represents our collective cultural heritage, and items in it are free for anyone in the United States to do almost anything at all with, without having to get permission. Copyright laws are different all over the world, and the source text or artwork in this ebook may still be copyrighted in other countries. If you're not located in the United States, you must check your local laws before using this ebook. Standard ebooks makes no representations regarding the copyright status of the source text or artwork in this ebook in any country other than the United States. Non-authorship activities performed on items that are in the public domain, so-called sweat of the brow, work, don't create a new copyright. That means that nobody can claim a new copyright on an item that is in the public domain for, among other things, work like digitization, mock-up, or typography. Regardless, the contributors to this ebook release their contributions under the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication, thus dedicating to the worldwide public domain all of the work they've done on this ebook, including but not limited to metadata, the title page, imprint, colophon, this uncopyright, and any changes or enhancements to, or mock-up on, the original text and artwork. This dedication doesn't change the copyright status of the source text or artwork. We make this dedication in the interest of enriching our global cultural heritage, to promote free and libre culture around the world, and to give back to the unrestricted culture that has given all of us so much. Table of Contents Landmarks. Canto I Sir Hudibras his passing worth, the manner how he sallied forth, his arms and equipage are shown, his horse's virtues and his own. Adventure of the bear and fiddle is sung, but breaks off in the middle. When civil dudgeon first grew high, and men fell out they knew not why. When hard words, jealousies, and fears set folks together by the ears, and made them fight like mad or drunk, for Dame Religion as for punk, whose honesty they all durst swear for, though not a man of them knew wherefore. When gospel trumpeter, surrounded with long-eared rout, to battle sounded, and pulpit, drum ecclesiastic, was beat with fist instead of a stick. Then did Sir Knight abandon dwelling, and out he rode a colonelling. A wight he was, whose very sight would entitle him mirror of knighthood, that never bent his stubborn knee to anything but chivalry, nor put up blow, but that which laid right worshipful on shoulder blade, chief of domestic knights and errant, either for cartel or for warrant, great on the bench, great in the saddle, that could as well bind awe as swaddle, six mighty he was at both of these, and styled of war as well as peace. So some rats of amphibious nature are either for the land or water. But here our authors make a doubt whether he were more wise or stout. Some hold the one and some the other, but howsoever they make a puther, the difference was so small, his brain outweighed his rage but half a grain, which made some take him for a tool, that knaves do work with, called a fool, and offer to lay wagers that as Montaigne, playing with his cat, 7 complains she thought him but an ass, much more she would Sir Hudibras, for that's the name our valiant knight to all his challenges did write. But they are mistaken very much, 'tis plain enough he was no such. We grant, although he had much wit, H was very shy of using it, as being loth to wear it out, and therefore bore it not about, unless on holy days or so, as men their best apparel do. Beside, 'tis known he could speak Greek as naturally as pigs squeak, that Latin was no more difficile than to a blackbird 'tis to whistle. Being rich in both, he never scanted his bounty unto such as wanted, but much of either would afford to many that had not one word. For Hebrew roots, although they're found to flourish most in barren ground, he had such plenty, as suffic to make some think him circumcised. 8, and truly so, he was, perhaps not as a proselyte, but for claps. He was in logic a great critic, profoundly skilled and analytic. 9, he could distinguish, and divide a hair twixt south and southwest side, on either which he would dispute, confute, change hands, and still confute. He'd undertake to prove, by force of argument, a man's no hoss, he'd prove a buzzard is no fowl, and that a lord may be an owl, a calf an alderman, a goose a justice, and rooks committee men and trustees. He'd run in debt by disputation, and pay with ratiocination. All this by syllogism, true in mood and figure he would do. For rhetoric, he could not ope his mouth, but out there flew a trope. And when he happened to break off ith middle of his speech, or cough, H had hard words, ready to show why, and tell what rules he did it by. Else, when with greatest art he spoke, you'd think he talked like other folk, for all a rhetorician's rules teach nothing but to name his tools. But when he pleased to shout, his speech, in loftiness of sound, was rich, a Babylonish dialect, 10 which learned pedants much effect. It was a potty-colored dress of patched and piebald languages. 'Twas English cut on Greek and Latin, like fustian heretofore on satin. It had an odd promiscuous tone, as if H had talked 3 pots in one, which made some think, when he did gabble, Th had heard 3 laborers of Babel, or Cerberus himself pronounce 11 a leash of languages at once. This he as volubly would vent as if his stock would ne'er be spent, and truly, to support that charge, he had supplies as vast and large, for he could coin, or counterfeit new words, with little or no wit. Words so debased and hard, no stone was hot enough to touch them on. And when with hasty noise he spoke the ignorant for current took him, that had the orator, who once 12 did fill his mouth with pebble stones when he harangued, but known his phrase he would have us no other ways. In mathematics he was greater than Tycho Brahe, 13 or Aripata, for he, by geometric scale, could take the size of pots of ale. Resolve, by sines and tangents straight, if bread or butter wanted weight, and wisely tell what hour oth day the clock does strike, by algebra. Beside, he was a shrewd philosopher, and had read every text and gloss over whate'er the crabbedst author hath. He understood be implicit faith, whatever skeptic could inquire for. 14 for every why he had a wherefore, knew more than 40 of them do, as far as words and terms could go. All which he understood by rote, and, as occasion served, would quote, no matter whether right or wrong, they might be either said or sung. His notions fitted things so well, that which was which he could not tell, but oftentimes mistook the one for th other, as great clocks have done. He could reduce all things to acts, 15 and knew their natures by abstracts, where entity and quiddity, the ghosts of defunct bodies fly, where truth in person does appear, 16 like words congealed in northern air. 17 he knew what's what, and that's as high as metaphysic wit can fly. In school divinity as able as he that height, irrefragable. 18 a second Thomas, at once, to name them all, another dunce. 19 profound in all the nominal and real ways, beyond them all. For he a rope of sand could twist as tough as learned sobanist. 20 and weave fine cobwebs, fit for skull that's empty when the moon is full, such as take lodgings in a head that's to be let unfurnished. He could raise scruples dark and nice, and oft to solve 'em in a trice, as if divinity had catched the itch on purpose to be scratched, like a mountebank, did wound and stab herself with doubts profound, only to show with how small pain the saws of faith occurred again, although by woeful proof we find they always leave a scar behind. He knew the seat of paradise, 21 could tell in what degree it lies, and as he was disposed, could prove it, below the moon, or else above it. what Adam dreamt of when his bride came from her closet in his side, whether the devil tempted her by a High Dutch interpreter. 22, if either of them had a navel. 23, who first made music malleable. 24, whether the serpent at the fall had cloven feet or none at all. All this without a gloss or comment, he could unriddle in a moment, in proper terms, such as men smatter when they throw out, and miss the matter. For his religion, it was fit to match his learning and his wit. 'Twas Presbyterian true blue. For he was of that stubborn crew of errant saints, whom all men grant to be the true church militant, such as do build their faith upon the holy text of pike and gun, decide all controversies by infallible artillery, and prove their doctrine orthodox by apostolic blows and knocks, call fire and sod and desolation, a godly thorough reformation, which always must be carried on, and still be doing, never done, as if religion were intended for nothing else but to be mended. A sect, whose chief devotion lies in odd perverse antipathies, in falling out with that or this, and finding somewhat still amiss. More peevish, cross, and splenetic, than dog distract, or monkey sick. That with more care keep holy day the wrong, than others the right way. Compound for sins they are inclined to, by damning those they have no mind to, still so perverse and opposite, as if they worshipped God for spite. The self-same thing they will abhor one way, and long another for. Free will they one way disavow, another, nothing else allow. All piety consists therein in them, in other men all sin. Rather than fail, they will decry that which they love most tenderly, quarrel with mink pies and disparage their best and dearest friend, plum porridge. Fat pig and goose itself oppose, and blaspheme custard through the nose. Apostles of this fierce religion, like Mahomet's, were As and Widgeon. 25, to whom our knight, by fast instinct of wit and temper, was so linked as if hypocrisy and nonsense had got advocation of his conscience. Thus was he gifted and accoutred, we mean on inside, not the outward, that next of all we shall discuss. Then listen, sirs, it follows thus. His tawny beard was equal grace both of his wisdom and his face, in cut and dye so like a tile, a sudden view it would beguile, the upper part thereof was whey, the nether, orange mixed with grey. This hairy meteor did denounce the fall of sceptres and of crowns, with gristly type did represent declining age of government, and tell with hieroglyphic spade, its own grave and the states were made. Like Samson's heartbreakers, it grew in time to make a nation rue, though it contributed its own fall, to wait upon the public downfall. It was monastic, and did grow in holy orders by strict vow. 26 of rule as sullen and severe as that of rigid Cordelia. 'Twas bound to suffer persecution and martyrdom with resolution. Oppose itself against the hate and vengeance of incensed state, in whose defiance it was won, still ready to be pulled and tawn, with red-hot irons to be tauted, rivelled and spit upon, and martyred. Maugre all which, 'twas to stand fast as long as monarchy should last, but when the state should hap to reel, 'twas to submit to fatal steel, and fall, as it was consecrate, a sacrifice to fall of state, whose thread of life the fatal sisters did twist together with its whiskers, and twine so close, that time should never, in life or death, their fortunes sever, but with his rusty sickle mow both down together at a blow. So learned Taliacotius 27 from the brawny pot of Potter's bum cut supplemental noses, which would last as long as parent breech, but when the date of knock was out, off dropped the sympathetic snout. His back, or rather burthen, showed, as if it stooped with its own load, for as Aeneas 28 bore his sire upon his shoulders through the fire, our knight did bear no less a pack of his own buttocks on his back, which now had almost got the upper hand of his head, for want of crupper. To poise this equally, he bore a paunch of the same bulk before, which still he had a special care to keep well crammed with thrifty fare, as white pot, buttermilk, and curds, such as a country house affords, with other victual, which anon we farther shall dilate upon, when of his hose we come to treat, the cupboard where he kept his meat. His doublet was of sturdy buff, and though not sod, yet cudgel-proof, whereby 'twas fitter for his use, who feared no blows, but such as bruise. His breeches were of rugged woolen, and had been at the siege of Bullen. To old King Harry so well known, some right as held they were his own. Through they were lined with many a piece of ammunition, bread and cheese, and fat black puddings, proper food for warriors that delight in blood. For as we said, he always chose to carry victual in his hose, that often tempted rats and mice the ammunition to surprise, and when he put a hand but in the one or other magazine, they stoutly in defence on't stood, and from the wounded foe drew blood, until were stormed and beaten out, ne'er left the fortified redoubt. And though knights-errant, as some think, of old did neither eat nor drink, because, when thorough deserts vast, and regions desolate, they passed, where bella timber above ground or under, was not to be found unless they grazed, there's not one word of their provision on record, which made some confidently write, they had no stomachs but to fight. 'Tis false, for Arthur 29 wore in hall round table like a farthingle, on which, with shirt pulled out behind, and eke before, his good knights dinned. Though 'twas no table, some suppose, but a huge pair of round trunk hose, in which he carried as much meat as he and all the knights could eat, when, laying by their swords and truncheons, they took their breakfasts or their nuncheons. But let that pass at present, lest we should forget where we digressed, as learned authors use, to whom we leave it, and to th purpose come. His puissant sword unto his side, near his undaunted heart, was tied, with basket hilt that would hold broth, and serve for fight and dinner both. In it he melted lead for bullets, to shoot at foes, and sometimes pullets, to whom he bore so fell a grutch, he ne'er gave quat a tea any such. The trenchant blade, Toledo trusty, 30 for want of fighting, was grown rusty, and ate unto itself, for lack of somebody to hew and hack. The peaceful scabbard where it dwelt the rancor of its edge had felt, for of the lower end 2 handful it had devoured, 'twas so manful, and so much scorn to lurk in case, as if it durst not show its face. In many desperate attempts of warrants, exigence, contempts, it had appeared with courage bolder than sergeant bum invading shoulder. Oft had it ta'en possession, and prisoners too, or made them run. This sot a dagger had his page that was but little for his age, and therefore waited on him so, as dwarfs upon knights-errant do. It was a serviceable dudgeon, either for fighting or for drudging. When it had stabbed or broke a head, it would scrape trenches or chip bread, toast cheese or bacon, though it were to bait a mousetrap, 'twould not care. 'Twould make clean shoes, and in the earth set leeks and onions, and so forth. It had been prenticed to a brewer, where this and more it did endure, but left the trade, as many more have lately done on the same score. 31 in th holsters. At his saddle-bow, 2 aged pistols he did stow, among the surplus of such meat as in his hose he could not get. These would inveigle rats with th scent, to forage when the cocks were bent, and sometimes catch 'em with a snap as cleverly as th ablest trap. They were upon hard duty still, and every night stood sentinel, to guard the magazine either hose from 2-legged and from 4-legged foes. Thus clad and fortified, Sir Knight from peaceful home set forth to fight. But first with nimble, active force he got on th outside of his hoss, for having but one stirrup tied to his saddle, on the farther side, it was so short had much ado to reach it with his disparate toe. But after many strains and heaves, he got up to the saddle leaves, from whence he vaulted into th seat, with so much vigor, strength, and heat, that he had almost tumbled over with his own weight, but did recover, by laying hold on tail and mane, which oft he used instead of rein. But now we talk of mounting steed. Before we further do proceed, it doth behove us to say something of that which bore our valiant bumpkin. The beast was sturdy, large, and tall, with mouth of meal and eyes of wall. I would say I, for had but one, as most agree, though some say none. He was well stayed, and in his gait preserved a grave, majestic state. At spur or switch no more he skipped, or mended pace than Spaniard whipped, and yet so fiery, he would bound as if he grieved to touch the ground. That Caesar's hoss who, as fame goes, had cons upon his feet and toes, 32 was not by half so tender-hoofed, nor trod upon the ground so soft. And as that beast would kneel and stoop, some right, to take his rider up, so Hudibras his, 'tis well known, would often do to set him down. We shall not need to say what lack of leather was upon his back, for that was hidden under pad, and breech of night, galled full as bad. His strutting ribs on both sides showed like furrows he himself had ploughed, for underneath the skirt of panel, twixt every two there was a channel. His draggling tail hung in the dirt, which on his rider he would flirt, still as his tender side he pricked, with armed heel, or with unarmed, kicked, for Hudibras wore but one spur. As wisely knowing, could he stir to active trot one side of his hoss, the other would not hang an oss. A squire he had, whose name was Ralph, that in th adventure went his half, though writers, from our stately tone, do call him Ralpo. 'Tis all one, and when we can with meet a safe, we'll call him so, if not, plain Ralph. For rhyme the rudder is of verses, with which like ships they steer their courses. An equal stock of wit and valor he had laid in, by birth a tailor. The mighty Tyrian queen, that gained with subtle shreds a tract of land, 33 did leave it with a castle fair to his great ancestor, her heir. From him descended cross-legged knights, famed for their faith, and warlike fights against the bloody cannibal, whom they destroyed both great and small. This sturdy squire he had, as well as the bold Trojan knight, seen hell. 30 far not with a counterfeited pass of golden bow, but true gold lace. His knowledge was not far behind the knight's, but of another kind, and he another way came by tea, some call it gifts, and some new light. A liberal art that costs no pains of study, industry, or brains. His wit was sent him for a token, but in the carriage cracked and broken. Like commendation 9 pence crooked, with, to and from my love, it looked. He ne'er considered it as loth to look a gift toss in the mouth, and very wisely would lay forth no more upon it than 'twas worth. But as he got it freely, so he spent it frank and freely too. For saints themselves will sometimes be of gifts that cost them nothing, free. By means of this, with hem and cough, prolongas to enlightened stuff, he could deep mysteries unriddle as easily as thread a needle. For as of vagabonds we say, that they are ne'er beside their way. Whate'er men speak by this new light, still they are sure to be ith right. 'Tis a dark lantern of the spirit, which none see by but those that bear it, a light that falls down from on high, for spiritual trades to cozen by, and ignis fatuus, that bewitches and leads men into pools and ditches, to make them dip themselves, and sound for Christendom in dirty pond, to dive like wild fowl for salvation, and fish to catch regeneration. This light inspires and plays upon the nose of saint-like bagpipe drone, and speaks through hollow empty soul, as through a trunk or whispering hole. Such language as no mortal ear but spiritual eavesdroppers can hear, so Phoebus, or some friendly muse, into small poets' song infuse, which they at second-hand rehearse, throw reed or bagpipe verse for verse. Thus Ralph became infallible as 3 or 4-legged oracle, 35 the ancient cup or modern chair, spoke truth point-blank, though unaware. For mystic learning, wondrous able in magic talisman and cabal, 36 whose primitive tradition reaches as far as Adam's first green breeches, 37 deep-sighted in intelligences, ideas, atoms, influences, and much of terror incognita, intelligible world, could say 38 a deep occult philosopher, as learned as the wild Irish 39 or Sir Agrippa, for profound 40 and solid lying much renowned. He Anthroposophus and Floud, and Jacob Bayman understood. 41 knew many an amulet and charm that would do neither good nor harm. In Rosicrucian lore as learned, as he that vir adeptus earned .42, he understood the speech of birds as well as they themselves do words. Could tell what subtlest parrots mean that speak and think contrary clean, what member 'tis of whom they talk when they cry rope and walk, knave, walk. He'd extract numbers out of matter and keep them in a glass like water, of sovereign power to make men wise, for dropped in blear, thick-sighted eyes, they'd make them see in darkest night like owls, though purblind in the light. By help of these, as he professed, he had first matter seen undressed. He took her naked all alone, before one rag of form was on. The chaos too he had descried, and seen quite throw, or else he lied. Not that of pasteboard which men show for groats at fair of Bartholomew, but its great-grandsire, first o' the name, whence that and reformation came, both cousin Germans, and right able to inveigle and draw in the rabble. But reformation was, some say, younger house to puppet play. He could foretell whatsoever was by consequence to come to pass, as death of great men, alterations, diseases, battles, inundations, all this, without eclipse sun, or dreadful comet he hath done, by inward light, a way as good, and easy to be understood, but with more lucky hit than those that used to make the stars depose, like knights post, and falsely charge upon themselves what others fodge, as if they were consenting to all mischiefs in the world men do, or, like the devil, did tempt and sway 'em to rogueries, and then betray 'em. They'll search a planet's house to know who broke and robbed a house below, examine Venus and the moon, who stole a thimble or a spoon, and though they nothing will confess, yet by their very looks can guess, and tell what guilty aspect bodes who stole and who received the goods. They'll question Mars, and by his look detect who 'twas that nimmed a cloak, make Mercury confess, and peach those thieves which he himself did teach. They'll find physiognomies planets, all men's destinies, like him that took the doctor's bill, and swallowed it instead pill. Cast the nativity question, and from positions to be guessed on, as sure as if they knew the moment of native's birth, tell what will come on't. They'll feel the pulses of the stars to find out agues, coughs, catarrhs, and tell what crisis does divine the rotten sheep, or mange and swine in men, what gives or cures the itch, what makes them cuckolds, poor or rich, what gains or loses, hangs or saves, what makes men great, what fools are knaves, but not what wise, for only of those the stars, they say, cannot dispose, no more than can the astrologans. There they say right, and like true Trojans. This Ralpho knew, and therefore took the other course of which we spoke. Thus was the accomplished squire endued with gifts and knowledge, peerless shrewd. Never did trusty squire with knight, or knight with squire, e'er jump more right. Their arms and equipage did fit, as well as virtues, parts, and wit. Their valors too were of a rate, and out they sallied at the gate. Few miles on horseback had they jogged, but fortune unto them turned dogged. For they a sad adventure met, of which anon we mean to treat. But ere we venture to unfold achievements so resolved and bold, we should as learned poets use, invoke the assistance of some muse. However, critics count it sillier than jugglers talking to familiar. We think 'tis no great matter which, they're all alike. Yet we shall pitch on one that fits our purpose most, whom therefore thus do we accost. Thou that with ale, or vile liquors, didst inspire withers, Prin, and Vicars, 43 and fost them, though it was in spite of nature and their stars to write. Who, as we find in sullen writs and cross-grained works of modern wits, with vanity, opinion, want, the wonder of the ignorant, the praises of the author, penned be himself, all wit ensuring friend, the itch of picture in the front, with bays and wicked rhyme upon, all that is left oth Focht Hill, to make men scribble without skill. Canst make a poet spite of fate, and teach all people to translate, though out of languages in which they understand no part of speech. Assist me but this once, I implore, and I shall trouble thee no more. In Weston clime there is a town, to those that dwell therein well known, therefore there needs no more be said here. We unto them refer our reader, for brevity is very good when are or are not understood. To this town people did repair, on days of market or of fair, and to cracked fiddle and hoss tabor, in merriment did drudge and labor. But now a spot more formidable had racked together village rabble. 'Twas an old way of recreating, which learned butchers call bear baiting, a bold, adventurous exercise, with ancient heroes in high prize. For authors do affirm it came from Isthmian or Nemean game. Others derive it from the bear that's fixed in northern hemisphere, and round about the pole does make a circle like a bear at stake, that at the chain's end wheels about, and overturns the rabble rout. For after solemn proclamation, in the bear's name, as is the fashion, according to the law of arms, to keep men from inglorious harms, that none presume to come so near as 40 foot of stake of bear, if any yet be so foolhardy, to expose themselves to vain jeopardy, if they come wounded off, and lame, no honours got by such a maim. Although the bear gain much, being bound in honour to make good his ground when he's engagged, and takes no notice, if any press upon him, who 'tis, but lets them know, at their own cost, that he intends to keep his post. This to prevent, and other harms, which always wait on feats of arms, for in the hurry of a fray 'tis hard to keep out of harm's way. Thither the knight his cost did steer, to keep the peace twixt dog and bear, as he believed he was bound to do in conscience, and commission too, and therefore thus bespoke the squire. We that are wisely mounted higher 44 than constables in curule wit, when on tribunal bench we sit, like speculators should foresee, from pharaohs of authority, portended mischiefs farther than low proletarian tithing men, and therefore being informed by brute, that dog and bear are to dispute. For so of late men fighting name, because they often prove the same, for where the first does hap to be, the last does coincidia. Quantum in nobis have thought good, to save expense of Christian blood, and try if we, by mediation of treaty and accommodation, can end the quarrel and compose the bloody duel without blows. Are not our liberties, our lives, the laws, religion, and our wives, enough at once to lie at stake for covenant and the cause's sake? But in that quarrel dogs and bears, as well as we, must venture theirs this feud, by Jesuits invented, by evil counsel is fomented, there is a Machiavellian plot, though every ne'er olfact is not, a deep design in't to divide the well-affected that confide, by setting brother against brother, to claw and curry one another. Have we not enemies, plus cities that, Cain et Angpeges, hate us? And shall we turn our fangs and claws upon our own selves without cause? That some occult design doth lie in bloody Synach Tomeke, 45 is plain enough to him that knows how saints lead brothers by the nose. I wish myself a pseudo-prophet, but sure some mischief will come of it. Unless by providential wit, or foss, we avarincate at .46 for what design, what interest, can beast have to encounter beast? They fight for no espoused cause, frail privilege, fundamental laws, not for a thorough reformation, nor covenant, nor protestation, Naw liberty of consciences, naw lauds and commons ordinances, naw for the church, naw for church lands, to get them in their own no hands, nor evil counsellors to bring to justice that seduce the king, naw for the worship of us men, though we have done as much for them. Egyptians worshipped dogs, and for their faith made internecine war. Others adored a rat, and some for that church suffered martyrdom. The Indians fought for the truth of elephant and monkey's tooth, 47 and many, to defend that faith, fought it out, modicus, to death. But no beast ever was so slight for man, as for his God, to fight. They have more wit, alas, and know themselves and us better than so. But we, who only do infuse the rage in them like bout fuse, 48, 'tis our example that instills in them infection of our ills. For as some late philosophers have well observed, beasts that converse with man, take after him, as hogs get pigs all year, and bitches dogs. Just so, by our example, cattle learn to give one another battle. We read, in Nero's time, the heathen, when they destroyed the Christian brethren, did so them in the skins of bears, and then set dogs about their ears. From thence, no doubt, invention came of this lewd anti-Christian game. To this, quoth Ralpo, verily the point seems very plain to me. It is an anti-Christian game, unlawful both in thing and name. First, for the name, the word bear-baiting is carnal and of man's creating, for certainly there's no such word in all the scripture on record, therefore unlawful and a sin, and so is, secondly, the thing. A vile assembly 'tis, that can no more be proved by scripture than provincial, classic, national, mere human creature cobwebs all. Thirdly, it is idolatrous, for when men run a whoring thus with their inventions, whatsoever the thing be, whether dog or bear, it is idolatrous and pagan, no less than worshipping of Dagon. Quoth Hudibras, I smell a rat. Ralpo, thou dost prevaricate, for though the thesis which thou lay'st be true ad amosum, as thou say'st, for that bear-baiting should appear jure divino, lawfuller than synods are, thou dost deny. Totitum verbis, so do I. Yet there's a fallacy in this, for if by sly homeoses tussis pro crepitu, and ought under a cough to slur a fought, thou wouldst sophistically imply both are unlawful, I deny. And I, quoth Ralpo, do not doubt but bear-baiting may be made out in gospel times as lawful as is provincial or parochial classis, and that both are so near of kin, and like in all, as well as sin, that put them in a bag and shake 'em. Yourself, sudden would mistake 'em, and not know which is which, unless you measure by their wickedness. For 'tis not hard to imagine whether OTH2 is worst, though I name neither. Quoth Hudibras, thou offest much, but art not able to keep touch. Mira de lent, as 'tis ith adage, idest, to make a leak a cabbage, thou wilt at best but such a bull, or she a swine, all cry and no wool. For what can synods have at all with bear that's illogical? Or what relation has debating of church affairs with bear-baiting? A just comparison still is of things adjustum generis. And then what genius rightly doth include and comprehend them both? If animal, both of us may as justly pass for bears as they, for we are animals no less, although of different species. But Ralpo, this is no fit place nor time to argue out the case, for now the field is not far off, where we must give the world a proof of deeds, not words, and such as suit another manner of dispute. A controversy that affords actions for arguments, not words, which we must manage at a rate of prowess and conduct adequate to what our place and fame doth promise, and all the godly expect from us. Nor shall they be deceived, unless we're slurred and outed by success. Success, the mock no mortal wit, our surest hand, can always hit, for whatsoever we perpetrate, we do but row, we're steered by fate, which in success oft disinherits, for spurious causes, noblest merits. Great actions are not always true sons of great and mighty resolutions, nor do boldest attempts bring forth events still equal to their worth, but sometimes fail, and in their stead fortune and cowardice succeed. Yet we have no great cause to doubt, our actions still have borne us out, which, though they're known to be so ample, we need not copy from example. We are not the only persons durst attempt this province, nor the first. In northern clime, a valorous knight did whilom kill his bear in fight and wound a fiddler. We have both of these the objects of our wrath, and equal fame and glory from attempt of victory to come. 'Tis sung, there is a valiant Mameluke 49 in foreign land, yclept, to whom we have been oft compared for person, pots, address, and beard, both equally reputed stout, and in the same cause both have fought. He oft in such attempts as these came off with glory and success, nor will we fail in execution, for want of equal resolution. Honor is like a widow, 150 with brisk attempt and putting on, with entering manfully and urging, not slow approaches like a virgin. 'Tis said, as erst the Phrygian knight, so ours with rusty steel did smite his Trojan hoss, and just as much he mended pace upon the touch, but from his empty stomach groaned just as that hollow beast did sound, and angry answered from behind, with brandished tail and blast of wind. So have I seen, with armed heel, a wight bestride a commonweal, while still the maw he kicked and spurred the less the sullen jade had stirred. Canto Roman II, the catalogue and character of th enemy's best men of war, whom, in bold harangue, the knight defies and challenges to fight. H encounters Talgol, routs the bear, and takes the fiddler prisoner, conveys him to enchanted castle. There shuts him fast in wooden bar style. There was an ancient sage philosopher that had read Alexander Ross over, and swore the world, as he could prove, was made of fighting and of love. Just so romances are, for what else is in them all, but love and battles? OTH first of these we've no great matter to treat of, but a world OTH latter, in which to do the injured right we mean, in what concerns just fight. Certes our authors are to blame, for to make some well-sounding name a patent fit for modern knights to copy out in phrase and fights, like those that a whole street do raise to build a palace in the place. They never care how many others they kill, without regard of mothers, or wives, or children, so they can make up some fierce, dead-doing man, composed of many ingredient valors, just like the manhood of 9 tailors. So a wild Tartar, when he spies a man that's handsome, valiant, wise, if he can kill him, thinks t inherit his wit, his beauty, and his spirit, as if just so much he enjoyed as in another is destroyed. For when a giant slain in fight and mowed athwart, or cleft downright, it is a heavy case, no doubt. A man should have his brains beat out because he's tall, and has large bones, as men kill beavers for their stones. But as for our part, we shall tell the naked truth of what befell, and as an equal friend to both the knight and bear, but more to troth, with neither faction shall take part, but give to each his due desert, and never coin a formal lie on't to make the knight Occam the giant. This being professed, we've hopes enough, and now go on where we left off. They rode, but authors having not determined whether pace or trot, that is to say, whether tolutation, as they do termed, or successation. 51 we leave it, and go on, as now suppose they did, no matter how, yet some from subtle hints have got mysterious light, it was a trot. But let that pass. They now begun to spur their living engines on. For as whipped tops and bandied balls, the learned hold, are animals, so hosses they affirm to be mere engines made by geometry, and were invented first from engines, as Indian Britons were from penguins. 52, so let them be. And as I was saying, they their live engines plied, not staying until they reached the fatal Champagne, which th enemy did then encamp on. The dire Pharsalian plain, where battle 53 was to be wagged twixt puissant cattle and fierce auxiliary men, that came to aid their brethren, who now began to take the field, as night from ridge of steed beheld. For as our modern wits behold, mounted a pickback on the old, much further oft, much further he, raised on his aged beast could see, yet not sufficient to descry all postures of the enemy, wherefore he bids the squire ride further, t observe their numbers and their order, that when their motions he had known, he might know how to fit his own. Meanwhile he stopped his willing steed, to fit himself for martial deed. Both kinds of metal he prepared, either to give blows, or to ward, courage and steel, both of great force, prepared for better or for worse. His death-chogged pistols he did fit well, drawn out from life-preserving victual. These being primed, with force he labored to free sod from retentive scabbard, and after many a painful pluck, from rusty durance he bailed tuck. Then shook himself, to see that prowess in scabbard of his arms sat loose, and raised upon his disparate foot, on stirrup side he gazed about, portending blood, like blazing star, the beacon of approaching war. Ralpho rode on with no less speed than Hugo in the forest did, but far more in returning made. For now the foe he had surveyed, ranged as to him they did appear, with van, main battle, wings, and rear. I the head of all this warlike rabble, Crowdero marched, expert and able. Instead of trumpet and of drum, that makes the warrior's stomach come, whose noise whets valor sharp, like beer by thunder turned to vinegar. For if a trumpet sound, or drum beat, who has not a month's mind to combat? A squeaking engine he applied unto his neck, on northeast side, just where the hangman does dispose to special friends, the knot of noose, for 'tis great grace, when statesmen straight dispatch a friend, let others wait. His warped ear hung o'er the strings, which was but souse to chitterlings, for guts, some right, ere they are sodden, are fit for music, or for puddin', from whence men borrow every kind of minstrelsy by string or wind. His gristly beard was long and thick, with which he strung his fiddlestick, for he to hostale scorn to owe, for what on his own chin did grow. Chiron, 54 the four-legged bard, had both a beard and tail of his own growth, and yet by authors 'tis averred, he made use only of his beard. In Staffordshire, where virtuous worth does raise the minstrelsy, not birth, 55 where bulls do choose the boldest king, and ruler, are the men of string. As once in Persia 'tis said, kings were proclaimed by a hoss that neighed. He bravely venturing at a crown, by chance of war was beaten down, and wounded saw. His leg then broke, had got a deputy of oak, for when a shin in fight is cropped, the knee with one of timbers propped, esteemed more honorable than the other, and takes place, though the younger brother. Next marched brave Auson, famous for wise conduct and success in war, a skilful leader, stout, severe, now marshal to the champion bear. With truncheon, tipped with iron head, the warrior to the lists he led, with solemn march and stately pace, but far more grave and solemn face, grave as the emperor of Pegu 56 or Spanish potentate Don Diego. This leader was of knowledge great, either for charge or for retreat. He knew when to fall on pell-mell, to fall back and retreat as well. So lawyers, lest the bare defendant and plaintiff dog should make an end on't, do stave and tail with writs of error, reverse of judgment and demurrer, to let them breathe a while, and then cry whoop and set them on agin. As Romulus a wolf did rear, so he was dry-nursed by a bear, that fed him with the purchased prey of many a fierce and bloody fray, bred up where discipline most rare is. In military garden Paris .57, for soldiers heretofore did grow in gardens just as weeds do now, until some splayfoot politicians T. Apollo offered up petitions for licensing a new invention they'd found out of an antique engine, to root out all the weeds that grow in public gardens at a blow, and leave Th. herbs standing. Quoth Sir Son, my friends, that is not to be done. Not done. Quoth statesman, yes, an't please ye when it's once known. You'll say 'tis easy. Why then let's know it, quoth Apollo. We'll beat a drum and they'll all follow. A drum, quoth Phoebus, troth, that's true, a pretty invention, quaint and new. But though of voice and instrument we are the undoubted president, we such loud music don't profess. The devil's master of that office, where it must pass, if 't be a drum, he'll sign it with Cler, Paul, Dom, Com. To him apply yourselves and he will soon dispatch you for his fee. They did so, but it proved so ill, Th. had better let him grow there still. But to resume what we discoursing were on before, that is, stout Auson, that which so oft, by sundry writers, has been applied to almost all fighters, more justly may be ascribed to this than any other warrior, viz. None ever acted both parts bolder, both of a chieftain and a soldier. He was of great descent, and high for splendor and antiquity, and from celestial origin derived himself in a right line, not as the ancient heroes did, who, that their base births might be hid, knowing they were of doubtful gender, and that they came in at a window, made Jupiter himself, and others Th. gods, gallants to their own mothers, to get on them a race of champions, of which old Homer first made lampoons. Voctophylax in northern sphere was his undoubted ancestor. From him his great forefathers came, and in all ages bore his name. Learned he was in medicinal law, for by his side a pouch he wore, replete with strange hermetic powder, that wounds 9 miles point-blank would solder, by skilful chemist, with great cost, extracted from a rotten post, but of a heavenlier influence than that which mountebanks dispense, though by Promethean fire made, 58 as they do quack that drive that trade. For as when slovens do amiss at others' daws, by stool or piss, the learned right, a red-hot spit being prudently applied to it, will convey mischief from the dung unto the pot that did the wrong, so this did healing. And as sure as that did mischief, this could cure. Thus virtuous Auson was endued with learning, conduct, fortitude, incomparable. And as the prince of poets Homer, sung long since, a skilful leech is better far than 100 men of war, so he appeared, and by his skill, no less than dint of sod, could kill. The gallant Bruin marched next him, with visage formidably grim, and rugged as a Saracen, or Turk of Mahomet's own kin, clad in a mantle delegarer of rough, impenetrable fur. And in his nose, like Indian king, he wore, for ornament, a ring, about his neck a threefold gogget as rough as trebled leathern target, armed as heralds cant and langed, or, as the vulgar say, sharp-fanged. For as the teeth in beasts of prey are swords with which they fight and fray, so swords, in men of war, are teeth which they do eat their victual with. He was by birth, some authors write, a Russian, some, a Muscovite, and 'mong the Cossacks had been bred, 59 of whom we in Diurnals read, that served to fill up pages here, as with their bodies ditches there. Skromansky was his cousin German with whom he served and fed on vermin, and when these failed, he'd suck his claws and quarter himself upon his paws. And though his countrymen, the Huns, 60 did stew their meat between their bums and hosses' backs all which they straddle, and every man eat up his saddle, he was not half so nice as they, but eat it raw when tea came in's way. He had tracked countries far and near, more than LeBlanc, the traveller, who writes he spoused in India, of noble house, a lady gay, 61 and got on her a race of worthies, as stout as any upon earth is. Full many a fight for him between Talgol and Ossen oft had been each striving to deserve the crown of a salved citizen, the one to guard his bear, the other fought to aid his dog. Both made more stout by several spurs of neighborhood, church fellow membership, and blood. But Talgol, mortal foe to cows, never got aught of him but blows hard and heavy, such as he had lent, repaid with usury. Yet Talgol was of courage stout, and vanquished oftener than he fought, inured to labor, sweat and toil, and like a champion shone with oil. Right many a widow his keen blade, and many fatherless had made. He many a baw and huge dung-cow did, like another Guy, Othro, but Guy with him in fight compod, had like the baw or dung-cow fod. With greater troops of sheep had fought than Ajax or bold Don Quixote, and many a serpent of fell kind, with wings before and stings behind, subdued, as poets say, long agon, bold Sir George St. George, did the dragon, nor engine, nor device polemic, disease, nor doctor epidemic, though stawed with dilatory medicines, which whosoever took is dead since, ere sent so vast a colony to both the underworlds as he, for he was of that noble trade that demigods and heroes made, slaughter and knocking on the head, the trade to which they all were bred, and is, like others, glorious when 'tis great and large, but base if mean. The former rides in triumph for it, the latter in a two-wheeled chariot, for daring to profane a thing so sacred with vile bungling. Next these the brave Magnano came, Magnano, great in martial fame. Yet when with Ossen he wagged fight, 'tis sung, he got but little by tea. Yet he was fierce as forest boar, whose spoils upon his back he wore, as thick as Ajax' sevenfold shield, which o'er his brazen arms he held. But Brass was feeble to resist the fury of his armed fist, nor could the hottest urn hold out against his blows, but they would throot. In magic he was deeply read as he that made the brazen head, profoundly skilled in the black art, as English Merlin for his heart, 62 but far more skilful in the spheres than he was at the sieve and shears. He could transform himself in color as like the devil as a collier, as like as hypocrites in show, are to true saints, or crow to crow. Of warlike engines he was author, devised for quick dispatch of slaughter, the cannon, blunderbuss, and seka, he was inventor of, and maker, the trumpet and the kettle drum, did both from his invention come. He was the first that e'er did teach to make and how to stop a breach. A lance he bore with iron pike, one half would thrust, the other strike, and when their fosses he had joined, he scorned to turn his pots behind. He Trulla loved, Trulla, more bright than burnished armor of her knight, a bold virago, stout and tall as Joan of France, or English Mal, 63 throw perils both of wind and limb, throw thick and thin, she followed him, in every adventure undertook, and never him or it forsook. At breach of wall, or hedge surprise, she shod hazard and the prize. At beating quatas up, or forage, behaved herself with matchless courage, and laid about in fight more busily than the Amazonian dame Penthesile.64, and though some critics here cry shame, and say our authors are to blame, that, spite of all philosophers, who hold no females stout but bears, and heretofore did so abhor that women should pretend to war, they would not suffer the stoutest dame to swear by Hercules' name. 65 make feeble ladies in their works, to fight like termagants and Turks, to lay their native arms aside, their modesty, and ride astride, to run a-tilt at men, and wield their naked tools in open field, as stout Amida, bold Thalestris, 66 and she that would have been the mistress of Gondibert. 67 but he had grace, and rather took a country loss. They say 'tis false without all sense, but of pernicious consequence to government, which they suppose can never be upheld in prose. Strip nature naked to the skin, you'll find about her no such thing. It may be so. Yet what we tell of Trulla that's improbable, shall be deposed by those who have seen't, what's as good, product in print. And if they will not take our word, we'll prove it true upon record. The upright Cerdon next advanced of all his race the valiant'st, Cerdon the great, renowned in song, like Hercules, for repair of wrong. He raised the low and fortified the weak against the strongest side. ill has he read, that never hit on him in Muse's deathless writ. He had a weapon keen and fierce, that through a bull-hide shield would pierce, and cut it in 1,000 pieces, though tougher than the knight of Greece his, with whom his black-thumbed ancestor was comrade in the 10 Years' War. For when the restless Greeks sat down so many years before Troy town, and were renowned, as Homer writes, for well-soled boots no less than fights, they owed that glory only to his ancestor, that made them so. Fast friend he was to reformation, until 'twas one quite out of fashion. Next rectifier of wry law, and would make 3 to cure 1 flaw. Learned he was, and could take note, transcribe, collect, translate, and quote. But preaching was his chiefest talent or argument, in which, being valiant, he us to lay about and stickle, like ram or bull, at conventicle, for disputants, like rams and bulls, do fight with arms that spring from skulls. Last Colin came, bold man of war, destined to blows by fatal star, right expert in command of hoss, but cruel and without remorse. That which of Centaur long ago was said, and has been wrested to some other knights, was true of this. He and his hoss were of a piece. One spirit did inform them both, the self-same vigor, fury, wrath, yet he was much the rougher part, and always had a harder heart, although his hoss had been of those that fed on man's flesh, as fame goes. Strange food for hoss, and yet, alas, it may be true, for flesh is grass. Sturdy he was, and no less able than Hercules to clean a stable, as great a drover, and as great a critic too, in hog or neat. He ripped the womb up of his mother, Dame Tellus, cause she wanted fother and provender wherewith to feed himself, and his less cruel steed. It was a question, whether he or S. hoss were of a family more worshipful, till antiquaries, after had almost pawed out their eyes, did very learnedly decide the business on the hoss's side, and proved not only hoss, but cows, nay, pigs, were of the elder house, for beasts, when man was but a piece of earth himself, did earth possess. These worthies were the chief that led the combatants, each in the head of his command, with arms and rage, ready and longing to engage. The numerous rabble was drawn out of several counties round about, from villages remote, and shires, of east and western hemispheres, from foreign parishes and regions, of different manners, speech, religions, came men and mastiffs, some to fight for fame and honor, some for sight. And now the field of death, the lists, were entered by antagonists, and blood was ready to be broached, when Hudibras in haste approached, with squire and weapons, to attack him. But first thus from his hoss bespake him, "What rage, O citizens? What fury doth you to these dire actions hurry? What Eastrum, what frenetic mood, 68 makes you thus lavish of your blood, while the proud vies your trophies boast, and unrevenged walks, ghost? What towns, what garrisons might you with hazard of this blood subdue, which now why are bent to throw away in vain, untriumphable fray? Shall saints in civil bloodshed wallow of saints, and let the cause lie fallow? The cause for which we fought and swore so boldly, shall we now give awe? Then, because quarrels still are seen with oaths and swearings to begin, the solemn league and covenant will seem a mere goddamn me rant, and we that took it and have fought, as lewd as drunkards that fall out. For as we make war for the king against himself, the self-same thing, some will not stick to swear, we do for God and for religion too, for if bear-baiting we allow, what good can reformation do? The blood and treasure that's laid out is thrown away, and goes for naught. Are these the fruits o.th protestation, the prototype of reformation, which all the saints and some, since martyrs, wore in their hats like wedding garters? 69 when 'twas resolved by either house 6 members quarrel to espouse. 70 did they for this draw down the rabble, with zeal and noises formidable, and make all cries about the town join throats to cry the bishops down, who having round begirt the palace, as once a month they do the gallows, as members gave the sign about, set up their throats with hideous shout. When Tinkas bawled aloud to settle church discipline, for patching kettle, no so gelda did blow his horn to geld a cat, but cried reform. The oyster women locked their fish up and trudged away, to cry, no bishop. The mousetrap men laid save-alls by, and gainst evil counsellors did cry. Bothers left old clothes in the lurch, and fell to turn and patch the church. Some cried the covenant instead of pudding pies and gingerbread, and some for brooms, old boots and shoes, bawled out to purge the commons' house. Instead of kitchen stuff, some cry, a gospel-preaching ministry, and some, for old suits, coats, or cloak, no surplices nor service book. A strange harmonious inclination of all degrees to reformation. And is this all? Is this the end to which these carrings on did tend? Hath public faith, like a young heir, for this time up all sorts of ware, and run in every tradesman's book, till both turned bankrupts and are broke. Did saints for this bring in their plate, and crowd as if they came too late? For when they thought the cause had need on't, happy was he that could be rid on't. Did they coin piss-pots, bowls, and flagons, int offices of hoss and dragoons, and into pikes and musqueteers stamp beakers, cups, and porringers? A thimble, bodkin, and a spoon did start up living men as soon as in the furnace they were thrown, just like the dragon's teeth being sown. Then was the cause of gold and plate, the brethren's offerings, consecrate, like Hebrew calf, and down before it the saints fell prostrate, to adore it, so say the wicked. And will you make that sarcasmus scandal true? 71 by running after dogs and bears, beasts more unclean than calves austeres? Have powerful preachers plied their tongues, and laid themselves out and their lungs? Ust all means, both direct and sinister, power of gospel-preaching minister. Have they invented tones to win the women, and make them draw in the men, as Indians with a female tame elephant inveigle the male? Have they told Providence what it must do, whom to avoid, and whom to trust to? Discovered enemy's design, and which way best to countermine? Prescribed what ways it hath to work, or it will ne'er advance the kirk? Told it the news last express, and after good or bad success, made prayers? Not so like petitions as overtures and propositions, such as the army did present to their Creator, Parliament, in which they freely will confess they will not, cannot, acquiesce, unless the work be carried on in the same way they have begun, by setting church and commonweal all on a flame, bright as their zeal, on which the saints were all agog, and all this for a bear and dog. The Parliament drew up petitions to itself, and sent them, like commissions, to well-affected persons down, in every city and great town, with power to levy hoss and men, only to bring them back agin. For this did many, many a mile, ride manfully in rank and file, with papers in their hats that showed as if they to the pillory rode. Have all these causes, these efforts, been tried by people of all sorts, velis et remis, omnibus nervus, and all advance the cause's service? And shall all now be thrown away in petulant intestine fray? Shall we that in the covenant swa, each man of us to run before another, still in reformation, give dogs and bears a dispensation? How will dissenting brethren relish it? What will malignants say? Vidless it that each man swa to do his best to damn and perjure all the rest, and bid the devil take the hindmost, which at this race is like to win most. They'll say our busness, to reform the church and state, is but a worm, for to subscribe, unsight, unseen, to an unknown church discipline, what is it else but beforehand to engage and after understand? For when we swa to carry on the present reformation, according to the purest mode of churches best reformed abroad, what did we else but make a vow to do we know not what, nor how? For no three of us will agree, where or what churches these should be, and is indeed the self-same case with theirs that swore et caeteras. 72 are the French League, in which men vowed to fight to the last drop of blood. 73. These slanders will be thrown upon the cause and work we carry on, if we permit men to run headlong exorbitances fit for bedlam, rather than gospel-walking times, when slightest sins are greatest crimes. But we the matter so shall handle, as to remove that odious scandal, in name of king and parliament. I charge ye all no more foment this feud, but keep the peace between your brethren and your countrymen, and to those places straight repair where your respective dwellings are. But to that purpose first surrender the fiddler, as the prime offender, incendiary vile, that is chief author and engineer of mischief, that makes division between friends, for profane and malignant ends. He and that engine of vile noise, on which illegally he plays, shall, dictum factum, both be brought to condign punishment as they ought. This must be done, and I would fain see mortals so sturdy as to gainsay, for then I'll take another course, and soon reduce you all by force. This said, he clapped his hand on sod, to show he meant to keep his word. But Talgol, who had long suppressed inflamed wrath in glowing breast, which now began to rage and burn as implacably as flame in furnace, thus answered him: Thou vermin wretched as ere in measled pock was hatched, thou tail of worship, that dost grow on rump of justice as of cow, how dost thou, with that sullen luggage self, old urn, and other baggage, with which thy steed of bones and leather has broke his wind in halting hither, how durst I say, adventure thus oppose thy lumber against us? Could thine impertinence find out to work employ itself about where thou, secure from wooden blow, thy busy vanity mightst show? Was no dispute afoot between the caterwauling brethren? No subtle question raised among those out o' their wits, and those wrong? No prize between those combatants times, the land and wata saints, where thou mightst strickle without hazard of outrage to thy hide and mazard, and not for want of busness come to us to be so troublesome, to interrupt our better sort of disputants, and spoil our spot. Was there no felony, no bawd, cut purse, no burglary abroad, no stolen pig, nor plundered goose, to tie thee up from breaking loose? No ale unlicensed, broken hedge, for which thou statute mightst allege, to keep thee busy from foul evil, and shame due to thee from the devil? Did no committee sit where he might cut out journey work for thee, and set a task with subornation, to stitch up sale and sequestration, to cheat, with holiness and zeal, all parties and the commonweal? Much better had it been for thee, had kept thee where ought us to be, or sent on busness any whither, so he had never brought thee hither. But if haste brain enough in skull to keep itself in lodging hole, and not provoke the rage of stones and cudgels to thy hide and bones tremble, and vanish, while thou mayst, which I'll not promise if thou stayst. At this the knight grew high and wroth, and lifting hands and eyes up both, 3 times he smote on stomach stout, from whence at length these words broke out. Was I for this entitled, sir, and girt with trusty sword and spur, for fame and honour to wage battle, thus to be braved by foe to cattle? Not all that pride that makes thee swell as big as thou dost blown up veal, nor all thy tricks and sleights to cheat, and sell thy carrion for good meat. Not all thy magic to repair decayed old age and tough lean wear, make natural appear thy work, and stop the gangrene in stale pock. Not all that foss that makes thee proud, because by bullock ne'er withstood, though armed with all thy cleavers, knives, and axes made to hew down lives, shall save or help thee to evade the hand of justice, or this blade, which I, her sod-bearer, do carry, for civil deed and military. Nor shall those words of venom base, which thou haste from their native place, thy stomach pumped to fling on me, go unrevenged. Though I am free, thou down the same throat shalt devour em, like tainted beef, and pay dear for em. Nor shall it e'er be said that white with gantlet blue, and bases white, and round blunt truncheon by his side, so great a man at arms defied with words far bitterer than wormwood, that would in job or grizzle stir mood. Dogs with their tongues their wounds do heal, but men with hands as thou shalt feel. This said, with hasty rage he snatched his gunshot, that in holsters watched, and bending cock, he levelled full against outside of Talgol's skull, vowing that he should ne'er stir further, nor henceforth cow nor bullock murther. But Pallas came in shape of rust, and twixt the spring and hammer thrust her Gorgon shield, which made the cock stand stiff, as Tuia transformed to stock. Meanwhile fierce Talgol, gathering might, with rugged truncheon chogged the knight, but he with petronel upheaved, instead of shield, the blow received. The gun recoiled, as well it might, not us to such a kind of fight, and shrunk from its great master's gripe, knocked down and stunned by mortal stripe. Then Hudibras, with furious haste, drew out his sword, yet not so fast, but Talgol first, with haughty thwack, twice bruised his head, and twice his back. But when his nut-brown sword was out, with stomach huge he laid about, imprinting many a wound upon his mortal foe, the truncheon. The trusty cudgel did oppose itself against dead-doing blows, to guard its leader from fell bane, and then revenged itself again. And though the sword, some understood, in foss had much the odds of wood, 'twas nothing so. Both sides were balanced so equal, none knew which was valiantst, for wood with honour being engagged, is so implacably enragged, though iron hew and mangle saw, wood wounds and bruises on a maw. And now both knights were out of breath, turred in the hot pursuit of death, while all the rest amazed stood still, expecting which should take or kill. This Hudibras observed, and fretting conquest should be so long a-getting, he drew up all his foss into one body, and that into one blow. But Talgol wisely avoided it by cunning sleight, for had it hit, the upper part of him the blow had slit as sure as that below. Meanwhile incomparable Colon, to aid his friend, began to fall on him Ralph encountered, and straight grew a dismal combat twixt them two, one armed with metal, other with wood, this fit for bruise, and that for blood. With many a stiff thwack, many a bang, hod crabtree and old iron rang, while none that saw them could divine to which side conquest would incline, until Magnano, who did envy that two should with so many men vie, by subtle stratagem of brain, performed what foss could ne'er attain. For he, by foul hap, having found where thistles grew on barren ground, in haste he drew his weapon out, and having cropped them from the root, he clapped them underneath the tail of steed, with pricks as sharp as nail. The angry beast did straight resent the wrong done to his fundament, began to kick and fling and wince, as if had been beside his sense, striving to disengage from thistle, that galled him sorely under his tail. Instead of which he threw the pack of squire and baggage from his back, and blundering still with smarting rump, he gave the knight's steed such a thump as made him reel. The knight did stoop and sat on further side a slope. This Talgol viewing, who had now by sleight escaped the fatal blow, he rallied, and again fell taut. For catching foe by near a foot, he lifted with such might and strength as would have hurled him thrice his length, and dashed his brains, if any, out. But Mars, that still protects the stout, in pudding time came to his aid, and unto him the bear conveyed, the bear, upon whose soft fur gown the knight with all his weight fell down. The friendly rug preserved the ground and headlong knight from bruise or wound, like featherbed betwixt a wall and heavy brunt of cannon ball. As Sancho on a blanket fell, and had no hurt, ours fought as well in body, though his mighty spirit, being heavy, did not so well bear it. The bear was in a great affright, beat down and worsted by the knight. He rawed and ragged, and flung about to shake off bondage from his snout. His wrath inflamed, boiled awe, and from his jaws of death he threw the foam. Fury in stranger postures threw him, and more than herald ever drew him. He tore the earth which he had salved from squelch of night, and stormed and raved, and vexed the maw because the harms he felt were gainst the law of alms. For men he always took to be his friends, and dogs the enemy, who never so much hurt had done him, as his own side did falling on him. It grieved him to the guts that they for whom H had fought so many a fray, and served with loss of blood so long, shewed off a such inhuman wrong of unsoldier-like condition, for which he flung down his commission, and laid about him, till his nose from thrall of ring and cod broke loose. Soon as he felt himself enlogged, through thickest of his foes he chogged, and made way through amazed crew. Some he o'eran, and some through, but took none, for by hasty flight he strove to escape pursuit of night, from whom he fled with as much haste and dread as he the rabble chased. In haste he fled, and so did they, each in his fear a several way. Crowdero only kept the field, not stirring from the place he held, though beaten down and wounded saw, fiddle, and a leg that bore one side of him, not that of bone, but much its better, wooden one. He spying Hudibras lie strode upon the ground, like log of wood, with fright of fall, supposed wound, and loss of urine. In a swound, in haste he snatched the wooden limb, that hurt ankle lay by him, and fitting it for sudden fight, straight drew it up to attack the knight. For getting up on stump and huckle, he with the foe began to buckle, vowing to be revenged for breach of crowd and skin upon the wretch, sole author of all detriment he and his fiddle underwent. But Ralph, who had now begun adventure resurrection from heavy squelch, and had got up upon his legs with sprained crup, looking about, beheld pernition approaching night from fell musician. He snatched his whinyard up, that fled when he was falling off his steed, as rats do from a falling house, to hide itself from rage of blows, and, winged with speed and fury, flew to rescue night from black and blue, which, ere he could achieve, his sconce the leg encountered twice and once, and now 'twas raised to smite Agin, when Ralph thrust himself between. He took the blow upon his arm, to shield the knight from further harm, and, joining wrath with Foss, bestowed on wooden member such a load, that down it fell, and with it bore Crowdero, whom it propped before. To him the squire right nimbly run, and setting conquering foot upon his trunk, thus spoke: What desperate frenzy made thee, thou whelp of sin, to fancy thyself, and all that coward rabble, encounter us in battle able? How durst I say, oppose thy curship gainst alms, authority, and worship? And Hudibras me provoke, though all thy limbs were hot of oak, and other half of thee as good to bear out blows as that of wood. Could not the whipping post prevail, with all its rhetoric, nor the jail, to keep from flaying scourge thy skin, and ankle free from iron gin, which now thou shalt, but first our care must see how Hudibras doth fare. This said, he gently raised the knight and set him on his bum upright. To rouse him from lethargic dump, he tweaked his nose, with gentle thump knocked on his breast, as if had been to raise the spirits lodged within. They, wakened with the noise, did fly from inward room to window eye, and gently opening lid, the casement, looked out, but yet with some amazement. This gladded Ralph much to see, who thus bespoke the knight. Quoth he, tweaking his nose, You are, great sir, a self-denying conqueror. As high, victorious, and great as e'er fought for the church as yet, if you will give yourself but leave to make out what why already have. That's victory. The foe, for dread of your worthiness, is fled, all save Crowdero, for whose sake you did espoused cause undertake, and he lies prisoner at your feet, to be disposed as you think meet, either for life, or death, or sale, the gallows, or perpetual jail. For one wink of your powerful eye must sentence him to live or die. His fiddle is your proper purchase, one in the service of the churches, and by your doom must be allowed to be, or be no more, a crowd. For though success did not confer just title on the conqueror, though dispensations were not strong conclusions, whether right or wrong, although outgoings did confirm, and owning were but a mere term, yet as the wicked have no right to th creature, though usurped by might, the property is in the saint, from whom th injuriously detained t. Of him they hold their luxuries, their dogs, their hosses, haws and dice, their riots, revels, masques, delights, pimps, buffoons, fiddlers, parasites, all which the saints have title to, and ought to enjoy, if th had their due. What we take from them is no more than what was ours by right before, for we are their true landlords still, and they are tenants but at will. At this the knight began to rouse, and by degrees grow valorous. He starred about, and seeing none of all his foes remain but one, he snatched his weapon that lay near him, and from the ground began to rear him, vowing to make Crowdero pay for all the rest that ran away. But Ralpho now, in colder blood, his fury mildly thus withstood. Great sir, quoth he, your mighty spirit is raised too high. This slave does merit to be the hangman's business, sooner than from your hand to have the honor of his destruction. I, that am a nothingness in deed and name, did scorn to hurt his forfeit carcass, or ill entreat his fiddle or case. Will you, great sir, that glory blot in cold blood which you gained in hot? Will you employ your conquering sword to break a fiddle and your word? For though I fought, and overcame, and quota gave, 'twas in your name, for great commanders only own what's prosperous by the soldier done. To save, where you have power to kill, argues your power above your will, and that your will and power have less than both might have of selfishness. This power which, now alive, with dread he trembles at if he were dead, would no more keep the slave in awe than if you were a knight of straw, for death would then be his conqueror, not you, and free him from that terror. If danger from his life accrue, or honor from his death, to you, 'twere policy, and honor too, to do as you resolve to do. But, sir, 'twould wrong your valor much, to say it needs off fears a crutch. Great conquerors greater glory gain by foes in triumph led, than slain. The laurels that adorn their brows are pulled from living not dead boughs, and living foes. The greatest fame of cripple slain can be but lame. One half of him's already slain, the other is not worth your pain. Th honor can but on one side light, as worship did, when were dubbed knight. Wherefore I think it better far to keep him prisoner of war, and let him fast in bonds abide, at court of justice to be tried, where, if he appear so bold and crafty, there may be danger in his safety. If any member there dislike his face, or to his beard have pique, or if his death will save, or yield revenge or fright, it is revealed, though he has quota, ne'er the less why have power to hang him when you please. This has been often done by some of our great conquerors, you know whom, and has by most of us been held wise justice, and to some revealed. For words and promises that yoke the conqueror are quickly broke, like Samson's cuffs, though by his own direction and advice put on. For if we should fight for the cause by rules of military laws, and only do what they call just, the cause would quickly fall to dust. This we among ourselves may speak, but to the wicked or the weak, we must be cautious to declare perfection truths such as these are. This said, the high outrageous mettle of night began to cool and settle. He licked the squire's advice, and soon resolved to see the business done, and therefore chogged him first to bind Crowdero's hands on rump behind, and to its former place and use the wooden member to reduce. But Fawcett take an oath before, ne'er to bear arms against him more. Ralpho dispatched with speedy haste, and having tied Crowdero fast, he gave Sir Knight the end of cod, to lead the captive of his sword in triumph, whilst the steeds he caught, and them to further service brought. The squire in state rode on before, and on his nut-brown whinyard bore the trophy fiddle and the case, leaning on shoulder like a mace. The knight himself did after ride, leading Crowdero by his side, and towed him, if he lagged behind, like boat against the tide and wind. Thus grave and solemn they marched on, until quite thro' the town th had gone, at further end of which there stands an ancient castle, that commands th adjacent pots. In all the fabric you shall not see one stone nor a brick, but all of wood, by powerful spell of magic made impregnable. There's neither iron bar nor gate, portcullis, chain, nor bolt, nor grate, and yet men durance there abide, in dungeons scarce 3 inches wide, with roofs so low, that under it they never stand, but lie or sit, and yet so foul, that whoso in, is to the middle leg in prison, in circle magical confined, with walls of subtle air and wind, which none are able to break thorough, until they're freed by head of borough. Thither arrived, adventurous knight and bold squire from their steeds alight at outward wall, near which there stands a bastile, built to imprison hands, by strange enchantment made to fetter the lesser parts and free the greater. For though the body may creep through, the hands in great are fast enough, and when a circle bout the wrist is made by beetle exorcist, the body feels the spur and switch, as if 'twere ridden post by which at 20 miles an hour pace, and yet ne'er stirs out of the place. On top of this there is a spire, on which Sir Knight first bids the squire the fiddle and its spoils, the case, in manner of a trophy place. That done, they ope the trapdoor gate, and let Crowdero down thereat. Crowdero making doleful face, like hermit poor in pensive place. To dungeon they the wretch commit, and the survivor of his feet, but other, that had broke the peace and head of knighthood, they release. Though a delinquent false and forged, yet, being a stranger he's enlodged, while his comrade, that did no hurt, is clapped up fast in prison fought. So justice, while she winks at crimes, stumbles on innocence sometimes. Canto Roman 3. The scattered rout return and rally, surround the place. The knight does sally, and is made prisoner. Then they seize enchanted fought by storm, release Crowdero, and put squire in's place. I should have first said Hudibras. Ah me! What perils do environ the man that meddles with cold iron, what plague mischiefs and mishaps do dog him still with after claps. For though Dame Fortune seemed to smile and leer upon him for a while, she'll oft to show him, in the nick of all his glories, a dog trick. This any man may sing or say, did he called, what if a day? For Hudibras, who thought had won the field, as certain as a gun, and having routed the whole troop, with victory was cock-a-hoop, thinking had done enough to purchase Thanksgiving Day among the churches, wherein his mettle and brave worth might be explained by Holdefoth, and registered, by fame eternal, in deathless pages of diurnal, found in few minutes to his cost, he did but count without his host, and that a turnstile is more certain than, in events of war, Dame Fortune. For now the late faint-hearted rout, o'erthrown, and scattered round about, chased by the horror of their fear, from bloody fray of night and bear, all but the dogs who, in pursuit of the knight's victory, stood taut, and most ignobly fought to get the honor of his blood and sweat. Seeing the coast was free and clear, conquered and the conqueror, took heart again, and fact about, as if they meant to stand it out. For by this time the routed bear, attacked by enemy rear, finding their number grew too great for him to make a safe retreat, like a bold chieftain, fact about. But wisely doubting to hold out, gave way to fortune, and with haste fact the proud foe, and fled, and fact, retiring still, until he found had got the advantage of the ground, and then as valiantly made head to check the foe, and forthwith fled, leaving no aught untried, nor trick of warrior stout and politic, until, in spite of hot pursuit, he gained a pass to hold dispute on better terms, and stopped the cause of the proud foe. With all his force he bravely chogged, and for a while fought their whole body to recoil. But still their numbers so increased, he found himself at length oppressed, and all evasions so uncertain, to save himself for better fortune, that he resolved, rather than yield, to die with honor in the field, and sell his hide and carcase at a price as high and desperate as e'er he could. This resolution he forthwith put in execution, and bravely threw himself among the enemy greatest throng. But what could single valor do against so numerous a foe? Yet much he did, indeed too much to be believed, where odds were such. But one against a multitude is more than mortal can make good, for while one party he opposed, his rear was suddenly enclosed, and no room left him for retreat or fight against a foe so great. For now the mastiffs, charging home, to blows and handy gripes were come, while manfully himself he bore, and setting his right foot before, he raised himself, to show how tall his person was above them all. This equal shame and envy stirred in enemy, that one should beard so many warriors, and so stout as he had done, and staved it out, disdaining to lay down his arms and yield on honorable terms. Enraged thus, some in the rear attacked him, and some everywhere, till down he fell. Yet falling fought, and being down, still laid about, as Widdrington, in doleful dumps, is said to light upon his stumps. But all, alas, had been in vain, and he inevitably slain, if Trulla and Cerdan, in the nick, to rescue him had not been quick. For Trulla, who was light of foot as shafts which long-field Parthians shoot, but not so light as to be borne upon the ears of standing con, or trippet o'er the water quicker than witches, when their staves they liquor, as some report, was got among the foremost of the martial throng. There pitying the vanquished bear, she called to Cerdan, who stood near, viewing the bloody fight, To whom shall we, quoth she, stand still humdrum, and see stout Bruin all alone, by numbers basely overthrown? Such feats already has achieved, in story not to be believed, and 'twould to us be shame enough, not to attempt to fetch him off. I would, quoth he, venture a limb to second thee and rescue him, but then we must about it straight, or else our aid will come too late. Quata he scones, he is so stout, and therefore cannot long hold out. This said, they waved their weapons round about their heads, to clear the ground, and joining fosses, laid about so fiercely, that amazed rout turned tail again, and straight begun, as if the devil drove, to run. Meanwhile approached place where Bruin was now engagged to mortal ruin. The conquering foe they soon assailed. First Trulla staved, and Cerdan tailed, 74 until their mastiffs loosed their hold. And yet, alas, do what they could, the worsted bear came off with store of bloody wounds, but all before, for as Achilles, dipped in pond, was anabaptized free from wound, made proof against dead doing steel all over, but the pagan heal. So did our champion's arms defend all of him, but the other end, his head and ears, which, in the martial encounter, lost a leathern parcel for as an Austrian archduke once had one ear, which in ducatoons is half the coin, in battle pod close to his head, so Bruin fought, but tugged and pulled on other side, like Scrivener newly crucified, all like the late corrected leathern ears of the circumcised brethren. 75 but gentle Truller into ring he wore in's nose, conveyed a string, with which she marched before, and led the warrior to a grassy bed. As authors write, in a cool shade, which eglantine and roses made, close by a softly murmuring stream, where lovers us to lull and dream. They're leaving him to his repose, secured from pursuit of foes, and wanting nothing but a song, and a well-tunned thuribo hung upon a bough, to ease the pain his tugged ears suffered, with a strain, they both drew up, to march in quest of his great ladder and the rest. For Ossen, who was more renowned for stout maintaining of his ground in standing fight than for pursuit, as being not so quick of foot, was not long able to keep pace with others that pursued the chase, but found himself left far behind, both out of heart and out of wind, grieved to behold his bear pursued so basely by a multitude, and like to fall, not by the prowess, but numbers of his coward foes. He ragged and kept as heavy a coil as stout Hercules for loss of Hylas, forcing the valleys to repeat the accents of his sad regret. He beat his breast and tore his hair, for loss of his dear crony bear, that echo, from the hollow ground, his doleful wailings did resound more wistfully, by many times, than in small poets' splayfoot rhymes that make her, in their rueful stories, to answer to interrogatories, and most unconscionably depose to things of which she nothing knows, and when she has said all she can say, 'tis rested to the lover's fancy. Quoth he, O whither, wicked Bruin, art thou fled, to my, Echo, ruin? I thought hadst gone to budge a step for fear. Quoth Echo, merry Gep, am not I here to take thy part? Then what has quelled thy stubborn heart? Have these bones rattled and this head so often in thy quarrel bled? Nor did I ever winch or grudge it for thy dear sake. Quoth she, mum budget. Think'st thou 'twill not be laid I dish thou turn'st thy back? Quoth Echo, pish, to run from those haste overcome thus cowardly. Quoth Echo, mum, but what a vengeance makes thee fly from me too, as thine enemy? Or if thou hast no thought of me, nor what I have endured for thee, yet shame and honour might prevail to keep thee thus from turning tail? For who would grudge to spend his blood in his honour's cause? Quoth she, a puddin'. This said, his grief to anger turned, which in his manly stomach burned. Thirst of revenge and wrath, in place of sorrow, now began to blaze. He vowed the authors of his woe should equal vengeance undergo, and with their bones and flesh pay dear for what he suffered and his bear. This being resolved, with equal speed and rage he hasted to proceed to action straight, and giving aught to search for Bruin any more, he went in quest of Hudibras, to find him out where he was, and if he were above ground, vowed he'd ferret him, lurk where he would. But scarce had he a furlong on this resolute adventure gone, when he encountered with that crew whom Hudibras did late subdue. Honour, revenge, contempt, and shame did equally their breasts inflame. 'Mong these the fierce Magnano was, and Talgol, foe to Hudibras. Cerdan and Colin, warriors stout as resolute as ever fought, whom furious Ossen thus bespoke, shall we, quoth he, thus basely brook the vile affront that paltry ass and feeble scoundrel Hudibras, with that more paltry ragamuffin, Ralpo, with vapouring and huffing, have put upon us like tame cattle, as if had routed us in battle. For my part, it shall ne'er be said, I for the washing gave my head, nor did I turn my back for fear o rascals, but loss of my bear, which now I'm like to undergo. For whether those fell wounds or no, he has received in fight, our mortal, is more than all my skill can foretell, nor do I know what is become of him, more than the Pope of Rome. But if I can but find them out that coust it, as I shall, no doubt, where a th in huggamugga lurk, I'll make them rue their handiwork, and wish that they had rather dod to pull the devil by the beard. Quoth Cerdan, noble Orson, th haste great reason to do as thou sayst, and so has every body here, as well as thou haste or thy bear. Others may do as they see good, but if this twig be made of wood that will hold tack, I'll make the fur fly about the ears of that old cur, and th other mongrel vermin, Ralph, that braved us all in his behalf. Thy bear is safe and out of peril, though lugged indeed, and wounded very ill. Myself and Trulla made a shift to help him out at a dead lift, and having brought him bravely off, have left him where he's safe enough. They'll let him rest, for if we stay, the slaves may hap to get away. This said, they all engagged to join their fosses in the same design, and forthwith put themselves in search of Hudibras upon their march. Where leave we a while, to tell what the victorious knight befell, for such, Crowdero being fast in dungeons shut, we left him lost. Triumphant laurels seemed to grow nowhere so green as on his brow. Laden with which, as well as turred with conquering toil, he now retired unto a neighboring castle by, to rest his body, and apply fit medicines to each glorious bruise he got in fight, reds, blacks, and blues, to mollify the uneasy pang of every honorable bang, which being by skilful midwife dressed, he laid him down to take his rest. But all in vain. H had got a hurt oth inside, of a deadly assault, by Cupid made, who took his stand upon a widow's jointure land, for he, in all his amorous battles, no devantage finds like goods and chattels, drew home his bow, and, aiming right, let fly an arrow at the knight. The shaft against a rib did glance, and galled him in the pertinence. But time had somewhat swaged his pain after he found his suit in vain. For that proud dame, for whom his soul was burnt in his belly like a coal, that belly which so oft did ache and suffer griping for her sake, till purging comfits and auntsegs had almost brought him off his legs, used him so like a base rascallion, that old pig. What do I call him, Malian? 76 that cut his mistress out of stone, had not so hard a hearted one. She had 1,000 jaddish tricks, worse than a mule that flings and kicks. Mong, which one cross-grained freak she had, as insolent as strange and mad. She could love none, but only such as scorned and hated her as much. 'Twas a strange riddle of a lady, not love if any loved her. Heyday! So cowards never use their might but against such as will not fight. So some diseases have been found only to seize upon the sound. He that gets her by heart must say her the back way, like a witch's prayer. Meanwhile the knight had no small task to compass what he durst not ask. He loves, but dares not make the motion. Her ignorance is his devotion. Like caitiff vile, that for misdeed rides with his face to rump of steed, or rowing scull, he's fain to love, look one way, and another move, all like a tumbler that does play his game and look another way, until he sees upon the canaille, just so he does by matrimony. But all in vain. Her subtle snout did quickly wind his meaning out, which she returned with too much scorn to be by man of honour born. Yet much he baw, until the distress he suffered from his spiteful mistress did stir his stomach, and the pain he had endured from her disdain turned to regret so resolute, that he resolved to waive his suit, and either to renounce her quite, or for a while play least in sight. This resolution being put on, he kept some months, and Ma had done, but being brought so nigh by fate, the victory he achieved so late did set his thoughts agog, and ope a door to discontinued hope, that seemed to promise he might win his dame too. Now his hand was in, and that his valour, and the honour H had newly gained, might work upon her. These reasons made his mouth to water with amorous longings to be at her. Quoth he, unto himself, who knows, but this brave conquest all my foes may reach her heart, and make that stoop, as I but now have fought the troop. If nothing can upon love, and virtue in virus ways can prove, what may he not confide to do that brings both love and virtue too? But thou bringst valour too and wit, two things that seldom fail to hit. Valour's a mouse-trap, wit a gin, which women oft are taken in. Then, Hudibras, why shouldst thou fear to be that art a conqueror? Fortune th audacious doth juver, but lets the timidest miscarry. Then while the honour thou hast got is spick and span new, piping hot, strike her up bravely, thou hadst best, and trust thy fortune with the rest. Such thoughts as these the knight did keep, more than his bangs or fleas from sleep. And as an owl, that in a bond sees a mouse creeping in the con, sits still, and shuts his round blue eyes as if he slept, until he spies the little beast within his reach, then starts and seizes on the wretch. So from his couch the knight did start to seize upon the widow's heart, crying with hasty tone and hoss, Ralpo dispatch to hoss. And 'twas but time, for now the route we left in gag to seek him out by speedy marches were advanced up to the fort where he ensconced, and all th avenues had possessed about the place from east to west. That done, a while they made a halt to view the ground and where assault. Then called a council, which was best, by siege or onslaught, to invest the enemy, and 'twas agreed, by storm and onslaught to proceed. This being resolved, in comely sought they now drew up to attack the fort. When Hudibras, about to enter upon another gate's adventure, to Ralpo called aloud to not dreaming of approaching storm. Whether Dame Fortune, or the care of angel bad or tutela, did or thrust him on a danger to which he was an utter stranger, that foresight might, or might not, blot the glory he had newly got. For to his shame it might be said, they took him napping in his bed. To them we leave it to expound, that deal in sciences profound. His causa scarce he had bestrid, and Ralpo that on which he rid, when setting ope the postern gate, which they thought best to sally at, the foe appeared, drawn up and drilled, ready to charge them in the field. This somewhat startled the bold knight, surprised with unexpected sight. The bruises of his bones and flesh he thought began to smart afresh, till recollecting wanted courage, his fear was soon converted to rage, and thus he spoke. The coward foe, whom we but now gave quarter to, look, yonder's rallied, and appears as if they had outrun their fears. The glory we did lately get, the fates command us to repeat, and to their wills we must succumb, quacunc trahunt, 'tis our doom. This is the same numeric crew which we so lately did subdue, the self-same individuals that did run as mice do from a cat, when we courageously did wield our martial weapons in the field, to tug for victory, and when we shall our shining blades agin brandish in terror o'er our heads, they'll straight resume their wonted dreads. Fear is an ague that forsakes and haunts by fits those whom it takes, and they'll opine they feel the pain and blows they felt today again. Then let us boldly charge them home, and make no doubt to overcome. This said, his courage to inflame, he called upon his mistress' name. His pistol next he cocked anew, and out his nut-brown whinyard drew, and, placing Ralpo in the front, reserved himself to bear the brunt, as expert warriors use. Then plied with iron heel his causa's side, conveying sympathetic speed from heel of knight to heel of steed. Meanwhile the foe, with equal rage and speed, advancing to engage, both parties now were drawn so close, almost to come to handy blows, when Ossen first let fly a stone at Ralpo, not so huge a one as that which Diomd did maul Aeneas on the bum withal, yet big enough, if rightly hurled, to have sent him to another world, whether above ground or below, which saints twice dipped a destined to. The danger startled the bold squire, and made him some few steps retire, but Hudibras advanced to aid, and roused his spirits, half dismayed. He, wisely doubting lest the shot of enemy, now growing hot, might at a distance gall, pressed close to come pell-mell to handy blows, and that he might their aim decline, advanced still in an oblique line, but prudently forbore to fire, till breast to breast he had got nigher, as expert warriors used to do when hand to hand they charged their foe. This order the adventurous knight, most soldier-like, observed in fight, when Fortune, as she's wont, turned fickle, and for the foe began to stickle. The more shame for her goodyship, to give so near a friend the slip. For Colin, choosing out a stone, levelled so right, it thumped upon his manly paunch with such a force as almost beat him off his horse. He lost his whinyard, and the rein, but laying fast hold of the mane, preserved his seat, and as a goose in death contracts his talons close, so did the knight, and with one claw the trigger of his pistol draw. The gun went off, and as it was still fatal to stout Hudibras, in all his feats of arms, when least he dreamt of it to prosper best, so now he fought. The shot, let fly at random mong the enemy, piqued Talgol's gabardine, and grazing upon his shoulder in the passing, lodged in Magnano's brass habergeon, who straight, a surgeon, cried a surgeon. He tumbled down, and as he fell, did Murtha, yell. This startled their whole body so, that if the knight had not let go his arms, but been in warlike plight, had won the second time the fight, as, if the squire had but fallen on, he had inevitably done. But he, diverted with the care or Hudibras his hurt, forbear to press advantage of his fortune, while danger did the rest dishearten. For he with certain being engagged in close encounter, they both wagged the fight so well, 'twas hard to say which side was like to get the day. And now the busy work of death had turred them, so agreed to breathe, preparing to renew the fight, when the disaster of the night, and other party, did divert their fell intent and fought them pot. Ralpo pressed up to Hudibras, and certain where Magnano was, each striving to confirm his party with stout encouragements and haughty. Quoth Ralpo, courage, valiant sir, and let revenge and honour stir your spirits up. Once more fall on, the shattered foe begins to run, for if but half so well you knew to use your victory as subdue, they durst not, after such a blow as you have given them, face us now, but from so formidable a soldier had fled like crows when they smell powder. Thrice have they seen your sword aloft waved o'er their heads, and fled as oft, but if you let them recollect their spirits, now dismayed and checked, you'll have a harder game to play than yet why have had to get the day. Thus spoke the stout squire, but was heard by Hudibras with small regard. His thoughts were fuller of the bang be lately took than Ralph's harangue, to which he answered, Cruel fate tells me thy counsel comes too late. The knotted blood within my hose, that from my wounded body flows, with mortal crisis doth portend my days to approaching an end. I am for action now unfit, either of fortitude or wit. Fortune, my foe, begins to frown, resolved to pull my stomach down. I am not apt upon a wound or trivial basting to despond, yet I'd be loth my days to curtail for if I thought my wounds not mortal, or that we'd time enough as yet to make an honourable retreat, 'twere the best course. But if they find we fly, and leave our arms behind for them to seize on, the dishonour and danger too is such, I'll sooner stand to it boldly, and take quarter, to let them see I am no starter. In all the trade of war, no feat is nobler than a brave retreat, for those that run away, and fly, take place at least of th enemy. This said, the squire with active speed dismounted from his bony steed, to seize the arms, which, by mischance, fell from the bold knight in a trance. These being found out and restored to Hudibras, their natural lord, as a man may say, with might and main he hasted to get up again. Thrice he essayed to mount aloft, but, by his weighty bum, as oft he was pulled back, till having found th advantage of the rising ground, thither he led his warlike steed, and having placked him right, with speed prepared again to scale the beast, when Oisin, who had newly dressed the bloody scar upon the shoulder of Talgol with Promethean powder, and now was searching for the shot that laid Magnano on the spot, beheld the sturdy squire aforesaid preparing to climb up his horse side. He left his cure, and laying hold upon his arms, with courage bold, cried out, "'Tis now no time to dally, the enemy begin to rally. Let us that are unhurt and whole, fall on, and happy man be's dole." This said, like to a thunderbolt, he flew with fury to th assault, striving the enemy to attack before he reached his horse's back. Ralpo was mounted now, and gotten athwart his beast with active vaulting, wriggling his body to recover his seat and cast his right leg over, when Oisin, rushing in, bestowed on horse and man so heavy a load, the beast was startled and begun to kick and fling like mad, and run, bearing the tough squire like a sack, stout King Richard on his back, till stumbling he threw him down, saw bruised and cast into a swoon. Meanwhile the knight began to rouse the sparkles of his wonted prowess. He thrust his hand into his hose, and found, both by his eyes and nose, 'twas only choler, and not blood, that from his wounded body flowed. This, with the hazard of the squire, inflamed him with despiteful ire. Courageously he fact about, and drew his other pistol out, and now had halfway bent the cock, when Cerdan gave so fierce a shock with sturdy truncheon, thwart his arm, that down it fell, and did no harm. Then, stoutly pressing on with speed, essayed to pull him off his steed. The knight his sword had only left, with which he Cerdan's head had cleft, or at the least cropped off a limb, but Oisin came and rescued him. He, with his lance, attacked the knight upon his quarters opposite, but as a bark, that in foul weather, tossed by two adverse winds together, is bruised, and beaten to and fro, and knows not which to turn him to, so fought the knight between two foes, and knew not which of them to oppose, till Oisin, charging with his lance at Hudibras, by spiteful chance, hit Cerdan such a bang, as stunned and laid him flat upon the ground. At this the knight began to cheer up, and raising up himself on stirrup, cried out, Victoria, lie thou there, and I shall straight dispatch another, to bear thee company in death. But first I'll halt a while, and breathe, as well he might, for Oisin, grieved at th wound that Cerdan had received, ran to relieve him with his law, and cure the hurt he gave before. Meanwhile the knight had wheeled about to breathe himself, and next find out th advantage of the ground, where best he might the ruffled foe infest. This being resolved, he spurred his steed, to run at Oisin with full speed, while he was busy in the care of Cerdan's wound, and unaware, but he was quick, and had already unto the pot applied remedy, and seeing th enemy prepared, drew up and stood upon his guard. Then, like a warrior right expert and skilful in the martial art, The subtle knight straight made a halt, and judged it best to stay assault, until he had relieved the squire, and then in order to retire, as occasion should invite, with fosses joined renew the fight. Ralpho, by this time disentranced upon his bum himself, advanced. Though sorely bruised, his limbs all with ruthless bangs were stiff and saw. Right fain he would have got upon his feet again to get him gone, when Hudibras to aid him came. Quoth he, and called him by his name, Courage? The day at length is ours, and we once more, as conquerors, have both the field and honour won. The foe is profligate and run. I mean all such as can, for some this hand hath sent to their long home, and some lie sprawling on the ground, with many a gash and bloody wound. Caesar himself could never say he got 2 victories in a day, as I have done, that can say, twice I in one day, veni, vidi, vici. The foes so numerous that we cannot so often vencer as they pariah, and yet eno be left to strike an after blow. Then, lest they rally, and once more put us to fight the busness get up and mount thy steed, dispatch and let us both their motions watch. Quoth Ralph, I should not, if I were in case for action, now be here, nor have I turned my back, or hanged an ass, for fear of being banged. It was for you I got these harms, adventuring to fetch off your arms. The blows and drubs I have received have bruised my body, and bereaved my limbs of strength. Unless you stoop, and reach your hand to pull me up, I shall lie here, and be a prey to those who now are run away. That thou shalt not, quoth Hudibras. We read the ancients held it was more honourable far, serve civem, than slay an adversary. The one we oft today have done, the other shall dispatch anon. And though art of a different church, I will not leave thee in the lurch. This said, he jogged his good steed nigher, and steered him gently towards the squire, then bowing down his body, stretched his hand out, and at Ralpho reached, when Trulla, whom he did not mind, chogged him like lightning behind. She had been long in search about Magnano's wound, to find it out, but could find none, nor where the shot that had so startled him was got. But having found the worst was past, she fell to her own work at last, the pillage of the prisoners, which in all feats of arms was hers. And now to plunder Ralph she flew, when Hudibras his hard fate drew to succour him, for as he bowed to help him up, she laid a load of blows so heavy, and placked so well, on t'other side, that down he fell. Yield, scoundrel base, quoth she, or die, thy life is mine, and liberty. But if thou think'st I took thee toddy, and dost presume to be so haughty, to try thy fortune o'er afresh, I'll waive my title to thy flesh, thy arms and baggage now my right, and if thou haste the hot to try tea, I'll lend thee back thyself a while, and once more, for that caucus vile, fight upon tick. Quoth Hudibras, thou offest nobly, valiant loss, and I shall take thee at thy word. First let me rise and take my sod, that sod which has so oft this day through squadrons of my foes made way, and some to other worlds dispatched, now with a feeble spinster matched, will blush with blood ignoble stained, by which no honour's to be gained. But if thou'lt take him advice in this, consider whilst thou mayst, what 'tis to interrupt a victor's cause, be opposing such a trivial foss, for if with conquest I come off, and that I shall do, sure enough, quota thou canst not have, nor grace, by law of alms, in such a case, both which I now do offer freely. I scorn, quoth she, thou coxcomb silly, clapping her hand upon her breech, to show how much she prised his speech, quater or counsel from a foe, if thou canst force me to it, do. But lest it should again be said, when I have once more won thy head, I took thee napping, unprepared, and betake thee to thy God. This said, she to her tackle fell, and on the knight let fall a peal of blows so fierce, and pressed so home, that he retired and followed bum. Stand to tea, quoth she, I'll yield to mercy. It is not fighting ossiversy shall serve thy turn. This stirred his spleen more than the danger he was in, the blows he felt, all was to feel, although already made him reel. Honour, despite, revenge, and shame, at once into his stomach came, which furred it so, he raised his arm above his head, and rained a storm of blows so terrible and thick, as if he meant to hash her quick, but she upon her truncheon took them, and by oblique diversion broke them, waiting an opportunity to pay all back with usury, which long she failed not of, for now the knight with one dead-doing blow, resolving to decide the fight, and she with quick and cunning sleight, avoiding it, the foss and weight he chogged upon it was so great, as almost swayed him to the ground. No sooner she advantage found, but in she flew, and seconding with homemade thrust the heavy swing, she laid him flat upon his side, and mounting on his trunk astride, quoth she, I told thee what would come of all thy vapouring, base scum. Say, will the law of alms allow I may have grace and quota now? Or wilt thou rather break thy word, and stain thine honour than thy sod? A man of war to damn his soul, in basely breaking his parole. And when, before the fight, th hadst vowed to give no quarter in cold blood, now thou hast got me for a tata. To make me gainst my will take quarter. Why dost not put me to the sod, but cowardly fly from thy word? Quoth Hudibras, the day's thine own, thou and thy stars have cast me down. My laurels are transplanted now, and flourish on thy conquering brow. My loss of honour's great enough, thou needst not brand it with a scoff. Sarcasms may eclipse thine own, but cannot blur my lost renown. I am not now in fortune's power, he that is down can fall no lower. The ancient heroes were illustrious for being benign, and not blusterous, against a vanquished foe. Their swords were sharp and trenchant, not their words, and did in fight but cut work out to employ their courtesies about. Quoth she, although thou hast deserved, base slubbedigullion, to be served as thou didst vow to deal with me, if thou hadst got the victory, yet I shall rather act a part that suits my fame than thy desert. Thy alms, thy liberty, beside all that's on th outside of thy hide, are mine by military law, of which I will not hate one straw. The rest, thy life and limbs, once more, though doubly forfeit, I restore. Quoth Hudibras, it is too late for me to treat or stipulate. What thou commandst, I must obey. Yet those whom I expun today of thine own party I let go, and gave them life and freedom too, both dogs and bear, upon their parole, whom I took prisoners in this quarrel. Quoth Trella, whether thou or they let one another run away, concerns not me. But wast not thou that gave Crowdero quarter too? Crowdero, whom in irons bound, thou basely threwst into Lob's pound, where still he lies, and with regret his generous bowels rage and fret. But now thy carcass shall redeem and serve to be exchanged for him. This said, the knight did straight submit, and laid his weapons at her feet. Next he disrobed his gabardine, and with it did himself resign. She took it, and forthwith divesting the mantle that she wore, said jesting, take that, and wear it for my sake. Then threw it on his sturdy back, and as the French we conquered once, now give us laws for pantaloons, 77 the length of breeches, and the gathers, pot cannons, periwigs, and feathers, just so the proud insulting loss arrayed and dighted Hudibras. Meanwhile the other champions, yerst in hurry of the fight dispersed, arrived when Trella won the day, to share in th honour and the prey, and out of Hudibras his hide with vengeance to be satisfied, which now they were about to pour upon him in a wooden shower. But Trella thrust herself between, and striding o'er his back agin, she brandished o'er her head his sword, and vowed they should not break her word. Sh had given him quata, and her blood or theirs should make that quata good. For she was bound, by law of arms, to see him safe from further harms. In dungeon deep Crowdero, cast by Hudibras, as yet lay fast, where, to the hard and ruthless stones, his great heart made perpetual moans. Him she resolved that Hudibras should ransom, and supply his place. This stopped their fury, and the basting which toward Hudibras was hasting. They thought it was but just and right that what she had achieved in fight she should dispose of how she pleased. Crowdero ought to be released, nor could that any way be done so well as this she pitched upon, for who a better could imagine? This therefore they resolved to engage in. The knight and squire first they made rise from the ground where they were laid, then mounted both upon their horses, but with their faces to the osses. Ossen led Hudibras's beast, and Talgol that which Ralpo pressed, whom stout Magnano, valiant Cerdan, and Colin waited as a god on, all ushering Trella in the rear, with th arms of either prisoner. In this proud order and array they put themselves upon their way, striving to reach th enchanted castle, where stout Crowdero in durance lay still. Thither with greater speed than shows and triumph over conquered foes do use to allow, or than the bears or pageants born before Lord Mayors are wont to use, they soon arrived in order, soldier-like contrived, still marching in a warlike posture, as fit for battle as for muster. The knight and squire they first unhorse, and bending gainst the fought their fosse, they all advanced, and round about begirt the magical redoubt. Magnan led up in this adventure, and made way for the rest to enter, for he was skilful in black art, no less than he that built the fort, and with an iron mace laid flat a breach, which straight all entered at, and in the wooden dungeon found Crowdero laid upon the ground. Him they release from durance base, restored his fiddle and his case and liberty, his thirsty rage with luscious vengeance to assuage, for he no sooner was at lodge, but Trella straight brought on the charge, and in the self-same limbo put the knight and squire where he was shut, where leaving them in Hockley ith hole, their bangs and durance to condole, confined and conjured into narrow enchanted mansion to no sorrow, in the same order and array which they advanced, they marched away. But Hudibras, who scorned to stoop to fortune, or be said to droop, cheered up himself with ends of verse, and sayings of philosophers. Quoth he, th one half of man, his mind is sui juris, unconfined, and cannot be laid by the heels, whate'er the other moiety feels. 'Tis not restraint or liberty that makes men prisoners or free, but perturbations that possess the mind, or equanimities. The whole world was not half so wide to Alexander, when he cried, because he had but one to subdue, as was a paltry narrow tub to Diogenes, who is not said, for aught that ever I could read, to whine, put finger ithi, and sob, because H had ne'er another tub. The ancients make two several kinds of prowess in heroic minds, the active and the passive valiant, both which are pari liber gallant, for both to give blows and to carry, in fights are equi-necessary. But in defeats, the passive stout are always found to stand it out most disprately, and to outdo the active gainst the conquering foe. Though we with blacks and blues are suggled, or, as the vulgar say, are cudgelled. He that is valiant and dares fight, though drubbed, can lose no on a bite. Honour's a lace for lives to come, and cannot be extended from the legal tenant. 'Tis a chattel not to be forfeited in battle. If he that in the field is slain, be in the bed of honour lain. He that is beaten may be said to lie in honour's truckle bed. For as we see th eclipsed sun by mortals is more gazed upon, than when, adorned with all his light, he shines in serene sky most bright, so valour, in a low estate, is most admired and wondered at. Quoth Ralph, how great I do not know we may by being beaten grow, but none, that see how here we sit, will judge us overgrown with wit. As gifted brethren, preaching by a carnal hourglass, do imply, illumination can convey into them what they have to say, but not how much. So well enough know you to charge, but not draw off. For who, without a cap and bauble, having subdued a bear and rabble, and might with honour have come off, would put it to a second proof? A politic exploit, right fit for Presbyterian zeal and wit. Quoth Hudibras, that cuckoo's tone, Ralpo, thou always hopp'st upon. When thou at anything wouldst rail, thou mak'st presbytery the scale to take the height on't, and explain to what degree it is profane. Whatsoever will not with thy what you call, thy light jump right, thou call'st synodical, as if presbytery were the standard to size whatsoever s to be slandered. Dost not remember how this day, thou to my beard wast bold to say, that thou couldst prove bear-baiting equal with synods orthodox and legal? Do if thou canst, for I den it, and dare thee to tea with all thy light. Quoth Ralpo, truly that is no hard matter for a man to do, that has but any guts in brains, and could believe it worth his pains. But since you dare and urge me to it, you'll find I've light enough to do it. Synods are mystical bear gardens where elders, deputies, churchwardens, and other members of the cot manage the Babylonish spot, for prolocutor, scribe, and bearward do differ only in a mere word. Both are but several synagogues of carnal men and bears, and dogs, both anti-Christian assemblies, to mischief bent, far as in them lies, both stave and tail with fierce contests, the one with men, the other beasts. The difference is, the one fights with the tongue, the other with the teeth, and that they bait but bears in this, in th other, souls and consciences, where saints themselves are brought to stake for gospel light and conscience sake, exposed to scribes and presbyters, instead of mastiff dogs and curs, than whom th have less humanity, for these at souls of men will fly. This to the prophet did appear, who in a vision saw a bear, prefiguring the beastly rage of church rule in this latter age, as is demonstrated at full by him that baited the Pope's bull. 78 bears naturally are beasts of prey, that live by rapine, so do they. What are their orders, constitutions, church censures, curses, absolutions, but several mystic chains they make, to tie poor Christians to the stake, and then set heathen officers instead of dogs about their ears, for to prohibit and dispense, to find out or to make offence, of hell and heaven to dispose, to play with souls at fast and loose, to set what characters they please and mulks on sin or godliness, reduce the church to gospel order by rapine, sacrilege, and murder, to make presbytery supreme and kings themselves submit to them, and force all people, though against their consciences, to turn saints, must prove a pretty thriving trade when saints monopolists are made, when pious frauds and holy shifts are dispensations and gifts, their godliness becomes mere ware, and every synod but a fair. Synods are whelps of th Inquisition, a mongrel breed of like pernition, and growing up became the sires of scribes, commissioners, and triers, whose busness is, by cunning sleight, to cast a figure for men's light, to find, in lines of beard and face, the physiognomy of grace, and by the sound and twang of nose, if all be sound within disclose, free from a crack or flaw of sinning, as men try pipkins by the ringing, by black caps, undelayed with white, give certain guess at inward light, which surgence at the gospel wear, to make the spiritual calling clear, the handkerchief about the neck, canonical cravat of smeck, 79 from whom the institution came, when church and state they set on flame, and won by them as badges then of spiritual warfaring men, judge rightly if regeneration be of the newest cut in fashion. Sure 'tis an orthodox opinion, that grace is founded in dominion. Great piety consists in pride, to rule is to be sanctified, to domineer, and to control, both all the body and the soul, is the most perfect discipline of church rule, and by right divine. Bell and the dragon's chaplains were more moderate than these by far, for they, poor knaves, were glad to cheat, to get their wives and children meat. But these will not be fobbed off so. They must have wealth and power too, or else with blood and desolation, they'll tear it out oth hot oth nation. Sure these themselves from primitive and heathen priesthood do derive, when butchers were the only clerks, elders and presbyters of kirks, whose directory was to kill, and some believe it is so still. The only difference is, that then they slaughtered only beasts, now men. For then to sacrifice a bullock, or now and then a child to Moloch, they count a vile abomination, but not to slaughter a whole nation. Presbytery does but translate the papacy to a free state, a commonwealth of popery, where every village is a see as well as Rome, and must maintain a tithe pig metropolitan, where every presbyter and deacon commands the keys for cheese and bacon, and every hamlet's governed by S. Holiness, the church's head, more haughty and severe in S. place than Gregory or Boniface. Such church must surely be a monster with many heads. For if we can stir what in th Apocalypse we find, according to th Apostle's mind, 'tis that the whore of Babylon with many heads did ride upon, which heads denote the sinful tribe of deacon, priest, lay elder, scribe, lay elder, Simon to Levi, whose little finger is as heavy as loins of patriarchs, prince prelate, and bishop secular. This zealot is of a mongrel, diverse kind, cleric before, and lay behind, a lawless linsewulsy brother, half of one order, half another, a creature of amphibious nature, on land a beast, a fish in water, that always preys on grace or sin, a sheep without, a wolf within. This fierce inquisitor has chief dominion over men's belief and manners, can pronounce a saint idolatrous or ignorant, when superciliously he sifts through causest bolter others' gifts, for all men live and judge amiss, whose talents jump not just with his. He'll lay on gifts with hands, and place on dullest noddle light and grace, the manufacture of the kirk. Those pastors are but th handiwork of his mechanic paws, instilling divinity in them by feeling, from whence they start up chosen vessels, made by contact, as men get measles. So cardinals, they say, do grope at th other end the new-made Pope .80 hold. Hold, quoth Hudibras, soft fire, they say, does make sweet malt. Good squire, festina lent, not too fast, for haste, the proverb says, makes waste. The quirks and cavils thou dost make are false and built upon mistake, and I shall bring you, with your pack of fallacies, t'alenche back, and put your arguments in mood and figure to be understood. I'll force you, by right ratiocination, to leave your vittle litigation, 81 and make you keep to th question close, and argue dialecticos. The question then, to state it first, is which is better, or which worst, synods or bears? Bears I avow to be the worst, and synods thou. But to make good th assertion, thou say'st they're really all one. If so, not worst, for if th are item, why then, tantundum dat tantitum. For if they are the same, by cos, neither is better, neither worse. But I deny they are the same, more than a maggot and I am. That both are animalia I grant, but not rationalia, for though they do agree in kind, specific difference we find, and can no more make bears of these, than prove my hoss is Socrates. That synods are bear gardens too, thou dost affirm, but I say, no, and thus I prove it in a word. What's for assemblies not empowered to censure, curse, absolve, and ordain, can be no synod, but Beargarden has no such power, ergo 'tis none, and so thy sophistries are thrown. But yet we are beside the question which thou didst raise the first contest on, for that was, whether bears are better than synod men. I say, negata. That bears are beasts and synods men is held by all. They're better then, for bears and dogs on 4 legs go, as beasts, but synod men on 2. 'Tis true, they all have teeth and nails, but prove that synod men have tails, or that a rugged, shaggy fur grows o'er the hide of presbyter, or that his snout and spacious ears do hold proportion with a bear's. A bear's a savage beast, of all most ugly and unnatural whelped without form, until the dam has licked it into shape and frame, but all thy light can ne'er evict, that ever synod man was licked, or brought to any other fashion than his own will and inclination. But thou dost further yet in this upon thyself and sense, that is, thou wouldst have presbyters to go for bears and dogs, and bearwads too, a strange chimera of beasts and men, made up of pieces heterogene, such as in nature never met in eodem subjecto yet. Thy other arguments are all supposures, hypothetical, that do but beg, and we may chose either to grant them, or refuse. Much thou hast said, which I know when and where thou stolst from other men, whereby 'tis plain thy light and gifts are all but plagiary shifts, and is the same that Ranta said, who, arguing with me, broke my head, and tore a handful of my beard. The self-same cavils then I heard, when, being in hot dispute about this controversy, we fell out. And what thou knowst I answered then, will serve to answer thee agin. Quoth Ralpo, nothing but abuse of human learning you produce. Learning, that cobweb of the brain, profane, erroneous, and vain. A trade of knowledge as replete as others are with fraud and cheat, and ought encumber gifts and wit, and render both for nothing fit. Makes light unactive, dull, and troubled, like little David in Saul's doublet. A cheat that scholars put upon other men's reason and their own. A thought of error, to ensconce absurdity and ignorance, that renders all the avenues to truth impervious and abstruse, by making plain things, in debate, by art, perplexed, and intricate, for nothing goes for sense all light that will not with old rules jump right, as if rules were not in the schools derived from truth, but truth from rules. This pagan heathenish invention is good for nothing but contention. For as, in sod and buckler fight, all blows do on the target light, so when men argue, the great spot oth contest falls on terms of ought, until the fustian stuff be spent, and then they fall to th argument. Quoth Hudibras, friend Ralph, thou hast outrun the constable at last, for thou art fallen on a new dispute, as senseless as untrue, but to the former opposite and contrary as black to white. Mia disparata. 82 That concerning presbytery, this, human learning. Two things averse they never yet but in thy rambling fancy met. But I shall take a fit occasion to evince thee by ratiocination, some other time, in place more proper than this we're in. Therefore let's stop here, and rest our wearied bones a while, already turred with other toil. Canto I the night, by damnable magician, being cast illegally in prison, love brings his action on the case, and lays it upon Hudibras. How he receives the lady's visit, and cunningly solicits his suit, which she defers, yet on parole redeems him from th enchanted hole. But now, observe a romantic method. 83 Let bloody steel a while be sheathed, and all those harsh and rugged sounds of bastinados, cuts, and wounds, exchange to love's more gentle style, to let our reader breathe a while, in which, that we may be as brief as is possible by way of preface, is't not enough to make one strange, that some men's fancies should ne'er change, but make all people do and say the same things still the self-same way. Some write as make all ladies purloined, and knights pursuing like a whirlwind. Others make all their knights, in fits of jealousy, to lose their wits, till drawing blood oth dames, like witches, are forthwith curd of their caprices. Some always thrive in their amours, by pulling plaisters off their saws, as cripples do to get an alms, just so do they, and win their dames. Some foss whole regions in despite o geography, to change their sight, make former times shake hands with latter, and that which was before, come after. But those that write in rhyme, still make the one verse for the other's sake, for one for sense and one for rhyme, I think sufficient at one time. But we forget in what sad plight we whilom left the captive knight and pensive squire, both bruised in body, and conjured into safe custody. Turred with dispute and speaking Latin, as well as basting and bear-baiting, and desperate of any cost, to free himself by wit or fosse, his only solace was, that now his dogbolt fortune was so low, that either it must quickly end, or turn about again, and mend, in which he found th event, no less than other times, beside his guess. There is a tall, long-sided dame, but wondrous light, yclept fame that, like a thin chameleon, bauds herself on air, and eats her words. Upon her shoulders' wings she wears like hanging sleeves linned through with ears, and eyes, and tongues, as poets list, made good by deep mythologist. With these she through the welkin flies, and sometimes carries truth, oft lies, with letters hung, like eastern pigeons, and mercuries of farthest regions, diurnals writ for regulation of lying, to inform the nation, and by their public use to bring down the rate of whetstones in the kingdom. About her neck a paquet mail, fraught with advice, some fresh, some stale, of men that walked when they were dead, and cows of monsters brought to bed, of hailstones big as pullets' eggs, and puppies whelped with twice 2 legs, a blazing star seen in the west by 6 or 7 men at least. 2 trumpets she does sound at once, but both of clean contrary tones. But whether both in the same wind, or one before, and one behind, we know not. Only this can tell, the one sounds vilely, th other well, and therefore vulgar authors name th one good, th other evil, fame. This tattling gossip knew too well what mischief Hudibras befell, and straight the spiteful tidings bears of all to th unkind widow's ears. Democritus ne'er laughed so loud to see bawds carted through the crowd. All funerals with stately pomp march slowly on in solemn dump, as she laughed out, until her back, as well as sides, was like to crack. She vowed she would go see the sight and visit the distressed knight, to do the office of a neighbor and be a gossip at his labor, and from his wooden jail, the stocks, to set at lodge his fetterlocks, and by exchange, parole, or ransom, to free him from th enchanted mansion. This being resolved, she called for hood and usher, implements abroad which ladies wear, beside a slender young waiting damsel to attend her. All which appearing on she went, to find the knight in limbo pent. And 'twas not long before she found him, and the stout squire in the pound, both coupled in enchanted tether, by further leg behind together. For as he sat upon his rump, his head, like one in doleful dump, between his knees, his hands applied unto his ears on either side, and by him, in another hole, afflicted Ralpo, cheek by jowl, she came upon him in his wooden magician's circle, on the sudden, as spirits do to a conjurer, when in their dreadful shapes th appear. No sooner did the knight perceive her, but straight he fell into a fever, inflamed all over with disgrace, to be seen by her in such a place, which made him hang his head, and scowl, and wink, and goggle like an owl. He felt his brains begin to swim, when thus the dame accosted him. This place, quoth she, they say's enchanted, and with delinquent spirits haunted, that here are tied in chains and scourged, until their guilty crimes be purged. Look, there are 2 of them appear, like persons I have seen somewhere. Some have mistaken blocks and posts for spectres, apparitions, ghosts, with saucer eyes and horns, and some have heard the devil beat a drum. But if our eyes are not false glasses, that give a wrong account of faces, that beard and eye should be acquainted, before 'twas conjured or enchanted. For though it be disfigured somewhat, as if T had lately been in combat, it did belong to a worthy knight, howe'er this goblin has come bite. When Hudibras the lady heard discoursing thus upon his beard, and speak with such respect and honor both of the beard and the beard's owner, he thought it best to set as good a face upon it as he could, and thus he spoke. Lady, your bright and radiant eyes are in the right. The beard's th identic beard you knew, the same numerically true, nor is it worn by fiend or elf, but its proprietor himself. Oh, heavens, quoth she, can that be true? I do begin to fear 'tis you, not by your individual whiskers, but by your dialect and discourse, that never spoke to man or beast in notions vulgarly expressed. But what malignant star, alas, has brought you both to this sad pass? Quoth he, the fortune of the war, which I am less afflicted for, than to be seen with beard and face by you in such a homely case. Quoth she, those need not he ashamed for being honorably maimed. If he that is in battle conquered have any title to his own beard, though yours be sorely lugged and torn, it does your visage more adorn than if tweer pruned, and starched, and landed, and cut square by the Russian standard. A torn beard's like a tattered ensign, that's bravest which there are most rents in. That petticoat about your shoulders does not so well become a soldier's, and I'm afraid they are worse handled, although ith rear. Your beard the van led, and those uneasy bruises make my heart for company to ache, to see so worshipful a friend ith pillory set at the wrong end. Quoth Hudibras, this thing called pain is, as the learned Stoics maintain, not bad simpliciter, nor good, but merely as 'tis understood. Sense is deceitful, and may feign as well in counterfeiting pain as other gross phenomenas, in which it oft mistakes the case. But since th immortal intellect, that's free from error and defect, whose objects still persist the same, is free from outward bruise and maim, which not external can expose to gross material bangs or blows, it follows we can ne'er be sure, whether we pain or not endure. And just so far are saw and grieved, as by the fancy is believed. Some have been wounded with conceit, and died of mere opinions straight. Others, though wounded sore in reason, felt no contusion, nor discretion. A Saxon duke did grow so fat. 84 that mice, as histories relate, eat grots and labyrinths to dwell in his postic pots without his feeling, then how is't possible a kick should e'er reach that way to the quick? Quoth she, I grant it is in vain. for one that's basted to feel pain, because the pangs his bones endure contribute nothing to the cure. Yet on a hurt is wont to rage with pain no medicine can assuage. Quoth he, that honour's very squeamish that takes a basting for a blemish, for what's more honourable than scars, or skin to tatters rent in was? Some have been beaten till they know what would a cudgels of by th blow, some kicked until they can feel whether a shoe be Spanish or neats leather, and yet have met, after long running, with some whom they have taught that cunning. The furthest way about Occam, in the end, does prove the nearest home. By laws of learned duellists, they that are bruised with wood off fists, and think one beating may for once suffice, are cowards and poltroons, but if they dare engage a second, they're stout and gallant fellows reckoned. Old Romans freedom did bestow, our princes worship, with a blow. King Pyrrhus 85 curd his splenetic and testy courtiers with a kick. The negus, when some mighty laud or potentates to be restored, and pardoned for some great offence, with which he's willing to dispense, first has him laid upon his belly, then beaten back inside to a jelly. That done, he rises, humbly bows, and gives thanks for the princely blows, departs not meanly proud, and boasting of this magnificent rib-roasting. The beaten soldier proves most manful, that, like his sword, endures the anvil, and justly's held more formidable, the more his valour's malleable. But he that fears a bastinado will run away from his own shadow. And though I'm now endurance fast, by our own party basely cost, ransom, exchange, parole refuzzed, and worse than by the in my ust, in close catasta shut, 86 past hope of wit or valour to elope. As beards the nearer that they tend to earth still grow more reverend, and cannons shoot the higher pitches, the lower we let down their breeches. I'll make this low dejected fate advance me to a greater height. Quoth she, why have almost made me in love with that which did my pity move. Great wits and valours, like great states, do sometimes sink with their own weights. Extremes of glory and of shame, like east and west, become the same. No Indian prince has to his palace more followers than a thief to gallows. But if a beating seems so brave, what glories must a whipping have? Such great achievements cannot fail to cast salt on a woman's tale, for if I thought your natural talent of passive courage were so gallant, as you strain hard to have it thought, I could grow amorous and dote. When Hudibras this language heard, he pricked up's ears and struck his beard. Thought he, this is the lucky hour. Wines work when vines are in the flower. This crisis then I'll set my rest on, and put her boldly to the question. Madam, what you would seem to doubt, shall be to all the world made out, how I've been drubbed, and with what spirit and magnanimity I bear it. And if you doubt it to be true, I'll stake myself down against you, and if I fail in love or troth, be you the winner, and take both. Quoth she, I've beard old cunning stages say, fools for arguments use wages, and though I praised your valour, yet I did not mean to balk your wit. Which if you have, you must needs know what I have told you before now, and you be experiment have proved, I cannot love where I'm beloved. Quoth Hudibras, 'tis a caprich beyond infliction of a witch, so cheats to play with those still aim that do not understand the game. Love in your heart as icily burns as fire in antique Roman urns, to warm the dead, and vainly light those only that see nothing bite. Have you not power to entertain, and render love for love again, as no man can draw in his breath at once, and foss out air beneath? Or do you love yourself so much, to bear all rivals else a grudge? What fate can lay a greater curse than you upon yourself would foss? For wedlock without love, some say, is but a lock without a key. It is a kind of rape to marry one that neglects, or cares not for ye. For what does make it ravishment, but being against the mind's consent? A rape that is the more inhuman for being acted by a woman. Why are you fair, but to entice us to love you, that you may despise us? But though you cannot love, you say, out of your own fanatic way, why should you not at least allow those that love you to do so too? For as you fly me and pursue love more averse, so I do you, and am by your own doctrine taught to practice what you call a thought. Quoth she, if what you say is true, you must fly me as I do you, but 'tis not what we do, but say, in love and preaching, that must sway. Quoth he, to bid me not to love, is to forbid my pulse to move, my beard to grow, my ears to prick up, or when I'm in a fit, to hiccup. Command me to piss out the moon, and 'twill as easily be done. Love's powers too great to be withstood by feeble human flesh and blood. 'Twas he that brought upon his knees the hectoring, kill-cow Hercules, transformed his legal lion's skin to a petticoat, and made him spin, seized on his club, and made it dwindle to a feeble distaff and a spindle. 'Twas he that made improse gallants to their own sisters and their aunts, set popes and cardinals agog, to play with pages at leapfrog. 'Twas he that gave our Senate purges, and fluxed the house of many a burgess, made those that represent the nation submit, and suffer amputation, and all the grandees o' the cabal adjourn to tubs at spring and fall. He mounted synod men, and rode 'em to Dirty Lane and Little Sodom, made 'em curvet like Spanish jennets, and take the ring at Madam. 87 'twas he that made St. Francis do 88 more than the devil could tempt him to, in cold and frosty weather grow enamoured of a wife of snow, and though she were of rigid temper, with melting flames accost and tempt her, which after an enjoyment quenching, he hung a garland on his engine. Quoth she, if love have these effects, why is it not forbid our sex? Why is't not damned and interdicted, for diabolical and wicked? And sung, as out of tune against, as Turk and Pope are by the saints? I find I've greater reason for it than I believed before, t abhor it. Quoth Hudibras, these sad effects spring from your heathenish neglects of love's great power, which he returns upon yourselves with equal scorns, and those who worthy lovers slight, plagues with preposterous appetite. This made the beauteous queen of Crete to take a town bull for her suite, 89, and from her greatness stoop so low, to be the rival of a cow. Others to prostitute their great hearts, to be baboons and monkeys' sweethearts, some with the devil himself in leg grow, by's representative a negro. 'Twas this made Vestal maids love sick, and venture to be buried quick, some by their fathers and their brothers, to be made mistresses and mothers. 'Tis this that proudest dames enamors on laqueys and valets des chambers, their haughty stomachs overcomes, and makes them stoop to dirty grooms, to slight the world, and to disparage claps, issue, infamy, and marriage. Quoth she, these judgments are severe, yet such as I should rather bear than trust men with their oaths, or prove their faith and secrecy in love. Says he, there is as weighty reason for secrecy in love as treason. Love is a burglara, a felon, that at the window eye does steal in to rob the heart, and with his prey steals out again a closer way, which whosoever can discover, he's sure, as he deserves, to suffer. Love is a fire, that burns and sparkles in men as naturally as in charcoals, which sooty chemists stop in holes, when out of wood they extract coals. So lovers should their passions choke, that though they burn, they may not smoke. 'Tis like that sturdy thief that stole and dragged beasts backwards into's hole. So love does lovers, and us men draws by the tails into his den, that no impression may discover, and trace his cave, the wary lover. But if you doubt, I should reveal what you entrust me under seal. I'll prove myself as close and virtuous as your own secretary Albertus. 90 quoth she, I grant you may be close in hiding what your aims propose. Love passions are like parables, by which men still mean something else. Though love be all the world's pretense, money's the mythologic sense, the real substance of the shadow, which all address and courtship's made to. Thought he, I understand your play, and how to quit you your own way. He that will win his dame must do as love does when he bends his bow, with one hand thrust the lady from, and with the other pull her home. I grant, quoth he, wealth is a great provocative to amorous heat. It is all philters and high diet that makes love rampant and to fly out. 'Tis beauty always in the flower, that buds and blossoms at Foscaw. 'Tis that by which the sun and moon at their own weapons are outdone, that makes knights errant fall in trances, and lay about 'em in romances. 'Tis virtue, wit, and worth, and all that men divine and sacred call, for what is worth in anything, but so much money as 'twill bring? Or what, but riches is there known, which man can solely call his own, in which no creature goes his half, unless it be to squint and laugh. 91 I do confess, with goods and land, I'd have a wife at second hand, and such you are. Nor is't your person my stomach set so sharp and fierce on, but 'tis your better part, your riches, that my enamored heart bewitches. Let me your fortune but possess, and settle your person how you please. I'll make it or entrust to devil, you'll find me reasonable and civil. Quoth she, I like this plainness better than false mock passion, speech, or letter, or any feat of qualm or soning, but hanging of yourself, or drowning. Your only way with me to break your mind is breaking of your neck, for as when merchants break, or thrown, like 9 pins they strike others down, so that would break my heart, which done, my tempting fortune is your own. These are but trifles. Every lover will damn himself over, and greater matters undertake for a less worthy mistress' sake. Yet are the only ways to prove unfeigned realities of love, for he that hangs, or beats out's brains, the devil's in him if he feigns. Quoth Hudibras, this way's too rough for mere experiment and proof. It is no jesting trivial matter, to swing air, or douse in water, and like a water witch try love. That's to destroy, and not to prove, as if a man should be dissected to find what pot is disaffected. Your better way is to make over, in trust, your fortune to your lover. Trust is a trial, if it break, 'tis not so disparate as a neck. Beside, experiments more certain. Men venture next to gain a fortune. The soldier does it every day, 8 to the week, for 6pence pay. Your pettifoggers damn their souls, to share with knaves and cheating fools. And merchants, venturing through the main, slight pirates, rucks, and Hans for gain. This is the way I advise you to trust me and see what I will do. Quoth she, I should be loth to run myself all hazard and you none, which must be done, unless some deed of yours aforesaid do proceed. Give but yourself one gentle swing for trial, and I'll cut the string, or give that reverend head a maul, or 2 or 3, against a wall, to show you are a man of metal, and I'll engage myself to settle. Quoth he, my head's not made of brass, as Friar Bacon's noddle was, 92 gnaw like the Indian's skull, so tough, 93 that authors say, 'twas musket-proof, as it'd need to be to enter, as yet, on any new adventure. You see what bangs it has endured that would before new feats be curd. But if that's all you stand upon, here, strike me luck, it shall be done. Quoth she, the matter's not so far gone as you suppose. 2 words a bargain, that may be done, and time enough when you have given downright proof. And yet 'tis no fantastic pique I have to love, nor coy dislike. 'Tis no implicit, nice aversion to your conversation, mean, or person, but a just fear, lest you should prove false and perfidious in love. For if I thought you could be true, I could love twice as much as you. Quoth he, my faith as adamantine, as chains of destiny, I'll maintain true as Apollo ever spoke, or oracle from heart of oak 94, and if you'll give my flame but vent, now in close hugga-mugga pent, and shine upon me but benignly, with that one and that other pigsney, the sun and day shall sooner part than love of you shake off my heart. The sun that shall no more dispense his own, but your bright influence. I'll carve your name on box of trees with true love's knots and flourishes that shall infuse eternal spring and everlasting flourishing. Drink every letter on't in stum, and make it brisk champagne become. Where'er you tread, your foot shall set the primrose and the violet. All spices, perfumes, and sweet powders shall borrow from your breath their odors. Nature her chata shall renew, and take all lives of things from you. The world depend upon your eye, and when you frown upon it, die. Only our loves shall still survive, new worlds and natures to outlive, and, like to herald's moons, remain all crescents without change or wane. Hold, quoth she, no more of this, Sir Knight, you take your aim amiss, for you will find it a hard chapter to catch me with poetic rapture, in which your mastery of art doth show itself, and not your heart, nor will you raise in mine combustion by dint of high heroic fustian. She that with poetry is one, is but a desk to write upon, and what men say of her, they mean no more than on the thing they lean. Some with Arabian spices strive to embalm her cruelly alive, or season her, as French cooks use their haut-gouts, bouillies, or ragouts. Use her so barbarously ill, to grind her lips upon a mill, until the facet doublet doth fit their rhymes rather than her mouth compod to an oyster's, with a row of pearl instead of teeth. Others make posies of her cheeks, where red and whitest colours mix, in which the lily and the rose for Indian lake and Ceres goes. The sun and moon by her bright eyes eclipsed and darkened in the skies are but black patches that she wears, cut into suns and moons and stars, by which astrologers, as well as those in heaven above, can tell what strange events they do foreshow unto her underworld below. Her voice, the music of the spheres, so loud, it deafens mortals' ears, as wise philosophers have thought, and that's the cause we hear it not. This has been done by some, who those adored in rhyme would kick in prose, and in those ribbons would have hung, on which melodiously they sung, that have the hard fate to write best of those still that deserve it least. It matters not how false or falked, so the best things be said worst. It goes for nothing when 'tis said. Only the arrows drawn to head, whether it be a swan or goose they level at. So shepherds used to set the same mock on the hip both of their sound and rotten sheep, for wits that carry low or wide must be aimed higher, or beside the mock, which else they ne'er come nigh, but when they take their aim awry. But I do wonder you should choose this way to attack me with your muse, as one cut out to pass your tricks on, with fulhams of poetic fiction. I rather hopped I should no more hear from you gallanting scaw, for hard dry bastings us to prove the readiest remedies of love, next a dry diet. But if those fail, yet this uneasy loopholed jail, in which why are hampered by the fetlock, cannot but put why in mind of wedlock, wedlock. That's worse than any hole here, if that may serve you for a cooler. Tia lay your metal, all agog upon a wife, the heavier clog. Or rather thank your gentler fate, that for a bruised or broken pate has freed you from those knobs that grow much harder on the married brow. But if no dread can cool your courage, from venturing on that dragon, marriage, yet give me quata, and advance to nobler aims your puissance, level at beauty and at wit. The fairest mock is easiest hit. Quoth Hudibras, I'm beforehand in that already with your command, for where does beauty and high wit but in your constellation meet? Quoth she, what does a match imply but likeness and equality? I know you cannot think me fit to be yokefellow of your wit. Nor take one of so mean deserts to be the partner of your pots, a grace, which, if I could believe, I've not the conscience to receive. That conscience, quoth Hudibras, is misinformed. I'll state the case. A man may be a legal donor of anything whereof he's owner, and may confer it where he lists, ith judgment of all casuists. Then wit, and pots, and valour, may be alienated, and made away, by those that are proprietors, as I may give or sell my hoss. Quoth she, I grant the case is true, and proper twixt your hoss and you, but whether I may take as well as you may give away, or sell? Buyers, you know, are bid beware, and worse than thieves receivers are. How shall I answer hue and cry for a roan gelding, 12 hands high, all spurred and switched, a lock on his hoof, a sorrel mane? Can I bring proof where, when, by whom, and what why were sold for, and in the open market told for? Or should I take you for a stray, you must be kept a year and day. Ere I can own you, here I the pound where, if wire sought, you may be found, and in the meantime I must pay for all your provender and hay. Quoth he, it stands me much upon to innovate this objection, and prove myself, by topic clear, no gelding, as you would infer. Loss of virility's averred to be the cause of loss of beard, that does, like embryo in the womb, abortive on the chin become. This first a woman did invent, in envy of man's ornament, Semiramis of Babylon, 95 who first of all cut men oth stone, to mar their beards, and lay foundation of so geldering operation. Look on this beard, and tell me whether eunuchs wear such, or geldings either. Next it appears I am no hoss, that I can argue and discourse have but 2 legs, and ne'er a tail. Quoth she, that nothing will avail. For some philosophers of late here, 96 right men have 4 legs by nature, and that 'tis custom makes them go erroneously upon but 2? As 'twas in Germany, made good be a boy that lost himself in a wood, and growing down to a man, was wont with wolves upon all 4 to hunt. As for your reasons drawn from tales, we cannot say they are true or false, till you explain yourself, and show, be experiment 'tis so or no. Quoth he, if you'll join issue on't, I'll give you satisfactory account, so you will promise, if you lose, to settle all, and be my spouse. That never shall be done, quoth she, to one that wants a tale by me, for tales by nature sure were meant, as well as beards for ornament, and though the vulgar count them homely, in men or beast they are so comely, so genty, alamode, and handsome, I'll never marry man that wants one. Until you can demonstrate plain, you have one equal to your mane, I'll be torn piecemeal by a hoss, ere I'll take you for better or worse. The prince of Cambay's daily food is asp and basilisk and toad, which makes him have so strong a breath. Each night he stinks a queen to death. Yet I shall rather lie in arms than yours on any other terms. Quoth he, what nature can afford, I shall produce upon my word. And if she ever gave that boon to man, I'll prove that I have one. I mean by postulate elation, when you shall offer just occasion. But since why have yet denied to give my heart, your prisoner, a reprieve, but made it sink down to my heel, let that at least your pity feel, and for the sufferings of your martyr, give its poor entertainer quota, and by discharge or main prize, grant delivery from this base restraint. Quoth she, I grieve to see your leg stuck in a hole here like a peg, and if I knew which way to dot, your honour safe, I'd let you out. That dames by jail delivery of errant knights have been set free, when by enchantment they have been, and sometimes for it too laid in, is that which knights are bound to do by order, oath, and honour too. For what are they renowned and famous else, but aiding of distressed damosels? But for a lady, no ways errant, to free a knight, we have no warrant in any authentical romance, or classic author, yet of France. And I'd be loth to have you break an ancient custom for a freak, or innovation introduce, in place of things of antique use, to free your heels by any cost, that might be unwholesome to your spurs, which, if I should consent unto, it is not in my power to do. For 'tis a service must be done ye with solemn previous ceremony, which always has been us to untie the charms of those who here do lie. For as the ancients heretofore to honour's temple had no door but that which through virtues lay, so from this dungeon there's no way to honoured freedom, but by passing that other virtuous school of lashing, where knights are kept in narrow lists, with wooden lockets about their wrists, in which they for a while are tenants, and for their ladies suffer penance. Whipping, that's virtue's governess, tutress of arts and sciences, that mends the gross mistakes of nature, and puts new life into dull matter, that lays foundation for renown, and all the honours of the gown. This suffered, they are set at large, and freed with honourable discharge. Then in their robes the penitentials are straight presented with credentials, and in their way attended on by magistrates of every town, and, all respect and charges paid, they are to their ancient seats conveyed. Now if you'll venture, for my sake, to try the toughness of your back, and suffer, as the rest have done, the laying of a whipping on, and may you prosper in your suit, as you with equal vigour dot. I here engage myself to loose ye, and free your heels from Cappaducy. But since our sex's modesty will not allow I should be by, bring me, on oath, a fair account, and on it too, when you have don't, and I'll admit you to the place you claim as due in my good grace. If matrimony and hanging go by disnigh, why not whipping too? What medicine else can cure the fits of lovers when they lose their wits? Love is a boy by poets styled, then spare the rod and spoil the child. A Persian emperor whipped his grandam, 97 the sea, his mother Venus came on, and hence some reverend men approve of rosemary in making love. As skilful coopers hoop their tubs with Lydian and with Phrygian dubs, why may not whipping have as good a grace? Performed in time and mood, with comely movement, and by art, raise passion in a lady's heart. It is an easier way to make love by than that which many take. Who would not rather suffer whipping than swallow toasts of bits of ribbon, make wicked verses, treats and faces, and spell names over with beer glasses, be under vows to hang and die love's sacrifice, and all a lie, with china oranges and tots and whining plays, lay baits for hearts, bribe chambermaids with love and money, to break no roguish jests upon ye, for lilies limbed on cheeks, and roses, with painted perfumes, hazard noses? Venturing to be brisk and wanton, do penance in a paper lantern? All this you may compound for now, by suffering what I offer you, which is no more than has been done by knights for ladies long agone. Did not the great La Mancha do so for the Infanta del Toboso? Did not illustrious Bassa make himself a slave for Mrs. sake, and with Bull's Peetzel for her love? Was Ta D as gentle as a glove? Was not young Florio sent to cool his flame for Bion Caffia, to school, where pedant made his pathic bum for her sake suffer martyrdom? Did not a certain lady whip of late her husband's own lordship, and though a grandee of the house, clawed him with fundamental blows, tied him stark naked to a bedpost, and firked his hide, as if sh had rid post, and after in the sessions caught, where whippings judged, had honour fought. This swear you will perform, and then I'll set you from the enchanted den, and the magician's circle clear. Quoth he, I do profess and swear, and will perform what you enjoin, or may I never see you mine. Amen, quoth she, then turned about, and bid her squire let him out. But ere an artist could be found to undo the charms another bound, the sun grew low, and left the skies, put down, some right, by lady's eyes, the moon pulled off her veil of light, that hides her face by day from sight, mysterious veil, of brightness made, that's both her lustre and her shade, and in the lantern of the night with shining horns hung out her light. For darkness is the proper sphere, where all false glories used to appear. The twinkling stars began to muster, and glitter with their borrowed lustre, while sleep the wearied world relieved, by counterfeiting death revived. His whipping penance till the morn our votary thought it best to adjourn, and not to carry on a work of such importance in the dock, with erring haste, but rather stay, and dot in the open face of day, and in the meantime go in quest of next retreat to take his rest. Canto Roman II. The knight and squire, in hot dispute, within an ace of falling out, appotted with a sudden fright of strange alarm, and strange a sight, with which adventuring to stickle, they're sent away in nasty pickle. 'Tis strange how some men's tempers suit, like baud and brandy with dispute, that for their own opinions stand lost only to have them clawed and canvassed, that keep their consciences in cases, as fiddlers do their crowds and basses, ne'er to be used, but when they bent to play a fit for argument, make true and false, unjust and just, of no use but to be discussed, dispute, and set a paradox like a straight boot upon the stocks, and stretch it more unmercifully than Helmont, Montaigne, White, or Tully. So ancient Stoics in their potch, 98 with fierce dispute maintain their church, beat out their brains in fight and study, to prove that virtue is a body, that bonum is an animal. 99 made good with stout polemic brawl, in which some hundreds on the place were slain outright, and many a face retrenched of nose, and eyes, and beard, to maintain what their sect averred. All which the knight and squire in wrath had like tea have suffered for their faith, each striving to make good his own, as by the sequel shall be shown. The sun had long since, in the lap of Thetis, taken out his nap, and like a lobster boiled, the morn from black to red began to turn, when Hudibras, whom thoughts and aching, twixt sleeping kept all night and waking, began to rub his drowsy eyes, and from his couch prepared to rise, resolving to dispatch the deed he vowed to do with trusty speed. But first, with knocking loud and bawling, he roused the squire, in truckle lulling. And after many circumstances, which vulgar authors in romances do use to spend their time and wits on, to make impertinent description, they got, with much ado, to house, and to the castle bent their costs, in which he to the dame before to suffer whipping duly swore. Where now arrived, and half unharnessed, to carry on the work in earnest, he stopped and poused upon the sudden, and with a serious forehead plodding, sprung a new scruple his head, which first he scratched, and after said, whether it be direct infringing an oath, if I should waive this swinging, and what I've sworn to bear, forbear, and so be equivocation swear, or whether it be a less a sin to be forsworn than act the thing, are deep and subtle points, which must, to inform my conscience, be discussed, in which to err a little may to errors infinite make way, and therefore I desire to know thy judgment ere we further go. Quoth Ralph, since you do enjoint, I shall enlarge upon the point, and for my own part, do not doubt th affirmative may be made out. But first, to state the case aright, for best advantage of our light, and thus 'tis, whether t be a sin to claw and curry your own skin, greater or less than to forbear, and that you are forsworn forswear. But first, first, the inward man and outward, like a clan and clan, have always been at daggers drawing and one another clap-a-clawing. Not that they really cuff or fence, but in a spiritual mystic sense, which to mistake and make 'em squabble, in literal fray s abominable. 'Tis heathenish, in frequent use with pagans and apostate Jews, to offer sacrifice of bridewells, like modern Indians to their idols, and mongrel Christians of our times, that expiate less with greater crimes, and call the foul abomination contrition and mortification. Is tea not enough we're bruised and kicked with sinful members of the wicked, our vessels, that are sanctified, profaned, and curried back inside, but we must claw ourselves with shameful and heathen stripes, by their example, which, were there nothing to forbid it, is impious because they did it. This, therefore, may be justly reckoned a heinous sin. Now to the second, that saints may claim a dispensation to swear and forswear, on occasion, I doubt not but it will appear with pregnant light. The point is clear. Oaths are but words, and words but wind, two feeble implements to bind, and hold with deeds proportions so as shadows to a substance do. Then, when they strive for place, 'tis fit the weaker vessel should submit. Although your church be opposite to ours as black friars are to white, in rule and order, yet I grant, you are a reformado saint. And what the saints do claim as due, you may pretend a title to. But saints whom oaths and vows oblige, know little of their privilege, farther, I mean, than carrying on some self-advantage of their own. For if the devil, to serve his turn, can tell troth, why the saints should scorn, when it serves theirs, to swear and lie, I think there's little reason why. Else H has a greater power than they, which 'twere impiety to say. W are not commanded to forbear indefinitely at all to swear, but to swear idly and in vain without self-interest or gain. For breaking of an oath and lying is but a kind of self-denying, a saint-like virtue. And from hence some have broke oaths by providence, some, to the glory of the Lord, perjured themselves and broke their word. And this the constant rule and practice of all our late apostles' acts is. Was not the cause at first begun with perjury and carried on? Was there an oath the godly took, but in due time and place they broke? Did we not bring our oaths in first before our plate, to have them burst, and cast in fitter models for the present use of church and war? Did not our worthies of the house, before they broke the peace, break vows? For having freed us first from both allegiance and supremacy oath, did they not next compel the nation to take and break the protestation? To swear, and after to recant the solemn league and covenant? To take engagement, and disclaim it, infauced by those who first did frame it? Did they not swear, at first, to fight for the king's safety and his right, and after march to find him out, and chogged him home with horse and foot, but yet still had the confidence to swear it was in his defense? Did they not swear to live and die with Essex, and straight laid him by? If that were all, for some have swore as false as they, if did no more. Did they not swear to maintain law, in which that swearing made a flaw? For Protestant religion vow, that did that vowing disallow, for privilege of Parliament in which that swearing made a rent. And since, of all the three, not one is left in being, 'tis well known. Did they not swear, in express words, to prop and back the House of Lords, and after turned out the whole house full of peers, as dangerous and unuseful? So Cromwell, with deep oaths and vows, swore all the Commons out o' th house, vowed that the redcoats would disband, aye, marry would they, at their command, and trolled them on, and swa, till th army turned them out of daw. This tells us plainly what they thought, that oaths and swearing go for naught, and that by them th were only meant to serve for an expedient. What was the public faith found out for, but to slur men of what they fought for? The public faith, which every one is bound to observe, yet kept by none, and if that go for nothing, why should private faith have such a tie? Oaths were not purposed more than law, to keep the good and just in awe, but to confine the bad and sinful, like moral cattle, in a pinfold. A saints of th heavenly realm appear, and as no peer is bound to swear, but on the gospel of his honour, of which he may dispose as owner it follows, though the thing be forgery, and false t affirm it is no perjury, but a mere ceremony, and a breach of nothing, but a form of speech, and goes for no more when 'tis took, than mere saluting of the book. Suppose the scriptures are of farce, they're but commissions of costs, and saints have freedom to digress, and vary from 'em as they please, or misinterpret them, by private instructions, to all aims they drive at. Then why should we ourselves abridge and curtail our own privilege? Quakers, that like to lanterns, bear their light within 'em, will not swear. Their gospel is an accidence by which they construe conscience, and hold no sins so deeply read, as that of breaking Priscian's head. The head and founder of their order, that stirring hats held worse than murder. These thinking th are obliged to troth in swearing, will not take an oath, like mules, who, if th have not their will to keep their own pace, stand stock still. But they are weak, and little know what freeborn consciences may do. 'Tis the temptation of the devil that makes all human actions evil, for saints may do the same things by the Spirit, in sincerity, which other men are tempted to, and at the devil's instance do. And yet the actions be contrary, just as the saints and wicked vary. For as on land there is no beast, but in some fish at seas expressed, so in the wicked there's no vice of which the saints have not a spice, and yet that thing that's pious in the one, in th other is a sin. Is't not ridiculous and nonsense? A saint should be a slave to conscience, that ought to be above such fancies, as far as above ordinances. She's of the wicked, as I guess, be her looks, her language, and her dress. And though, like constables, we search for false wares, one another's church, yet all of us hold this for true, no faith is to the wicked due, for truth is precious and divine, too rich a pearl for carnal swine. Quoth Hudibras, all this is true. Yet 'tis not fit that all men knew those mysteries and revelations, and therefore topical evasions of subtle turns and shifts of sense serve best with th wicked for pretense, such as the learned Jesuits use, and Presbyterians, for excuse against the Protestants, when th happen to find their churches taken napping, as thus. A breach of oath is duple, and either way admits a scruple, and may be ex pot of the maker more criminal than the injured taker. For he that strains too far a vow, will break it, like an awe-bent bow. And he that made and falked it, broke it, not he that for convenience took it. A broken oath is, quaintness oath, as sound t all purposes of troth, as broken laws are ne'er the worse, nay, till th are broken have no force. What's justice to a man, all laws that never comes within their clause? They have no power, but to admonish cannot control, coerce, or punish, until they're broken, and then touch those only that do make 'em such. Beside, no engagement is allowed by men in prison made for good, for when they're set at liberty, they are from th engagement too set free. The rabbins write, when any Jew did make to God or man, a vow, which afterward he found untoward, and stubborn to be kept, or too hard, any three other Jews o' th nation, might free him from the obligation, and have not two saints power to use a greater privilege than three Jews. The code of conscience, which in man should be supreme and sovereign, ist fit should be subordinate to every petty codi I the state, and have less power than the lesser, to deal with perjury at pleasure. Have its proceedings disallowed, or allowed, at fancy of pie powder. Tell all it does, or does not know, for swearing ex officio. Befalk t impeach a broken hedge and pigs unringed at vis. Frank. Pledge, discover thieves and bawds, recusants, priests, witches, eavesdroppers, and nuisance. Tell who did play at games unlawful, and who filled pots of ale but half full, and have no power at all, nor shift, to help itself at a dead lift. Why should not conscience have vacation as well as other cots oth nation, have equal power to adjourn, appoint appearance and return, and make as nice distinctions serve to split a case, as those that carve, invoking cuckolds' names, hit joints? Why should not tricks as slight do points? Is not high court of justice sworn to judge that law that serves their turn, make their own jealousies high treason, and fix them whomsoever they please on? Cannot the learned counsel there make laws in any shape appear? Mold em as witches do their clay, when they make pictures to destroy, and vex em into any form that fits their purpose to do harm. Rack em until they do confess, impeach of treason whom they please, and most perfidiously condemn those that engagged their lives for them, and yet do nothing in their own sense but what they ought by oath and conscience. Can they not juggle, and with slight conveyance, play with wrong and right, and sell their blasts of wind as dear as Lapland witches bottled air? Will not fear, favor, bribe, and grudge the same case several ways adjudge? As seamen with the self-same gale, will several different causes sail. As when the sea breaks o'er its bounds, and overflows the level grounds, those banks and dams, that, like a screen, did keep it out, now keep it in. So when tyrannic usurpation invades the freedom of a nation, the laws oth land, that were intended to keep it out, are made defend it. Does not in Chankry every man swear what makes best for him in his answer? Is not the winding up witnesses and nicking more than half the busness? For witnesses, like watches, go just as they're set, too fast or slow. And where in conscience they're straight lacked, 'tis 10 to 1 that side is cast. Do not your juries give their verdict as if they felt the cause, not heard it? And as they please, make matter o' fact run all on one side as they're packed. Nature has made man's breast no windows, to publish what he does within doors, nor what dark secrets there inhabit, unless his own rash fury blab it. If oaths can do a man no good in his own busness, why they should in other matters do him hurt, I think there's little reason fought. He that imposes an oath makes it, not he that for convenience takes it. Then how can any man be said to break an oath he never made? These reasons may, perhaps, look oddly to wicked, though evince the godly. But if they will not serve to clear my honor, I am ne'er the near. Honor is like that glassy bubble that finds philosophers such trouble, whose least pot cracked, the whole does fly, and wits are cracked to find out why. Quoth Ralpo, honor's but a word to swear by only in a laud in other men, 'tis but a huff to vapor with instead of proof, that like a wen, looks big and swells, is senseless, and just nothing else. Let it, quoth he, be what it will, it has the world's opinion still. But as men are not wise that run the slightest hazard they may shun, there may a medium be found out to clear to all the world the doubt. And that is, if a man may dot, by proxy whipped, or substitute. Though nice and dark the point appear, quoth Ralph, it may hold up and clear. That sinners may supply the place of suffering saints is a plain case. Justice gives sentence many times on one man for another's crimes. Our brethren of New England use choice malefactors to excuse, and hang the guiltless in their stead, of whom the churches have less need. As lately happened. In a town 100 there lived a cobbler, and but one that out of doctrine could cut use, and mend men's lives as well as shoes. This precious brother having slain, in time of peace, an Indian, not out of malice, but mere zeal, because he was an infidel, the mighty Totopotamoy sent to our elders an envoy, complaining sorely of the breach of league held forth by Brother Patch against the articles in force between both churches, his and ours, for which he craved the saints to render into his hands, or hang offender. But they maturely having weighed they had no more but him trade, a man that served them in a double capacity, to teach and cobble, resolved to spare him. Yet, to do the Indian Hoggan too impartial justice, in his stead did hang an old weaver, that was bed-rid. Then wherefore may not you be skipped and in your room another whipped? For all philosophers, but the skeptic, hold whipping may be sympathetic. It is enough, quoth Hudibras, thou hast resolved and cleared the case, and canst, in conscience, not refuse from thy own doctrine to raise use. I know thou wilt not, for my sake, be tender conscience of thy back, then strip thee off thy carnal jerkin, and give thy outward fellow a firking, for when thy vessel is new hooped, all leaks of sinning will be stopped. Quoth Ralpo, you mistake the matter, for in all scruples of this nature, no man includes himself, nor turns the point upon his own concerns. As no man of his own self catches the itch, or amorous French aches, so no man does himself convince by his own doctrine of his sins, and though all cry down self, none means his own self in a literal sense. Beside, it is not only foppish, but vile, idolatrous, and popish, for one man, out of his own skin, to firk and whip another's sin, as pedants out of schoolboys' breeches do claw and curry their own itches. But in this case it is profane, and sinful too, because in vain, for we must take our oaths upon it, you did the deed when I have done it. Quoth Hudibras, that's answered soon, give us the whip, we'll lay it on. Quoth Ralpho, that we may swear true, 'twere proper that I whipped you, for when with your consent 'tis done, the act is really your own. Quoth Hudibras, it is in vain, I see, to argue gainst the grain, like the stars, incline men to what they're averse themselves to do, for when disputes are wearied out, 'tis interest still resolves the doubt. But since no reason can confute ye, I'll try to force you to your duty. For so it is, howe'er you mince it, as ere we part, I shall evince it and curry, if you stand out, whether you will or no, your stubborn leather. Canst thou refuse to hear thy part ith public work, base as thou art, to higgle thus for a few blows, to gain thy knight an opulent spouse, whose wealth his bowels yearn to purchase, merely for th interest of the churches, and when he has it in his claws will not be hidebound to the cause, nor shalt thou find him a curmudgeon, if thou dispatch it without grudging. If not, resolve, before we go, that you and I must pull a crow. Why had best, quoth Ralpho, as the ancients say wisely, have a care o' th main chance, and look before you ere you leap. For as you sow, why alike to reap. And were why as good as Georgia Green, I shall make bold to turn agent, nor am I doubtful of the issue in a just quarrel, and mine is so. Is 't fitting for a man of honour to whip the saints like Bishop Bonner? A knight 't usurp the beadle's office, for which why alike to raise brave trophies. But I advise you, not for fear, but for your own sake, to forbear, and for the churches, which may chance from hence to spring a variance, and raise among themselves new scruples, whom common danger hardly couples. Remember how, in arms and politics, we still have worsted all your holy tricks, trepanned your party with intrigue, and took your grandees down a peg, new-modelled th army, and cashiered all that to legions smek adhered, made a mere utensil o' your church, and after left it in the lurch, a scaffold to build up our own, and when W had done with't, pulled it down capocked your rabbins of the synod, and snapped their cannons with a why not. Grave synod men, that were revered for solid face and depth of beard, their classic model proved a maggot, their directory an Indian pagod, and drowned their discipline like a kitten, on which they'd been so long a-sitting, decried it as a holy cheat, grown out of date, and obsolete, and all the saints of the first grass, as casting foals of Balaam's ass. At this the knight grew high in chafe, and staring furiously on Ralph, he trembled and looked pale with ire, like ashes first, then red as fire. Have I, quoth he, been ta'en in fight, and for so many moons lain bite, and when all other means did fail, have been exchanged for tubs of ale? 101 not but they thought me worth a ransom much more considerable and handsome, but for their own sakes, and for fear they were not safe when I was there now to be baffled by a scoundrel, an upstart sectary, and a mongrel, such as breed out of peccant humours, of our own church, like wens or tumours, and like a maggot in a saw, would that which gave it life devour. It never shall be done, or said. With that he seized upon his blade, and Ralpho too, as quick and bold, upon his basket hilt laid hold, with equal readiness prepared to draw, and stand upon his guard, when both were potted on the sudden, with hideous clamour, and a loud one, as if all sorts of noise had been contracted into one loud din, or that some member to be chosen had got the odds above 1,000, and by the greatness of his noise, proved fittest for his country's choice. This strange surprisal put the knight and wrathful squire into a fright, and though they stood prepared, with fatal impetuous rancour to join battle, both thought it was the wisest course to waive the fight and mount to hoss, and to secure, by swift retreating, themselves from danger of worse beating. Yet neither of them would disparage, by uttering of his mind, his courage, which made them stoutly keep their ground, with horror and disdain wind-bound. And now the cause of all their fear by slow degrees approached so near, they might distinguish different noise of horns, and pans, and dogs, and boys, and kettle drums, whose sullen dub sounds like the hooping of a tub. But when the sight appeared in view, they found it was an antique show, a triumph that, for pomp and state, did proudest Romans emulate, for as the aldermen of Rome their foes at training overcome, and not enlarging territory, as some mistaken right in story, being mounted in their best array upon a car, and who but they? And followed with a world of tall lads that merry ditties trolled and ballads, did ride with many a good morrow, crying, Hey for our town, through the borough. So when this triumph drew so nigh they might particulars discray, they never saw two things so pat in all respects as this and that. First he that led the cavalcade, wore a so geldas flagellate, on which he blew as strong a levet as well-feed lawyer on his breviate, when over one another's heads they charge, 3 ranks at once, like Swedes. Next pans and kettles of all keys, from trebles down to double bass, and after them, upon a nag, that might pass for a forehand stag, a cornet rode, and on his staff a smock displayed did proudly wave. Then bagpipes of the loudest drones, with snuffling broken-winded tones, whose blasts of air, in pockets shut, sound filthier than from the gut, and make a viler noise than swine in windy weather, when they whine. Next one upon a pair of panniers, full fraught with that which for good manners shall here be nameless, mixed with grains, which he dispensed among the swains, and busily upon the crowd at random roundabout bestowed. Then, mounted on a horned hoss, one bore a gauntlet and gilt spurs, tied to the pummel of a long sword he held reversed, the point turned downward. Next after, on a raw-bond steed, the conqueror's standard-bearer rid, and bore aloft before the champion a petticoat displayed, and rampant, near whom the Amazon triumphant bestrid her beast, and on the rump on't sat face to tail, and bum to bum, the warrior Willem overcome, armed with a spindle and a distaff, which, as he rode, she made him twist off. And when he loitered, awe her shoulder chastised the reformado soldier. Before the dame, and round about, marched whifflers and staffiers on foot, with lackeys, grooms, valets, and pages, in fit and proper equipages, of whom some touches baw, some links before the proud virago minx, that was both madam and a don, like Nero's Sporus or Pope Joan, and at fit periods the whole rout set up their throats with clamorous shout. The knight, transpotted, and the squire, put up their weapons and their ire, and Hudibras, who was to ponder on such sights with judicious wonder, could hold no longer to impart his animadversions for his heart. Quoth he, in all my life, till now, I ne'er saw so profane a show. It is a paganish invention, which heathen writers often mention, and he who made it had read Goodwin, or Ross, or Caelius Rhodogen, with all the Grecian speeds and stows, that best describe those ancient shows, and has observed all fit decorums we find described by old historians, for as the Roman conqueror, that put an end to foreign war, entering the town in triumph for it, bore a slave with him in his chariot. 102 So this insulting female brave carries behind her here a slave, and as the ancients long ago, when they in field defied the foe, hung out their mantles de la guerra. 103 So her proud standard-bearer here waves on his spear, in dreadful manner, a Tyrian petticoat for banner. Next links and touches, heretofore 104 still borne before the emperor, and as in antique triumphs, eggs were borne for mystical intrigues, there's one with truncheon, like a ladle, that carries eggs too, fresh or addle, and still at random, as he goes, among the rabble-rout bestows. Quoth Ralpo, you mistake the matter, for all antiquity you smatter is but a riding ust of coss, when the grey mare's the bet a hoss, when all the breeches greedy women fight to extend their vast dominion, and in the cause impatient, Grizzle has drubbed her husband with bull's petzl, and brought him under covert baron, to turn her vassal with a murrain, when wives their sexes shift like hares, and ride their husbands like nightmares, and they, in mortal battle vanquished, are of their chota disenfranchised, and by the right of war, like gills, condemned to distaff, horns, and wheels, for when men by their wives are cowed, their horns of course are understood. Quoth Hudibras, thou still giv'st sentence impertinently, and against sense. 'Tis not the least disparagement to be defeated by event, nor to be beaten by main fosse, that does not make a man the worse, although his shoulders with batoon be clawed and cudgelled to some tune. A tailor's prentice has no hard measure, that's banged with a true yard, but to turn tail, or run away, and without blows give up the day, or to surrender ere assault, that's no man's fortune, but his fault, and renders men of honour less than all adversity of success, and only unto such this show of horns and petticoats is due. There is a lesser profanation, like that the Romans called ovation, for as ovation was allowed for conquest purchased without blood, so men decree these lesser shows for victory gotten without blows, by dint of sharp-hard words, which some give battle with, and overcome. These mounted in a chair curule, which moderns call a cucking stool, march proudly to the river's side, and all the waves in triumph ride, like dukes of Venice, who are said the Adriatic Sea to wed, and have a gentler wife than those for whom the state decrees those shows. But both are heathenish, and come from haws of Babylon and Rome, and by the saints should be withstood, as antichristian and lewd, and we as such should now contribute our utmost struggling to prohibit. This said, they both advanced, and rode a dog-trot through the bawling crowd, attacked the letter, and still pressed, till they approached him breast to breast. Then Hudibras, with face and hand, made signs for silence, which obtained, what means quoth he? This devil's procession with men of orthodox profession. 'Tis ethnic and idolatrous, from heathenism derived to us. Does not the whore of Babylon ride upon her horned beast astride like this proud dame, who either is a type of her, or she of this? Are things of superstitious function fit to be used in gospel sunshine? It is an anti-Christian opera, much used in midnight times of popery, of running after self-inventions of wicked and profane intentions, to scandalize that sex for scolding, to whom the saints are so beholden. Women, who were our first apostles without whose aid we had been lost else. Women, that left no stone unturned in which the cause might be concerned, brought in their children's spoons and whistles, to purchase swords, carbines, and pistols, their husbands, cullies, and sweethearts, to take the saints' and church's pots, drew several gifted brethren in, that for the bishops would have been, and fixed them constant to the party, with motives powerful and haughty. Their husbands robbed, and made hard shifts to administer unto their gifts all they could wrap, and rend, and pilfer, to scraps and ends of gold and silver, rubbed down the teaches, turred and spent with holding forth for parliament, pampered and edified their zeal with marrow puddings many a meal, and led them, with store of meat, uncontroverted points to eat, and crammed them, till their guts did ache, with caudle, custard, and plum cake. What have they done, or what left undone, that might advance the cause at London? Marched rank and file, with drum and ensign, entrenched the city for defence in, raised rampiers with their own soft hands to put the enemy to stands, from ladies down to oyster wenches, laboured like pioneers in trenches, fell to their pickaxes and tools, and helped the men to dig like moles. Have not the handmaids of the city chose of their members a committee, for raising of a common purse out of their wages to raise hoss? And do they not as try as sit, to judge what offices are fit? Have they? At that an egg let fly, hit him directly o' the eye, and running down his cheek, besmeared with orange tawny slime his beard. But beard and slime being of one hue, the wound the less appeared in view. Then he that on the panniers rode, let fly on other side a load, and quickly chogged again, gave fully in Ralpo's face another volley. The knight was startled with the smell, and for his sword began to feel, and Ralpo, smothered with the stink, grasped his, when one that bore a link, sudden clapped his flaming cudgel, like linstock, to the hoss's touch-hole, and straight another with his flambeau, gave Ralpo's o' the eye a damned blow. The beasts began to kick and fling, and fought the rout to make a ring, through which they quickly broke their way, and brought them off from further fray. And though dissodded in retreat, each of them stoutly kept his seat, for, quitting both their swords and reins, they grasped with all their strength the mains, and, to avoid the foe's pursuit, with spurring put their cattle taut, until all four were out of wind and danger too, ne'er looked behind. After had poused a while, supplying their spirits, spent with fight and flying, and Hudibras recruited force of lungs for action or discourse. Quoth he, that man is sure to lose that fouls his hands with dirty foes, for where no honour's to be gained, 'tis thrown away in being maintained. 'Twas ill for us we had to do with so dishonourable a foe, for though the law of arms doth bar the use of venomed shot in war, yet, by the nauseous smell, and noisome, their case-shot savours strong of poison, and doubtless have been chewed with teeth of some that had a stinking breath. Else, when we put it to the push, they have not given us such a brush, but as those poltroons that fling dirt do but defile, but cannot hurt, so all the honour they have won, all we have lost, is much as one. 'Twas well we made so resolute and brave retreat without pursuit, for if we had not, we had sped much worse, to be in triumph led, than which the ancients held no state of man's life more unfortunate. But if this bold adventure e'er do chance to reach the widow's ear, it may, being destined to assert her sex's honour, reach her hot, and as such homely treats, they say, portend good fortune, so this may. Vespasian being daubed with dirt, 105 was destined to the empire fought, and from a scavenger did come to be a mighty prince in Rome, and why may not this foul address presage in love the same success? Then let us straight, to cleanse our wounds, advance in quest of nearest ponds, and after, as we first designed, swear I've performed what she enjoined. Canto Roman 3. The knight, with various doubts possessed, to win the lady goes in quest of Sidrophil, the rosy Crucian, to know the Destny's resolution, with whom being met, they both chop logic about the science astrologic, till falling from dispute to fight, the conjurer's worsted by the night. Doubtless the pleasure is as great of being cheated as to cheat, as lookers on feel most delight, that least perceive a juggler's sleight. And still the less they understand, the more admire his sleight of hand. Some with a noise and greasy light are snapped, as men catch larks by night, ensnared and hampered by the soul, as nooses by their legs catch fowl. Some with a medicine and receipt are drawn to nibble at the bait, and though it be a 2-foot trout, 'tis with a single hair pulled out. Others believe no voice an organ so sweet as lawyers in his bargown, until with subtle cobweb cheats are catched in knotted law, like nets, in which, when once they are embrangled, the more they stir, the more they're tangled. And while their purses can dispute, there's no end of immortal suit. Others still gape anticipate the cabinet designs of fate, apply to wizards to foresee what shall and what shall never be, and, as those vultures do forebode, believe events prove bad or good, a flam more senseless than the roguery of old aruspicy and augury, that out of garbages of cattle presaged events of truce or battle. From flight of birds or chickens pecking, successive greatest attempts would reckon, though cheats, yet more intelligible than those that with the stars do fribble. This Hudibras by proof found true, as in due time and place will show, for he, with beard and face made clean, being mounted on his steed Aegeon, and Ralpo got a cock horse too upon his beast, with much ado, advanced on for the widow's house, to acquit himself, and pay his vows, when various thoughts began to bustle, and with his inward man to justle. He thought what danger might accrue if she should find he swore untrue, or if his squire or he should fail, and not be punctual in their tale, it might at once the ruin prove both of his honour, faith, and love. But if he should forbear to go, she might conclude had broke his vow, and that he durst not now, for shame, appear in court to try his claim. This was the penworth of his thought, to pass time and uneasy trot. Quoth he, in all my past adventures I ne'er was set so on the tenters, or taken toddy with dilemma, that every way I turn does hem me, and with inextricable doubt besets my puzzled wits about. For though the dame has been my bail, to free me from enchanted jail, yet as a dog, committed close for some offence, by chance breaks loose, and quits his clog, but all in vain, he still draws after him his chain. So, though my ankle she is quitted, my heart continues still committed, and like a bailed and mainprised lover, although at lodge, I am bound over. And when I shall appear in court, to plead my cause, and answer fought, unless the judge do partial prove, what will become of me and love? For if in our account we vary, all but in circumstance miscarry, or if she put me to strict proof, and make me pull my doublet off, to show, by evident record writ on my skin, I've kept my word, how can I e'er expect to have her, having demurred unto her favour? But faith and love and honour lost shall be reduct a night post. Beside, that stripping may prevent what I'm to prove by argument, and justify I have a tale, and that way, too, my proof may fail. Oh, that I could enucleate and solve the problems of my fate, or find, by necromantic art, how far the disguise take my part. For if I were not more than certain to win and wear her, and her fortune, I'd go no farther in this courtship, to hazard soul, estate, and worship. For though an oath obliges not where anything is to be got, as thou hast proved, yet 'tis profane and sinful when men swear in vain. Quoth Ralph, not far from hence doth dwell a cunning man, hight Sidriful, that deals in destiny's dark counsels and sage opinions of the moon cells, to whom all people, far and near, on deep importances repair, when brass and pewter hap to stray, and linen slinks out of the way, when geese and pullen are seduct, and sows of sucking pigs are choused, when cattle feel indisposition, and need opinion of physician, when murrain reigns in hogs or sheep, and chickens languish of the pip, when yeast and outward means do fail, and have no power to work on ale, when butter does refuse to come, and love proves cross and humoursome, to him with questions, and with urine, they for discovery flock or curing. Quoth Hudibras, this Sidriful I've heard of, and should like it well, if thou canst prove the saints have freedom to go to Socrates when they need 'em. Says Ralpo, there's no doubt of that. Those principles I quoted late prove that the godly may allege for anything their privilege, and to the devil himself may go, if they have motives thereunto. For as there is a war between the devil and them, it is no sin if they by subtle stratagem make use of him, as he does them. Has not this present parliament a ledger to the devil sent, 106 fully empowered to treat about finding revolted witches out? And has not he within a year hanged 80 of them in one shire? Some only for not being drowned, and some for sitting above ground, whole days and nights, upon their breeches, and feeling pain, were hanged for witches, and some for putting knavish tricks upon green geese and turkey chicks, or pigs, that suddenly deceased of griefs unnatural, as he guessed, who after proved himself a witch and made a rod for his own breach. Did not the devil appear to Martin Luther in Germany for certain, and would have gulled him with a trick, but Martin was too politic. Did he not help the Dutch to purge 107 at Antwerp their cathedral church, sing catches to the saints at Masken, 108, and tell them all they came to ask him? Appeared in divers shapes to Kelly, 109, and speak ith none of Loudon's belly. Meet with the Parliament's Committee, 110, at Woodstock on a personal treaty. At Sarum, take a Cavalier, 111, ith causes service prisoner as Withers, in a mortal rhyme, has registered to after time. Do not our great reformers use this sidruffle to forebode news, to write of victories next year, and castles taken yet ith air, of battles fought at sea, and ships sank 2 years hence, the last eclipse, a total overthrow given the king in Cornwall, horse and foot, next spring? And has not he point-blank foretold whatsoe'er the close committee would, made Mars and Saturn for the cause, the moon for fundamental laws, the ram, the bull, and goat declare against the Book of Common Prayer, the scorpion take the protestation, and bear engage for reformation, made all the royal stars recant, compound and take the covenant. Quoth Hudibras, the case is clear, the saints may employ a conjurer, as thou hast proved it by their practice. No argument like matter of fact is, and we are best of all led to men's principles by what they do. Then let us straight advance in quest of this profound gymnosophist, and as the fates and he advise, pursue or waive this enterprise. This said, he turned about his steed, and eftsoons on th adventure rid, where leave we him and Ralph a while, and to the conjurer turn our style, to let our reader understand what's useful of him beforehand. He had been long Tewood's mathematics, optics, philosophy, and statics, magic, horoscopy, astrology, and was old dog at physiology. But as a dog that turns the spit bestirs himself, and plies his feet to climb the wheel, but all in vain, his own weight brings him down again. And still he's in the self-same place where it is setting out he was. So in the circle of the arts did he advance his natural parts, till falling back still, for retreat, he fell to juggle, cant, and cheat, for as those fowls that live in water are never wet, he did but smatter. Whate'er he labored to appear, his understanding still was clear. Yet none a deeper knowledge boasted, since old Hudge Bacon and Bob Grusted .112th intelligible world he knew, and all men dream, on't to be true, that in this world there's not a wat that has not there a counterpart. Nor can there on the face of ground an individual beard be found, that is not, in that foreign nation, a fellow of the self-same fashion, so cut, so colored, and so curled, as those are in th inferior world. H had read D's prefaces before, the devil, and Euclid, or and awe, and all the intrigues twixt him and Kelly, Lescus, and th emperor, would tell ye, but with the moon was more familiar than e'er was Almanac Wellwilla. Her secrets understood so clear, that some believed he had been there, knew when she was in the fittest mood for cutting corns, or letting blood, when for anointing scabs or itches, or to the bum applying leeches, when sows and bitches may be spayed, and in what sign best cider is made, whether the wane be, or increase, best to set garlic, or sow peas, who first found out the man ith moon, that to the ancients was unknown. How many dukes and earls and peers are in the planetary spheres, their airy empire and command, their several strengths by sea and land, what factions th have, and what they drive at in public vogue, or what in private, with what designs and interests each party manages contests. He made an instrument to know if the moon shine at full or no, that would as soon as ere she shone, straight whether twier day or night demonstrate, tell what her diameter an inch is, and prove that she's not made of green cheese. It would demonstrate that the man in the moon's a sea Mediterranean, and that it is no dog nor bitch that stands behind him at his breach, but a huge Caspian sea, all lake, with arms, which men for legs mistake. How large a gulf his tail composes, and what a goodly bay his nose is. How many German leagues by th scale Cape snouts from promontory tail. He made a planetary gin, which rats would run their own heads in, and cause on purpose to be taken, without th expense of cheese or bacon. With lute strings, he would counterfeit maggots that crawl on dish of meat, quote moles and spots on any place o th body, by the index face, detect lost maidenheads by sneezing, or breaking wind of dames, or pissing. Cure wots and cons with application of medicines to th imagination, fright agues into dogs, and scare with rhymes the toothache and catarrh chase evil spirits away by dint of sickle, horseshoe, hollow flint, spit fire out of a walnut shell, which made the Roman slaves rebel, and fire a mine in China here, with sympathetic gunpowder. He knew whatsevers to be known, but much more than he knew would own. What medicine 'twas that Paracelsus could make a man with, as he tells us. What figured slates are best to make on watery surface duck or drake. What bowling stones, in running race upon a bod, have swiftest pace, whether a pulse beat in the black list of a dappled louse's back. If systole or diastole move quickest when he's in wrath or love. When two of them do run a race, whether they gallop, trot, or pace. How many scars a flea will jump of his own length from head to rump, which Socrates and Caraphon, 113 in vain, essayed so long agon. Whether his snout a perfect nose is, and not an elephant's proboscis. How many different species of maggots breed in rotten cheese, and which are next of kin to those engendered in a chandler's nose, are those not seen, but understood, that live in vinegar and wood. A paltry wretch he had, half-starved, that him in place of zany served, hight Watcham, bred to dash and draw, not wine, but more unwholesome law, to make twixt words and lines huge gaps, wide as meridians in maps, to squander paper, and spare ink, and cheat men of their words. Some think, from this, by merited degrees, he'd to more high advancement rise, to be an under-conjurer, a journeyman astrologer. His business was to pump and wheedle, and men with their own keys unriddle, to make them to themselves give answers, for which they pay the necromancers, to fetch and carry intelligence of whom, and what, and where, and whence, and all discoveries disperse among whole pack of conjurers. What cut purses have left with them, for the right owners to redeem, and what they dare not vent find out, to gain themselves and aught repute. Draw figures, schemes, and horoscopes of Newgate, Bridewell, brokers' shops, of thieves ascendant in the cot, and find out all by rules of art, which way a serving man, that's run with clothes or money away, is gone, who picked a fob at holding forth, and where a watch for half the worth may be redeemed, or stolen plate restored at conscionable rate. Beside all this, he served his master in quality of poetasta, and rhymes appropriate could make to every month almanac. What terms begin and end could tell, with their returns in doggerel, when the exchequer opes and shuts, and so gelda with safety cuts, when men may eat and drink their fill, and when be temperate if they will, when use, and when abstain from vice, figs, grapes, phlebotomy, and spice. And as in prison mean rogues beat hemp for the service of the great, so Watcham beats his dirty brains, advance his master's fame and gains, and like the devil's oracles, put into doggerel rhymes his spells, which over every month's blank page almanac, strange bilks presage. He would an elegy compose on maggots squeezed out of his nose, in lyric numbers write an ode on his mistress, eating a black pudding, and when imprisoned ere escaped her, it puffed him with poetic rapture. His sonnets charmed attentive crowd, by wide-mouthed mottle trolled aloud, that, circled with his long-eared guests, like Orpheus looked among the beasts. A common's hoss could not pass by, but stood tied up to poetry. No potter's burden passed along, but served for burden to his song. Each window, like a pillory appears, with heads thrust through, nailed by the ears. All trades run in as to the sight of monsters, or their dear delight the gallows tree, when cutting purse breeds busness for heroic verse, which none does here, but would have hung have been the theme of such a song. Those two together long had lived, in mansion prudently contrived, where neither tree nor house could bar the free detection of a star, and nigh an ancient obelisk was raised by him, found out by Fiske, 114, on which was a written, not in words, but hieroglyphic mute of birds, many rare pithy saws concerning the worth of astrologic learning. From top of this there hung a rope, to which he fastened telescope, the spectacles with which the stars he reads in smallest characters. It happened as a boy, one night, did fly his tassel of a kite, the strangest long-winged hawk that flies, that, like a bird of paradise, or herald's motlet, has no legs, nor hatches young ones, nor lays eggs. His train was 6 yards long, milk-white, at end of which there hung a light, enclosed in lantern, made of paper, that far off like a star did appear. This Sidraful by chance espied, and with amazement staring wide, "Bless us," quoth he, "what dreadful wonder is that appears in heaven yonder? A comet, and without a beard, or star that ne'er before appeared? I'm certain 'tis not in the scroll of all those beasts and fish and fowl, with which, like Indian plantations, the learned stock the constellations, nor those that draw for signs have been to houses where the planets in. It must be supernatural, unless it be that cannonball 115 that shot air point blank upright, was born to that prodigious height that learned philosophers maintain. It ne'er came backwards down again, but in the airy region yet hangs like the body of Mahomet. For if it be above the shade that by the earth's round bulk is made, 'tis probable it may from far appear no bullet, but a star. This said, he to his engine flew, placked near at hand, in open view, and raised it till it levelled right against the glow-worm tail of kite, then peeping through, bless us. Quoth he, it is a planet now, I see, and if I err not by his proper figure that's like tobacco stopper, it should be Saturn. Yes, 'tis clear 'tis Saturn, but what makes him there? He's got between the dragon's tail and farther leg behind OTH whale. Pray heave avert the fatal omen, for 'tis a prodigy not common, and can no less than the world's end, or nature's funeral, portend. With that he fell again to pry throw perspective more wistfully, when by mischance the fatal string, that kept the towering fowl on wing, breaking, down fell the star. Well shot, quoth Watcham, who right wisely thought H had levelled at a star, and hit it, but Sidraful, more subtle-witted, cried out, what horrible and fearful portent is this, to see a star fall? It threatens nature, and the doom will not be long before it come. When stars do fall, 'tis plain enough, the day of judgment's not far off. As lately 'twas revealed to Sedgwick, 116 and some of us find out by magic. Then since the time we have to live in this world's shortened, let us strive to make our best advantage of it, and pay our losses with our profit. This feat fell out not long before the night, upon the fawn-armed Scaw, in quest of Sidraful advancing, was now in prospect of the mansion whom he discovering, turned his glass, and found far off 'twas Hudibras. Watcham, quoth he, look yonder, some to try or use our art a come, the ones the learned knight seek out and pump em what they come about. Watcham advanced with all submissness to accost em, but much more their busness. He held a stirrup while the knight from leathern barebones did alight, and taking from his hand the bridle, approached the dock squire to unriddle. He gave him first the time OTH day, and welcomed him. As he might say, he asked him whence he came, and whither their busness lay. Quoth Ralpo, hither. Did you not lose? Quoth Ralpo, nay. Quoth Watcham, sir, I meant your way. Your knight, quoth Ralpo, is a lover, and pains intolerable doth suffer, for lovers' hearts are not their own hearts, nor lights, nor lungs, and so forth downwards. What time, quoth Watcham, sir? Too long, 3 years it off and on is hung. Quoth he, I meant what time OTH day 'tis, quoth Ralpo, between 7 and 8 'tis. Why then, quoth Watcham, my small aught tells me, the dame has a hard heart, or great estate. Quoth Ralph, a jointure, which makes him have so hot a mind tea her. Meanwhile the knight was making water, before he fell upon the matter, which having done, the wizard steps in, to give him suitable reception, but kept his busness at a bay, till Watcham put him in the way, who having now, by Ralpo's light, expounded errand of the night, and what he came to know, drew near, to whisper in the conjurer's ear, which he prevented thus. What wast, quoth he, that I was saying last, before these gentlemen arrived? Quoth Watcham, Venus you retrieved in opposition with Mars, and no benign and friendly stars to allay the effect. Quoth wizard, so, in Virgo? Ha, quoth Watcham, no, has Saturn nothing to do in it? 1/10 of S circle to a minute. 'Tis well, quoth he. Sir, you'll excuse this rudeness I am folk to use. It is a scheme and face of heaven, as aspects are disposed this even, I was contemplating upon when you arrived. But now I've done. Quoth Hudibras, if I appear unseasonable in coming here at such a tone, to interrupt your speculations, which I hoped assistance from and come to use, 'tis fit that I ask your excuse. By no means, sir, quoth Sidraful, the stars your coming did foretell. I did expect you here, and knew, before you spake, your busness too. Quoth Hudibras, make that appear, and I shall credit whatsoever you tell me after on your word, howe'er unlikely or absurd. You are in love, sir, with a widow, quoth he, that does not greatly heed you, and for 3 years has rid your wit and passion without drawing bit, and now your busness is to know, if you shall carry her or no. Quoth Hudibras, you're in the right, but how the devil you came bite I can't imagine. For the stars, I'm sure, can tell no more than a hoss, nor can their aspects, though you paw your eyes out on 'em. Tell you more than oracle of sieve and shears, that turns as certain as the spheres. But if the devils of your counsel, much may be done, my noble donzel, and 'tis on his account I come, to know from you my fatal doom. Quoth Sidraful, if you suppose, sir knight, that I am one of those I might suspect and take the alarm, your busness is but to inform. But if it be, 'tis ne'er the near, you have a wrong so by the ear. For I assure you, for my part, I only deal by rules of art, such as are lawful, and judge by conclusions of astrology. But for the devil, know nothing by him, but only this, that I defy him. Quoth he, whatever others deem ye, I understand your metonymy. Your words of second-hand intention, when things by wrongful names you mention. The mystic sense of all your terms that are, indeed, but magic charms to raise the devil, and mean one thing, and that is downright conjuring, and in itself more warrantable than cheat or canting to a rabble, or putting tricks upon the moon, which by confederacy are done. Your ancient conjurers were wont to make her from her sphere dismount, and to their incantations stoop. They scorned to paw through telescope, or idly play at bo-peep with her, to find out cloudy or fair weather, which every almanac can tell, perhaps as learnedly and well as you yourself. Then, friend, I doubt you go the farthest way about. Your modern Indian magician 117 makes but a hole in earth to piss in, and straight resolves all questions bite, and seldom fails to be right. The Rosicrucian weighs more sure, to bring the devil to the lure. Each of 'em has a several gin to catch intelligences in. Some by the nose with fumes trepan as Dunstan did the devil's granarm, others with characters and words catch as men in nets do birds, and some with symbols, signs, and tricks, engraved with planetary nicks, with their own influences will fetch down from their orbs, arrest and catch make depose and answer to all questions, ere they let them go. Bombastus kept a devil's bird 118 shut in the pummel of his sword, that taught him all the cunning pranks of past and future mountebanks. Kelly did all his feats upon the devil's looking-glass, a stone, where playing with him at bo-peep, he solved all problems ne'er so deep. Agrippa kept a Stygian pug, 119 ith garb and habit of a dog, that was his tutor, and the cur read to occult philosopher, and taught him subtly to maintain all other sciences are vain. To this, quoth Sidrafello, sir, Agrippa was no conjurer, nor Paracelsus, no, nor Bayman, nor was the dog a cacodemon, but a true dog, that would show tricks for emperor, and leap off sticks, would fetch and carry, was more civil than other dogs, but yet no devil, and whatsoever he said to do, he went the self-same way we go. As for the rosy-cross philosophers, whom you will have to be but sorcerers, what they pretend to is no more than Trismegistus did before, Pythagoras, old Zoroaster, and Apollonius their master, to whom they do confess they owe all that they do and all they know. Quoth Hudibras, alas, what is us? Whether 'twas said by Trismegistus, if it be nonsense, false, or mystic, or not intelligible, or sophistic. 'Tis not antiquity nor author that makes truth truth, although time's daughter. 'Twas he that put her in the pit before he pulled her out of it. And as he eats his sons, just so he feeds upon his daughters too. Not does it follow, cause a herald can make a gentleman, scarce a year old, to be descended of a race of ancient kings in a small space, that we should all opinions hold authentic that we can make old. Quoth Sidrafel, it is no part of prudence to cry down an ought, and what it may perform deny, because you understand not why, as a verwa played but a mean trick 120 to damn our whole ought for eccentric. For who knows all that knowledge contains men dwell not on the tops of mountains, but on their sides, or rising seat. So 'tis with knowledge's vast height. Do not the histories of all ages relate miraculous presages, of strange turns in the world's affairs, foreseen be astrologers, soothsayers, Chaldeans, learned genethliacs, and some that have writ almanacs. The Median emperor dreamt his daughter 121 had pissed all Asia under water, and that a vine sprung from her haunches, offspread his empire with its branches. And did not soothsayers expound it, as after by event he found it? When Caesar in the Senate fell, 122, did not the sun eclipsed foretell, and in resentment of his slaughter, looked pale for almost a year after. Augustus having be oversight, 123 put on his left shoe for his right, had like to have been slain that day by soldiers mutinying for pay. Are there not myriads of this sort, which stories of all times report? Is it not ominous in all countries when crows and ravens croak upon trees? The Roman Senate, when within 124, the city walls an owl was seen did cause their clergy, with lustrations, our synod calls humiliations, the round fact prodigy avert from doing town or country hurt. And if an owl had so much power, why should not planets have much more, that in a region far above inferior fowls of the air move, and should see further, and fauno more than their augury below, though that once served the polity of mighty states to govern by. And this is what we take in hand by powerful ought to understand, which, how we have performed all ages can speak events of our presages. Have we not lately, in the moon, found a new world, to old unknown? Discovered sea and land, Columbus and Magellan could never compass. Made mountains with our tubes appear, and cattle grazing on 'em there. Quoth Hudibras, you lie so ope that I, without a telescope, can mind your tricks out and descry where you tell truth and where you lie. For Anaxagoras, long agon, 125 saw hills as well as you, ith moon, and held the sun was but a piece of red-hot urn as big as Greece. Believed the heavens were made of stone because the sun had voided one, and rather than he would recant th opinion, suffered banishment. But what, alas, is it to us, whether ith moon men thus do eat their porridge, cut their cons, or whether they have tails or horns? What trade from thence can you advance, but what we nearer have from France? What can our travellers bring home, that is not to be learnt at Rome? What politics or strange opinions that are not in our own dominions? What science can he brought from thence in which we do not here commence? What revelations or religions that are not in our native regions? Are sweating lanterns or screen fans made better there than are in France? Or do they teach to sing and play guitar there a newer way? Can they make plays there that shall fit the public humour with less wit? Write wittier dances, quainter shows, or fight with more ingenious blows? Or does the man ith moon look big and wear a hooga periwig, show in his gait or face more tricks than our own native lunatics? And if W outdo him here at home, what good of your design can come? As wind, ith hypochondries pent, is but a blast if downward sent, but if it upward chance to fly, becomes new light and prophecy. So when your speculations tend above their just and useful end, although they promise strange and great discoveries of things far set, they are but idle dreams and fancies, and save us strongly of the ganzas. Tell me but what's the natural cause? Why on a sign no painter draws the full moon ever, but the half? Resolve that with your Jacob's staff. Or why wolves raise a hubbub at her, and dogs howl when she shines in water? And I shall freely give my vote, you may know something more remote. At this deep Sidraful looked wise, and staring round with owl-like eyes, he put his face into a posture of sapience, and began to bluster. For having 3 times shook his head to stir his wit up. Thus he said, Art has no mortal enemies, next ignorance, but owls and geese, those consecrated geese in otters, that to the capital were waters, and being then upon patrol, with noise alone beat off the Gaul. Are those Athenian skeptic owls, that will not credit their own souls, or any science understand, beyond the reach of eye or hand, but measuring all things by their own knowledge, hold nothings to be known, those wholesale critics that in coffee-houses cry down all philosophy, and will not know upon what ground in nature we our doctrine found, although with pregnant evidence we can demonstrate it to sense, as I just now have done to you, foretelling what you came to know. Were the stars only made to light robbers and burglars by night, to wait on drunkards, thieves, gold-finders, and lovers solacing behind doors, or giving one another pledges of matrimony under hedges, or witches simpling, and on gibbets cutting from malefactors snippets, or from the pillory tips of ears of rebel saints and perjurers, only to stand by and look on, but not know what is said or done? Is there a constellation there that was not born and bred up here, and therefore cannot be to learn in any inferior concern? Were they not, during all their lives, most of them pirates, haws, and thieves? And is it like they have not still in their old practices some skill? Is there a planet that by birth does not derive its house from earth, and therefore probably must know what is and hath been done below? Who made the balance, or whence came the bull, the lion, and the ram? Did not we hear the Argo rig make Berenice's periwig, whose livery does the coachman wear, or who made Cassiopeia's chair, and therefore, as they came from hence with us may hold intelligence? Plato denied the world can be governed without geometry, for money being the common scale of things by measure, weight, and tale. In all affairs of church and state, 'tis both the balance and the weight. Then much less can it be without divine astrology made out, that puts the other down in worth, as far as heaved s above the earth. These reasons, quoth the knight, I grant are something more significant than any that the learned use upon this subject to produce, and yet are far from satisfactory. Establish and keep up your factory. Egyptians say, the sun has twice shifted his setting and his rise. 126 twice has he risen in the west, as many times set in the east. But whether that be true or no, the devil any of you know. Some hold the heavens like a top, 127, and kept by circulation up, and were't not for their wheeling round, they'd instantly fall to the ground, as sage empedocles of old, and from him modern authors hold. Plato believed the sun and moon below all other planets run .128 some Mercury, some Venus, seat above the sun himself in height. The learned Scaliger complained, gainst what Copernicus maintained, 129, that, in 1200 years and odd, the sun had left its ancient road, and nearer to time earth is come bove 50,000 miles from home. Soit was a most notorious flam, and he that had so little shame to vent such fopperies abroad, deserved to have his rump well clawed, which Monsieur Bodin hearing, swa that he deserved the rud much more, that durst upon a truth give doom, he knew less than the Pope of Rome. Codden believed great states depend upon the tip o' th bear's tail's end, 130 that, as she whisked it tewards the sun, strewed mighty empires up and down, which others say must needs be false, because your true bears have no tails. Some say the zodiac constellations have long since changed their antique stations above a sign, and prove the same in Taurus now, once in the ram. Affirm the trigons chopped and changed, the watry with the fiery ranged. Then how can their effects still hold to be the same they were of old? This, though the aught were true, would make our modern soothsayers mistake, and in one cause they tell more lies, in figures and nativities, than old Chaldean conjurers in so many 100,000 years. 131 beside their nonsense in translating, for want of accidents in Latin, like Idus and Calendy, English the quatadays, by skilful linguist, and yet with canting, slight, and cheat, 'twill serve their turn to do the feat. Make fools believe in their foreseeing of things before they are in being. To swallow gudgeons ere th are catched, and count their chickens ere th are hatched. Make them the constellations prompt, and give 'em back their own accompt. But still the best to him that gives the best price fought, or best believes. Some towns and cities, some, for brevity, have cast the versal world's nativity, and made the infant stars confess, like fools or children, what they please. Some calculate the hidden fates of monkeys, puppy dogs, and cats, some running nags and fighting cocks, some love, trade, lawsuits, and the pox. Some take a measure of the lives of fathers, mothers, husbands, wives, make opposition, trine and quatile, tell who is barren and who fertile. As if the planet's first aspect the tender infant did infect in soul and body, and instill all future good and future ill, which, in their dark fatalities lurking, at destined periods fall a-working, and break out, like the hidden seeds of long diseases, into deeds, in friendships, enmities, and strife, and all emergencies of life. No sooner does he peep into the world, but he has done his due, catched all diseases, took all physic that cures or kills a man that is sick, married his punctual dose of wives, is cuckolded and breaks or thrives. There's but the twinkling of a star between a man of peace and war, a thief and justice, fool and knave, a huffing officer and a slave, a crafty lawyer and a pickpocket, a great philosopher and a blockhead, a formal preacher and a player, a learned physician and manslayer. As if men from the stars did suck old age, diseases, and ill luck, wit, folly, honor, virtue, vice, trade, travel, women, claps and dice, and draw, with the first air they breathe, battle and murder, sudden death. Are not these fine commodities to be imparted from the skies and vended here amongst the rabble, for staple goods and warrantable? Like money by the Druids borrowed, 132 in other world to be restored, quoth Sidraful, to let you know you wrong the art, and artists too, since arguments are lost on those that do our principles oppose. I will, although I don't before, demonstrate to your sense once more, and draw a figure that shall tell you, what you, perhaps, forget befell you by way of Harari inspection, which some account our worst erection. With that he circles, draws, and squares with ciphers, astral characters, then looks 'em all to understand 'em, although set down habnab, at random. Quoth he, this scheme of heaven set discovers how in fight you met at Kingston with a maypole idol, and that why were banged both back and side well. And though you overcame the bear, the dogs beat you at Brentford fair, where sturdy butchers broke your noddle, and handled you like a fop doodle. Quoth Hudibras, I now perceive you are no conjurer, by your leave. That paltry story is untrue, 133, and fogged to cheat such gulls as you. Not true, quoth he, howe'er you vapor, I can what I affirm make appear. Watcham shall justify it to your face, and prove he was upon the place. He played the Sultan Bancho's pot, transformed a Frenchman by my art. He stole your cloak, and picked your pocket, choused and coldsed you like a blockhead. And what you lost I can produce, if you deny it, here house. Quoth Hudibras, I do believe that argument's demonstrative. Ralpho, bear witness, and go fetch us a constable to seize the wretches. For though are both false knaves and cheats, impostors, jugglers, counterfeits, I'll make them serve for perpendiculars, as true as air were used by bricklayers. They are guilty by their own confessions of felony, and at the sessions, upon the bench, I will so handle that the vibration of this pendulum 130 fa shalt make all tailors yards of one unanimous opinion. A thing he long has vapoured of, but now shall make it out by proof. Quoth Sidrifal, I do not doubt to find friends that will bear me out, nor have I hazarded my art and neck so long on the state's pot to be exposed and to suffer by such a braggadocio huffer. Huffer, quoth Hudibras, this sod shall down thy false throat craw that word. Ralp ho, make haste and call an officer to apprehend this Stygian sophister. Meanwhile I'll hold him at bay, lest he and Wetcham run away. But Sidrifal, who, from th aspect of Hudibras, did now erect a figure worse potenting far than that of a malignant star, believed it now the fittest moment to shun the danger that might come on't, while Hudibras was all alone, and he and Wetcham, 2 to 1. This being resolved, he spied, by chance, behind the door, an iron lance, that many a sturdy limb had gawed, and legs and loins and shoulders bawed. He snatched it up, and made a pass, to make his way through Hudibras. Wetcham had got a firefork, with which he vowed to do his work. But Hudibras was well prepared, and stoutly stood upon his guard. He put by Sidrifellow's thrust, and in right manfully he rushed, the weapon from his gripe he wrung, and laid him on the earth along. Wetcham his sea-coal prong threw by, and basely turned his back to fly. But Hudibras gave him a twitch as quick as lightning in the breach, just in the place where honour's lodged, as wise philosophers have judged, because a kick in that place more hurts honour than deep wounds before. Quoth Hudibras, the stars determine you are my prisoners, base vermin. Could they not tell you so as well as what I came to know foretell? By this what cheats you are we find, that in your own concerns are blind. Your lives are now at my dispose, to be redeemed by fine or blows, but who his honour would defile, to take or sell 2 lives so vile? I'll give you quota, but your pillage, the conquering warrior's crop and tillage, which with his sod he reaps and ploughs, that's mine, the law of arms allows. This said in haste he fell to rummaging of Sidrifal. First he expounded both his pockets, and found a watch with rings and lockets, which had been left with him to erect a figure for, and so detect. A copper plate with almanacs engraved upon tea, with other knacks of bookers, lilies, Sarah Jimmers, and blank schemes discover nimmers. A moon dial, with Napier's bones, and several constellation stones, engraved in planetary hours, that over mortals had strange powers to make 'em thrive in law or trade, and stab or poison to evade, in wit or wisdom to improve, and be victorious in love. Wetcham had neither cross nor pile, his plunder was not worth the while, all which the concraw did discompt to pay for curing of his rump. But Sidrifal, as full of tricks as wrote men of politics, straight cast about to overreach unwary concraw with a fetch, and make him clad at least, to quit his victory, and fly the pit, before the secular prince of darkness 135 arrived to seize upon his carcass. And as a fox with hot pursuit chased through a warren, casts about to save his credit, and among dead vermin on a gallows hung, and while the dogs run underneath, escaped by counterfeiting death, not out of cunning, but a train of atoms jostling in his brain, as learned philosophers give out, so Sidriffellow cast about, and fell to wanted trade again, to feign himself in earnest slain. First stretched out one leg, then another, and seeming in his breath to smother a broken sigh, quoth he, where am I, alive or dead? Or which way came I, through so immense a space so soon? But now, I thought myself moon, and that a monster with huge whiskers, more formidable than a Switzer's, my body through and through had drilled, and Wetcham by my side had killed, had cross-examined both our hoes, and plundered all we had to lose. Look, there he is. I see him now, and feel the place I am run through, and there lies Wetcham by my side stone dead, and in his own blood died. Oh, oh, with that he fetched a groan, and fell again into a swoon, shut both his eyes, and stopped his breath, and to the life out-acted death, that Hudibras, to all appearing, believed him to be dead as herring. He held it now no longer safe to tarry the return of Ralph, but rather leave him in the lurch, thought he. He has abuzzed our church, refused to give himself one firk to carry on the public work, despised our synod men like dirt, and made their discipline his spot, divulged the secrets of their classes, and their conventions proved high places, disparaged their tithe pigs as pagan, and set at naught their cheese and bacon, railed at their covenant, and jeered their reverend parsons to my beard, for all which scandals, to be quit at once, this juncture falls out fit. I'll make him henceforth to beware, and tempt my fury if he dare. He must at least hold up his hand, by 12 freeholders to be scanned. who, by their skill in palmistry, will quickly read his destiny, and make him glad to read his lesson, or take a turn for tea at the session. Unless his light and gifts prove truer than ever yet they did, I'm sure. For if he scape with whipping now, 'tis more than he can hope to do, and that will disengage my conscience of obligation in his own sense. I'll make him now by force abide what he by gentle means denied, to give my honour satisfaction, and right the brethren in the action. This being resolved, with equal speed and conduct he approached his steed, and with activity unwont, essayed the lofty beast to mount, which once achieved, he spurred his palfrey, to get from enemy and Ralph free, left dangers, fears, and foes behind, and beat, at least 3 lengths, the wind. Canto I the knight and squire resolve at once the one the other to renounce. They both approach the lady's bower, the squire inform, the knight to woo her. She treats them with a masquerade, by furies and hobgoblins made, from which the squire conveys the knight, and steals him from himself by night. 'Tis true, no lover has that power enforce a desperate amour, as he that has 2 strings his bow, and burns for love and money too, for then he's brave and resolute, disdains to render in his suit, has all his flames and raptures double, and hangs or drowns with half the trouble, while those who sillily pursue the simple, downright way, and true, make as unlucky applications, and steer against the stream their passions. Some fodge their mistresses of stars, and when the ladies prove averse, and more untoward to be won than by Caligula the moon, 136 cry out upon the stars, for doing ill offices to cross their wooing, when only by themselves they're hindered, for trusting those they made her kindred, and still, the harsher and hide-bounder the damsels prove, become the fonder. For what mad lover ever died to gain a soft and gentle bride, offer a lady tender-hearted, in purling streams or hemp departed, leaped headlong in Elysium, through windows of a dazzling room, but for some cross, ill-mated dame, the amorous fly burnt in his flame. This to the knight could be no news, with all mankind so much in use, who therefore took the wiser course to make the most of his amours, resolved to try all sorts of ways, as follows in due time and place. No sooner was the bloody fight, between the wizard and the knight, with all appurtenances, over, but he relapsed again a lover, as he was always wont to do, when had discomfited a foe, and us the only antique philters, 137 derived from old heroic tiltas. But now triumphant and victorious, he held achievement was too glorious for such a conqueror to meddle with petty constable or beadle, or fly for refuge to the hostess of inns of court and chancery, justice, who might, perhaps, reduce his cause to ordeal trial of the laws. 138 where none escape, but such as branded with red-hot irons have passed barehanded, and if they cannot read one verse Psalms, must sing it, and that's worse. He therefore judging it below him to tempt a shame the devil might owe him, resolved to leave the squire for bail and main prize for him to the jail, to answer, with his vessel, all that might disastrously befall, and thought it now the fittest juncture to give the lady a rencounter, acquaint her with his expedition, and conquest o' the fierce magician, describe the manner of the fray, and show the spoils he brought away, his bloody scourging aggravate, the number of his blows and weight, all which might probably succeed, and gain belief had done the deed, which he resolved enforce, and spare no pawning of his soul to swear, but rather than produce his back, to set his conscience on the rack, and in pursuance of his urging of articles performed and scourging, and all things else upon his part, demand delivery of her heart, her goods and chattels, and good graces, and person, up to his embraces. Thought he, the ancient errant knights won all their ladies' hearts in fights, and cut whole giants into fritters, to put them into amorous twitters, whose stubborn bowels scorned to yield until their gallants were half killed. But when their bones were drubbed, so saw they durst not woo one combat more, the ladies' hearts began to melt, subdued by blows their lovers felt. So Spanish heroes, with their lances, 139 at once wound bulls and ladies' fancies, and he acquires the noblest spouse that widows greatest herds of cows. Then what may I expect to do? Have quelled so vast a buffalo. Meanwhile, the squire was on his way the knight's late orders to obey, who sent him for a strong detachment of beadles, constables, and watchmen, to attack the cunning man, for plunder committed falsely on his lumber, when he who had so lately sacked the enemy had done the fact, had rifled all his pokes and fubs of gimcracks, whims and jiggum-bobs when he by hook or crook had gathered, and for his own inventions fathered. And when they should, at jail delivery, unriddle one another's thievery, both might have evidence enough to render neither whole to proof. He thought it desperate to tarry and venture to be accessory, but rather wisely slip his fetters and leave them for the night, his betters. He called to mind unjust, foul play he would have offered him that day, to make him curry his own hide, which no beast ever did beside, without all possible evasion, but of the riding dispensation, and therefore much about the hour the night, for reasons told before, resolved to leave them to the fury of justice and an unpacked jury. The squire concurred to abandon him, and serve him in the self-same trim, to acquaint the lady what had done, and what he meant to carry on. What project 'twas he went about, when Sidraful and he fell out, his firm and steadfast resolution, to swear her to an execution, to pawn his inward ears to marry her, 140 and bribe the devil himself to carry her, in which both dealt, as if they meant their party saints to represent, who never failed, upon their sharing in any prosperous alms-bearing, to lay themselves out to supplant each other cousin German saint. But ere the knight could do his part, the squire had got so much the start, had to the lady done his errand, and told her all his tricks aforehand. Just as he finished his report, the knight alighted in the cot, and having tied his beast to a pail, and taking time for both to stale, he put his band and beard in order, the sprucer to accost and bawd her. And now began to approach the door, when she, had spied him out before, conveyed informer out of sight, and went to entertain the knight, with whom encountering, after lunges of humble and submissive congees, and all due ceremonies paid, he struck his beard, and thus he said, "Madam, I do, as is my duty, honor the shadow of your shoe-tie, and now I'm come to bring your ear a present you'll be glad to hear. At least I hope so. The thing's done, or may I never see the sun, for which I humbly now demand performance at your gentle hand, and that you'd please to do your part, as I have done mine, to my smart." With that he shrugged his sturdy back, as if he felt his shoulders ache. But she, who well enough knew what, before he spoke, he would be at, pretended not to apprehend the mystery of what he meaned, and therefore wished him to expound his dark expressions less profound. "Madam," quoth he, "I come to prove how much I've suffered for your love, which, like your votary, to win, I have not sparred my tattered skin, and for those meritorious lashes, to claim your favor and good graces." Quoth she, "I do remember once I freed you from enchanted sconce, and that you promised, for that favor, to bind your back to good behavior, and for my sake and service, vowed to lay upon't a heavy load, and what 'twould bear a scruple prove, as other knights do oft make love, which, whether you have done or no, concerns yourself, not me, to know. But if you have, I shall confess wire honester than I could guess." Quoth he, "If you suspect my troth, I cannot prove it but by oath, and if you make a question on't, I'll pawn my soul that I have done and he that makes his soul his surety, I think, does give the best security." Quoth she, "Some say, the soul's secure against distress and forfeiture, is free from action, and exempt from execution and contempt, and to be summoned to appear in other worlds illegal here, and therefore few make any account in't what encumbrances they run for most men carry things so even between this world, and hell, and heaven, without the least offense to either, they freely deal in all together, and equally abhor to quit this world for both, or both for it. And when they pawn and damn their souls, they are but prisoners on paroles. For that," quoth he, "'tis rational they may be accountable in all for, when there is that intercourse between divine and human powers, that all that we determine here commands obedience everywhere, when penalties may be commuted for fines, or ears, and executed it follows. Nothing binds so fast as souls in pawn and mortgage past, for oaths are only tests and seals of right and wrong, and true and false, and there's no other way to try the doubts of law and justice by." Quoth she, "What is it you would swear? There's no believing till I hear, for till they're understood, all tales, like nonsense, are not true nor false." Quoth he, "When I resolved to obey what you commanded other day, and to perform my exercise, as schools are wont, for your fair eyes, to avoid all scruples in the case, I went to dot upon the place. But as the castle is enchanted by Sidraful, the witch, and haunted with evil spirits, as you know, who took my squire and me for two, before I'd hardly time to lay my weapons by, and disarray, I heard a formidable noise, loud as the stentrophonic voice, 141 that rod far off, dispatch and strip, I'm ready with the infernal whip, that shall divest thy ribs from skin, to expiate thy lingering sin, haste broken perfidiously thy oath, and not performed thy plighted troth, but spawed thy renegado back, where hadst so great a prize at stake, which now the fates have ordered me for penance and revenge to flee, unless thou presently make haste, time is, time was, and there it ceased. With which, though startled, I confess, yet horror of the thing was less than other dismal apprehension of interruption or prevention, and therefore, snatching up the rod, I laid upon my back a load, resolved to spare no flesh and blood, to make my word and honour good, till turd, and making truce at length, for new recruits of breath and strength, I felt the blows still plied as fast as had been by lovers placked, 142 in raptures of platonic lashing, and chaste contemplative bardashing. When facing hastily about to stand upon my guard and scout, I found infernal cunning man, and under which his Caliban, with scourges, like the Furies, armed, that on my outward quarters stormed. In haste I snatched my weapon up, and gave their hellish rage a stop, called thrice upon your name, and fell courageously on Sidraful, who now transformed himself a bear, began to roar aloud, and when I as furiously pressed on, my weapon down his throat to run, laid hold on him, but he broke loose and turned himself into a goose, dived under water in a pond to hide himself from being found. In vain I sought him, but as soon as I perceived him fled and gone, prepared with equal haste and rage, his under sorcerer engage. But bravely scorning to defile my sod with feeble blood and vile, I judged it better from a quick-set hedge to cut a knotted stick, with which I furiously laid on, till in a harsh and doleful tone, it rod, "O hold for pity, sir. I am too great a sufferer, a buzzed as you have been, be a witch, but conjured into a worse caprich, who sends me out on many a jaunt, old houses in the night to haunt. For opportunities improve designs of thievery or love, with drugs conveyed in drink or meat, all feats of witches counterfeit. Kill pigs and geese with powdered glass, and make it for enchantment pass, with cowitch measle like a leper, and choke with fumes of guinea pepper. Make leches, and their punks with jutry, commit fantastical advotry. Bewitch hermetic men to run 143 stocks staring mad with mannequin. Believe mechanic virtuosi can raise mountains in Potosi. 144 and, sillier than the antic fools, take treasure for a heap of coals. Seek out for plants with signatures, to quack of universal cures, with figures ground on panes of glass make people on their heads to pass, and mighty heaps of coin increase, reflected from a single piece, to draw in fools, whose natural itches incline perpetually to witches, and keep me in continual fears, and danger of my neck and ears, when less delinquents have been scoured, and hemp on wooden anvil fogged, which others for cravats have worn about their necks and took a turn. I pitied the sad punishment the wretched caitiff underwent, and left my drubbing of his bones, too great an honour for poltroons. For knights are bound to feel no blows from paltry and unequal foes, who, when they slash and cut to pieces, do all with civilest addresses. Their hosses never give a blow, but when they make a leg and bow. I therefore spawed his flesh, and pressed him about the witch with many a question. Quoth he, for many years he drove a kind of broking trade in love, employed in all intrigues and trust of feeble, speculative lust, procura to extravagancy and crazy ribaldry of fancy, by those the devil had forsook, as things below him to provoke. But being a virtuoso, able to smatter, quack, and cant, and dabble, he held his talent most adroit for any mystical exploit, as others of his tribe had done, and raised their prices 3 to 1. For one predicting pimp has odds of chaldrons of plain downright bawds. But as an elf, the devil's valet, is not so slight a thing to get, for those that do his busness best in hell are us the ruggedest, before so meriting a person could get a grant, but in reversion, he served 2 prenticeships and longa, mystery of a lady munga. For as some write, a witch's ghost, as soon as from the body loosed, becomes a puny imp itself, and is another witch's elf. He, after searching far and near, at length found one in Lancashire with whom he bargained beforehand, and after hanging, entertained. Since which has played 1,000 feats and practised all mechanic cheats, transformed himself to ugly shapes of wolves and bears, baboons and apes, which he has varied more than witches, or pharaoh's wizards, could their switches. And all with whom he has to do, turn to as monstrous figures too, witness myself, whom has abuzzed, and to this beastly shape reduct, by feeding me on beans and peas, he crams in nasty crevices, and turns to comforts by his arts, to make me relish for deserts, and one by one, with shame and fear, lick up the candied provender. Beside, but as he was running on, to tell what other feats had done, the lady stopped his full career, and told him now 'twas time to hear. If half those things, said she, be true, they're all, quoth he, I swear by you. Why then, said she, that Sidrafel has damned himself to th pit of hell, who, mounted on a broom, the nag and hackney of a Lapland hag, in quest of you came hither post within an hour. I'm sure, at most, who told me all you swear and say, quite contrary another way, vowed that you came to him to know if you should carry me or no, and would have heard him, and his imps to be your matchmakers and pimps, engage the devil on your side, and steal, like Proserpine, your bride. But he disdaining to embrace so filthy a design and base, you fell to vaporing and huffing and drew upon him like a ruffian, surprised him meanly, unprepared, before had time to mount his guard, and left him dead upon the ground, with many a bruise and desperate wound, swa you had broken robbed his house, and stole his talismanique louse, and all his new-found old inventions, with flat felonious intentions, which he could bring out where he had, and what he bought them for, and paid. His flea, his mopian, and punaise, had gotten for his proper ease, and all in perfect minutes made, by ablest artists of the trade, which he could prove it, since he lost, he has been eaten up almost, and altogether might amount to many hundreds on account, for which had got sufficient warrant to seize the malefactors errant, without capacity of bail, but of a cot's or hosse's tail, and did not doubt to bring the wretches to serve for pendulums to watches, which modern virtuosos say, inclined to hanging every way. Beside, he swa, and swa 'twas true, that, ere he went in quest of you, he set a figure to discover if you were fled to Rye or Dover, and found it clear that, to betray yourselves and me, you fled this way, and that he was upon pursuit, to take you somewhere hereabout. He vowed he had intelligence of all that passed before and since, and found that ere you came to him, why had been engaging life and limb about a case of tender conscience, where both abounded in your own sense, till Ralpho, by his light and grace, had cleared all scruples in the case, and proved that you might swear and own whatever's by the wicked done, for which, most basely to requite the service of his gifts and light, you strove to oblige him, by main force, to scourge his ribs instead of yours, but that he stood upon his guard, and all your vaporing outdawed, for which, between you both, the feat has never been performed as yet. While thus the lady talked, the knight turned outside of his eyes to white, as men of inward light are wont to turn their optics in upon he wondered how she came to know what he had done and meant to do, held up his affidavit hand, as if had been to be arraigned, cast T-wards the door a ghastly look, in dread of Sidrafel, and spoke. Madam, if but one word be true of all the wizard has told you, or but one single circumstance in all apocryphal romance, may dreadful earthquakes swallow down this vessel, that is all your own, or may the heavens fall, and cover these relics of your constant lover. You have provided well, quoth she, I thank you for yourself and me, and shown your Presbyterian wits jump punctual with the Jesuits, a most compendious way, and civil, at once to cheat the world, the devil, and heaven and hell, yourselves, and those on whom you vainly think to impose. Why then, quoth he, may hell surprise, that trick, said she, will not pass twice? I've learned how far I'm to believe your pinning oaths upon your sleeve, but there's a better way of clearing what you would prove than downright swearing, for if you have performed the feat, the blows are visible as yet, enough to serve for satisfaction of nicest scruples in the action, and if you can produce those knobs, although they are but the witch's drubs, I'll pass them all upon account, as if your natural self had done provided that they pass opinion of able juries of old women, who, us to judge all matter of facts for bellies, may do so for backs. Madam, quoth he, your love's a million. To do is less than to be willing, as I am, were it in my power, to obey what you command and more, but for performing what you bid, I thank you as much as if I did. You know I ought to have a care to keep my wounds from taking air, for wounds in those that are all hot are dangerous in any pot. I find, quoth she, my goods and chattels are like to prove but mere drawn battles, for still the longer we contend, we are but farther off the end. But granting now we should agree, what is it you expect from me? Your plighted faith, quoth he, and word you passed in heaven on record, where all contracts to have and hold are everlastingly enrolled. And if 'tis counted treason here to raise records, 'tis much more there. Quoth she, there are no bargains driven, all marriages clapped up in heaven, and that's the reason, as some guess, there is no heaven in marriages. Two things that naturally press too narrowly to be at ease. Their busness there is only love, which marriage is not like to improve, love, that's too generous to abide to be against its nature tied, or where 'tis of itself inclined, it breaks loose when it is confined. And like the soul, its harborer, debarred the freedom of the air, disdains against its will to stay, but struggles out and flies away. and therefore never can comply endure the matrimonial tie that binds the female and the male, where one is but the other's bail. Like Roman jailers, when they slept, chained to the prisoners they kept, of which the true and faithfulst lover gives best security to suffer. Marriage is but a beast, some say, that carries double in foul way, and therefore 'tis not to be admired, it should so suddenly be turred. A bargain at a venture made, between two partners in a trade. For what's inferred by have and hold, but something passed away and sold? That as it makes but one of two, reduces all things else as low, and at the best, is but a mot between the one and other part, that on the marriage day is paid, or hour of death, the bet is laid, and all the rest of better or worse, both are but losers out of purse. For when upon their ungot heirs entail themselves, and all that's theirs, what blinder bargain heir was driven, or wager laid at 6 and 7, to pass themselves away, and turn their children's tenants ere they are born, beg one another idiot to guardians ere they are begot, or ever shall, perhaps by one who's bound to vouch him for his own, though got be implicit generation, and general club of all the nation, for which she's fortified no less than all the island, with far seas, exacts the tribute of her dower, in ready insolence and power, and makes him pass away, to have and hold to her, himself, her slave, more wretched than an ancient villain, 145 condemned to drudgery and tilling, while all he does upon the buy, she is not bound to justify, nor at her proper cost and charge maintain the feats he does at large. Such hideous sots were those obedient old vassals to their lady's regent, to give the cheats the eldest hand in foul play by the laws o.th land, for which so many a legal cuckold has been run down in cots and truckled. A law that most unjustly yokes all Johns of Styles to Jones of Nokes, without distinction of degree, condition, age, or quality, admits no power of revocation, nor valuable consideration, nor writ of error, nor reverse of judgment passed for better or worse, will not allow the privileges that beggars challenge unto hedges, who, when they're grieved, can make dead hosses their spiritual judges of divorces, while nothing else but rem in re can set the proudest wretches free, a slavery beyond enduring, but that 'tis of their own procuring. As spiders never seek the fly, but leave him, of himself, apply so men are by themselves employed, to quit the freedom they enjoyed, and run their necks into a noose, they'd break 'em after to break loose. As some, whom death would not depart, have done the feat themselves by art, like Indian widows, gone to bed in flaming curtains to the dead, 146 and men as often dangled fought, and yet will never leave the spot. Nor do the ladies want excuse for all the stratagems they use to gain advantage of the set, and lurch the amorous rook and cheat. For as the Pythagorean soul runs through all beasts, and fish, and fowl, 147, and has a smack of every one, so love does, and has ever done. And therefore, though 'tis ne'er so fond, takes strangely to the vagabond. 'Tis but an ague that's reversed, whose hot fit takes the patient first, that after burns with cold as much as urn in Greenland does the touch, melts in the furnace of desire like glass, that's but the ice of fire, and when his heat of fancy's over, becomes as hard and frail a lover. For when he's with love powder laden, and primmed and cocked by miss or madam, the smallest sparkle of an eye gives fire to his artillery, and off the loud oaths go, but while they're in the very act, recoil. Hence 'tis so few dare take their chance without a separate maintenance, and widows, who have tried one lover, trust none again, till have made over. Or if they do before they marry, the foxes weigh the geese they carry, and ere they venture o'er a stream, know how to size themselves in them. Whence wittiest ladies always choose to undertake the heaviest goose, for now the world is grown so wary, that few of either sex dare marry, but rather trust on tic-tia moors, the cross and pile for better or worse. A mode that is held honorable, as well as French and fashionable. For when it falls out for the best, where both are incommoded least, in soul and body to unite, to make up one hermaphrodite, still amorous and fond, and billing, like Philip and Mary on a shilling. Have more punctilios and caprices between the petticoat and breeches, more petulant extravagances, than poets make 'em in romances, though when their heroes spouse the dames, we hear no more of charms and flames, for then their late attracts decline, and turn as eager as pricked wine, and all their caterwauling tricks in earnest to as jealous peaks, which the ancients wisely signified by yellow mantuas of the bride. For jealousy is but a kind of clap and grinkum of the mind, the natural effects of love, as other flames and aches do prove, but all the mischief is the doubt on whose account they first broke out. For though Chineses go to bed 148 and lie in their ladies' stead, and for the pains they took before, are nursed and pampered to do more. Our green men do it worse, when hap to fail in labor of a clap, both lay the child to one another. But who's the father, who the mother, 'tis hard to say in multitudes, or who imparted the French goods. But health and sickness being all one, which both engagged before to own, and are not with their bodies bound to worship only when they're sound, both give and take their equal shares of all they suffer by false wares. A fate no lover can divert with all his caution, wit, and art. For 'tis in vain to think to guess at women by appearances, that paint and patch their imperfections of intellectual complexions, and daub their tempers awe with washes as artificial as their faces. Wear under vised masks their talents and mother wits before their gallants, until they're hampered in the noose, too fast to dream of breaking loose, when all the flaws they strove to hide are made unready with the bride, that with her wedding clothes undresses her complacence and gentiluses, tries all her arts to take upon her the government from easy owner, until the wretch is glad to waive his lawful right, and turn her slave, find all his having and his holding, reduct eternal noise and scolding, the conjugal petard that tears down all portcullises of ears, and make the volley of one tongue for all their leathern shields too strong, when only armed with noise and nails, the female silkworms ride the males, transform them into rams and goats, like sirens, with their charming notes. 149 sweet as a screech owl's serenade, are those enchanting murmurs made by husband mandrake and the wife, 150 both buried, like themselves, alive. Quoth he, these reasons are but strains of wanton, overheated brains, which ralliers, in their wit, or drink, do rather wheedle with than think man was not man in paradise, until he was created twice, and had his better half, his bride, carved from the original, his side, amend his natural defects, and perfect his recruiting sex. Enlarge his breed at once, and lessen the pains and labor of increasing, by changing them for other cares, as by his dried-up paps appears. His body, that stupendous frame, of all the world the anagram, is of 2 equal parts compact, in shape and symmetry exact, of which the left and female side is to the manly right a bride, both joined together with such art, that nothing else but death can part. Those heavenly attracts of yours, your eyes and face, that all the world surprise, that dazzle all that look upon ye, and scotch all other ladies tawny, those ravishing and charming graces are all made up of 2 half faces, that in a mathematic line, like those in other heavens, join, of which if either grew alone, 'twould fright as much to look upon, and so would that sweet bud your lip without the other's fellowship. Our noblest senses act by pairs, 2 eyes to see, to hear, 2 ears, intelligences of the mind to wait upon the soul designed, but those that serve the body alone are single and confined to one. The world is but 2 parts that meet and close at equinoctial fit, 151, and so are all the works of nature, stamped with her signature on matter, which all her creatures to a leaf or smallest blade of grass receive, all which sufficiently declare how entirely marriage is her care, the only method that she uses in all the wonders she produces, and those that take their rules from her can never be deceived nor err. For what secures the civil life, but pawns of children and a wife, that lie like hostages at stake, to pay for all men undertake, to whom it is as necessary as to be born and breathe and marry, so universal, all mankind in nothing else is of one mind. For in what stupid age or nation was marriage ever out of fashion? Unless among the Amazons, 152, all cloistered friars and vestal nuns, or stoic, who, to bar the freaks and loose excesses of the sex, preposterously would have all women turned up to all the world in common. Though men would find such mortal feuds in sharing of their public goods, 'twould put them to more charge of lives than they're supplied with now by wives, until they graze, and wear their clothes, as beasts do, of their native growths. For simple wearing of their horns will not suffice to serve their turns. For what can we pretend to inherit, unless the marriage deed will bear it? Could claim no right to lands or rents, but for our parents' settlements, had been but younger sons earth, debauched it all, but for our birth. What honours, or estates of peers, could be preserved but by their heirs? And what security maintains their right and title, but the bands? What crowns could be hereditary, if greatest monarchs did not marry, and with their consorts consummate their weightiest interests of state? For all the amours of princes are but guarantees of peace or war. Or what but marriage has a charm the rage of empires to disarm, make blood and desolation cease, and fire and sword unite in peace, when all their fierce contest for forage conclude in articles of marriage. Nor does the genial bed provide less for the interests of the bride, who else had not the least pretence as much as due benevolence, could no more title take upon her to virtue, quality, and honour, than ladies errant unconfined, and feme coverts all mankind. All women would be of one piece, the virtuous matron and the miss, the nymphs of chaste Diana's train, 153 the same with those in Lucna's lane, 154, but for the difference marriage makes twixt wives and ladies of the lakes, besides the joys of place and birth, the sex's paradise on earth, a privilege so sacred held, that none will to their mothers yield, but rather than not go before, abandon heaven at the door. And if indulgent law allows a greater freedom to the spouse, the reason is, because the wife runs greater hazards of her life. 155 is trusted with the form and matter of all mankind by careful nature, where man brings nothing but the stuff she frames the wondrous fabric of. Who therefore, in a strait, may freely demand the clergy of her belly, and make it save her the same way it seldom misses to betray, unless both parties wisely enter into the liturgy indenture. And though some fits of small contest sometimes fall out among the best, that is no more than every lover does from his hackney lady suffer. That makes no breach of faith and love, but rather, sometimes, serves to improve. For as in running, every pace is but between two legs a race, in which both do their utmost to get before, and win the post, yet when they're at their race's ends, they're still as kind and constant friends, and, to relieve their weariness, by turns give one another ease. So all those false alarms of strife between the husband and the wife, and little quarrels, often prove to be but new recruits of love, when those are always kind or coy, in time must either tire or cloy. Nor are their loudest clamours more, than is their relished, sweet or sour, like music, that proves bad or good, according as 'tis understood. In all amours, a lover burns with frowns as well as smiles by turns, and hearts have been as oft with sullen, as charming looks suppressed and stolen. Then, why should more bewitching clamour some lovers not as much enamour? For discords make the sweetest airs, and curses are a kind of prayers, two slight alloys for all those grand felicities by marriage gained. For nothing else has power to settle interests of love perpetual, an act and deed, that makes one heart becomes another's counterpart, and passes fines on faith and love, enrolled and registered above, to seal the slippery knots of vows, which nothing else but death can loose. And what securities too strong, to guard that gentle heart from wrong, that to its friend is glad to pass itself away, and all it has, and like an anchorite, gives over this world for heaven of a lover? I grant, quoth she, there are some few who take that course and find it true, but millions whom the same does sentence to heaven be another way. Repentance. Love's arrows are but shot at rovers, though all they hit they turn to lovers. And all the weighty consequence depend upon more blind events than gamesters, when they play a set with greatest cunning at piquet, put out with caution, but take in they know not what, unsight, unseen, for what do lovers, when they're fast in one another's arms embracked, but strive to plunder, and convey each other, like a prize, away. To change the property of selves, as sucking children are by elves, and if they use their persons so, what will they to their fortunes do? Their fortunes? The perpetual aims of all their ecstasies and flames. For when the money's on the book, and all my worldly goods, but spoke, the formal livery and saison that puts a lover in possession, to that alone the bridegroom's wedded, the bride a flam that's superseded, to that their faith is still made good, and all the oaths to us they vowed, for when we once resign our powers, have nothing left we can call ours, our monies now become the miss of all your lives and services, and we forsaken and postponed, but bawds to what before we owned, which, as it made Wyatt first gallant us, so now hires others to supplant us, until 'tis all turned out of doors, as we had been, for new amours. For what did ever heiress yet by being bond to lordships get? When the maw lady is of manners, she's but exposed to maw trepaners, pays for their projects and designs, and for her own destruction finds, and does but tempt them with her riches, to use her as the devil does witches, who takes it for a special grace to be their cully for a space, that when the time's expired, the Drazels for ever may become his vassals. So she, bewitched by rooks and spirits, betrays herself and all inherits, is bought and sold like stolen goods, by pimps and matchmakers and bawds, until they force her to convey, and steal the thief himself away. These are the everlasting fruits of all your passionate love suits, effects of all your amorous fancies to potions and inheritances, your lovesick rapture for fruition of dowry, jointure, and tuition, to which you make address and courtship, add with your bodies strive to worship, that infants' fortunes may partake of love too, for the mother's sake. For these you play at purposes, and love your loves with A's and B's. For these at beste and elomba woo, and play for love and money too. Strive who shall be the ablest man at right gallanting of a fan, and who the most genteelly bred at sucking of a visit head. How best accost us in all quarters, our question and command new gatas, and solidly discourse upon all sorts of dresses pro and con. For there's no mystery nor trade, but in the art of love is made. And when you have more debts to pay than Michaelmas and Lady Day, and no way possible to do but love and oaths and restless suit, to us why apply to pay the scars of all your cullied past amours? Act all your flames and darts again, and charge us with your wounds and pain, which others' influences long since have charmed your noses with, and shins, for which the surgeon is unpaid and like to be without our aid. Laud, what an amorous thing is want! How debts and mortgages enchant! What graces must that lady have that can from executions save? What charms that can reverse extent, and null decree and exigent? What magical attracts and graces that can redeem from sire fascias, from bonds and statutes can discharge, and from contempts of courts in lodge? These are the highest excellencies of all your true or false pretenses, and you would damn yourselves, and swear as much tea and hostess dowager, grown fat and pursy by retail of pots of beer and bottled ale, and find her fitter for your turn, for fat is wondrous apt to burn. Who at your flames would soon take fire, relent, and melt to your desire, and like a candle in the socket, dissolve her graces in your pocket. By this time 'twas grown dark and late, when they heard a knocking at the gate, laid on in haste with such a powder, the blows grew louder still and louder, which Hudibras, as if had been bestowed as freely on his skin, expounding, by his inward light, or rather more prophetic fright, to be the wizard, come to search, and take him napping in the lurch, turned pale as ashes or a clout, but why or wherefore is a doubt. For men will tremble, and turn paler, with too much or too little valor. His heart laid on, as if it tried to force a passage through his side, impatient, as he vowed, to wait him, but in a fury to fly at him, and therefore beat, and laid about, to find a cranny to creep out. But she, who saw in what a taking the night was by his furious quaking, undaunted cried, Courage, Sir Knight. No, I'm resolved to break no right of hospitality to a stranger, but to secure you out of danger, will here myself stand sentinel, to guard this pass gainst Sidroffle. Women, you know, do seldom fail to make the stoutest men turn tail, and bravely scorn to turn their backs upon the desperatest attacks. At this the knight grew resolute as Ironside and Hardiknute. 156 his fortitude began to rally, and out he cried aloud to Sally. But she besought him to convey his courage rather out o.th way, and lodge in ambush on the flaw, or fortified behind a door, that if the enemy should enter, he might relieve her in adventure. Meanwhile, they knocked against the door as fierce as at the gate before, which made the renegado knight relapse again to his former fright. He thought it desperate to stay till enemy had falked his way, but rather post himself to serve the lady for a fresh reserve. His duty was not to dispute, but what had ordered execute, which he resolved in haste to obey, and therefore stoutly marched away. And all encountered fell upon, though in the dark, and all alone, till fear, that braver feats performs than ever courage dodd in arms, had drawn him up before a pass, to stand upon his guard and face. This he courageously invaded, and having entered, barricadoed, ensconced himself as formidable as could be underneath a table, where he lay down in ambush close, to expect arrival of his foes. Few minutes he had lain perdu, to guard his disparate avenue, before he heard a dreadful shout, as loud as putting to the rout, with which impatiently alarmed, he fancied enemy had stormed, and after entering, Sidroffle was fallen upon the gods pell-mell. He therefore sent out all his senses, to bring him in intelligences, which vulgas out of ignorance, mistake for falling in a trance. But those that trade in geomancy affirm to be the strength of fancy, in which the Lapland magi deal, 157, and things incredible reveal. Meanwhile the foe beat up his quarters, and stormed the outworks of his fortress. And as another of the same degree and party, in arms and fame, that in the same cause had engagged, at war with equal conduct wagged, by venturing only but to thrust his head a span beyond his post, Be a general of the Cavaliers was dragged through a window by the ears. So he was served in his redoubt, and by the other end pulled out. Soon as they had him at their mercy, they put him to the cudgel fiercely, as if they'd scorn to trade or barter. By giving or by taking quata, they stoutly on his quatas laid, until his scouts came in to his aid. For when a man is past his sense, there's no way to reduce him thence, but twinging him by ears or nose, or laying on of heavy blows, and if that will not do the deed, to burning with hot irons proceed. 158. No sooner was he come to himself, but on his neck a sturdy elf clapped in a trice his cloven hoof, and thus attacked him with reproof. Mortal, thou art betrayed to us be our friend, thy evil genius, who, for thy horrid perjuries, thy breach of faith, and turning lies, the brethren's privilege, against the wicked on themselves, the saints, has here thy wretched carcass sent for just revenge and punishment, which thou hast now no way to lessen, but by an open free confession. For if we catch thee failing once, 'twill fall the heavier on thy bones. What made thee venture to betray, and filch the lady's heart away, to spirit her to matrimony? That which contracts all matches, money. It was enchantment of her riches that made him apply your crony witches, that, in return, would pay expense, the wear and tear of conscience, which I could have patched up and turned, for hundredth part of what I earned. Didst thou not love her then? Speak true. No more, quoth he, than I love you. How wouldst have us her, and her money? First turned her up to alimony, and laid her dowry out in law, to null her jointure with a flaw, which I beforehand had agreed to have put, on purpose in the deed, and bar her widow's making over a friend in trust, or private lover. What made thee pick and choose her out, employ their sorceries about? That which makes gamesters play with those who have least wit, and most to lose. But didst thou scourge thy vessel thus, as thou hast damned thyself to us? I see you take me for an ass. 'Tis true, I thought the trick would pass upon a woman well enough, as has been often found by proof, whose humours are not to be won, but when they are imposed upon, for love approves of all they do that stand for candidates, and woo. Why didst thou forge those shameful lies of bears and witches in disguise? That is no more than authors give the rabble credit to believe. A trick of following their letters, to entertain their gentle readers, and we have now no other way of passing all we do or say which, when 'tis natural and true, will be believed be a very few, beside the danger of offense, the fatal enemy of sense. Why did thou choose that cursed sin, hypocrisy, to set up in? Because it is in the thrivingst calling, the only saint bell that rings all in which all churches are concerned, and is the easiest to be learned. For no degrees, unless they employ can ever gain much, or enjoy a gift that is not only able to domineer among the rabble, but by the laws empowered to rout, and are the greatest that stand out, which few hold forth against, for fear their hands should slip, and come too near. For no sin else among the saints is taught so tenderly against. What made thee break thy plighted vows? That which makes others break a house, and hang, and scorn ye all, before endure the plague of being poor. Quoth he, I see you have more tricks than all your doting politics that are grown old and out of fashion, compared with your new reformation, that we must come to school to you, to learn your more refined and new. Quoth he, if you will give me leave to tell you what I now perceive, you'll find yourself an errant chouse, if why were but at a meeting house. 'Tis true, quoth he, we ne'er come there, because W have let him out by year. Truly, quoth he, you can't imagine what wondrous things they will engage in, that as your fellow fiends in hell were angels all before they fell, so are you like to be agin, compared with angels of us men. Quoth he, I am resolved to be thy scholar in this mystery, and therefore first desire to know some principles on which you go. What makes a knave a child of God, and one of us? A livelihood. What renders beating out of brains and murder, godliness? Great gains. What's tender conscience? 'Tis a botch that will not bear the gentlest touch, but breaking out dispatches more than epidemicalst plague saw. What makes why encroach upon our trade and damn all others? To be paid. What's orthodox and true believing against a conscience? A good living. What makes rebelling against kings a good old cause? Administrings. What makes old doctrines plain and clear? About £200 a year, and that which was proved true before, prove false again. 200 more. What makes the breaking of all oaths a holy duty? Food and clothes. What laws and freedom, persecution? Being out of power and contribution. What makes a church a den of thieves? A dean and chapter and white sleeves. Add what would serve if those were gone to make it orthodox? Our own. What makes morality a crime, the most notorious of the time morality, which both the saints and wicked too cry out against? Cause grace and virtue are within prohibited degrees of kin, and therefore no true saint allows, they shall be suffered to espouse. For saints can need no conscience that with morality dispense, as virtues impious, when 'tis rooted in nature only, and not imputed. But why the wicked should do so, we neither know, or care to do. What's liberty of conscience, ith natural and genuine sense? 'Tis to restore, with more security, rebellion to its ancient purity, and Christian liberty reduced to th elder practice of the Jews. For a large conscience is all one, and signifies the same with none. It is enough, quoth he, for once, and has reprieved thy forfeit bones. Nick Machiavel had ne'er a trick, though he gave his name to our old Nick, but was below the least of these, that pass ith world for holiness. This said, the Furies and the light in th instant vanished out of sight, and left him in the dock alone, with stinks of brimstone and his own. The Queen of Night, 159, whose large command rules all the sea, and half the land, and over moist and crazy brains, in high spring tides, at midnight rains, was now declining to the west, to go to bed, and take her rest, when Hudibras, whose stubborn blows denied his bones that soft repose, lay still expecting worse and more, stretched out at length upon the floor, and though he shut his eyes as fast as if he'd been to sleep his last, saw all the shapes that fear or wizards do make the devil wear for vizards, and pricking up his ears, to hark if he could hear too in the dark, was first invaded with a groan, and after, in a feeble tone, these trembling words, unhappy wretch, what hast thou gotten by this fetch of all thy tricks in this new trade, thy holy brotherhood, oth blade? By sauntering still on some adventure, and growing to thy horse a centaur. 160 to stuff thy skin with swelling nubs of cruel and hard-wooded drubs, for still th haste had the worst on't yet, as well in conquest as defeat. Night is the Sabbath of mankind, to rest the body and the mind, which now thou art denied to keep, and cure thy labored corpse with sleep. The knight, who heard the words, explained as meant to him this reprimand, because the character did hit point blank upon his case so fit. Believed it was some drolling sprite that stayed upon the guard that night, and one of those had seen, and felt the drubs he had so freely dealt. When, after a short pause and groan, the doleful spirit thus went on. This 'tis to engage with dogs and bears pell-mell together by the ears, and, after painful bangs and knocks, to lie in limbo in the stocks, and from the pinnacle of glory fall headlong into purgatory. Thought he, this devil's full of malice that in my late disasters rallies. Condemned to whipping, but declined it, by being more heroic-minded, and at a riding handled worse, with treats more slovenly and coss, engagged with fiends in stubborn wars, and hot disputes with conjurers, and when hadst bravely won the day, wast fain to steal thyself away. I see, thought he, this shameless elf would fain steal me too from myself, that impudently dares to own what I have suffered for and done. And now, but venturing to betray, haste met with vengeance the same way. Thought he, how does the devil know what 'twas that I designed to do? His office of intelligence, his oracles, are seized long since, and he knows nothing of the saints but what some treacherous spy acquaints. This is some pettifogging fiend, some under doorkeeper's friend's friend, that undertakes to understand and juggles at the second hand, and now would pass for spirit Poe, and all men's dark concerns Fauno. I think I need not fear him fought, these rallying devils do no hurt. With that he roused his drooping heart, and hastily cried out, what ought? A wretch, quoth he, whom want of grace has brought to this unhappy place. I do believe thee, quoth the knight, thus far I'm sure art in the right, and know what 'tis that troubles thee, better than thou hast guessed of me. Thou art some paltry, blackguard sprite, condemned to drudgery in the night. Thou hast no work to do in house, nor halfpenny to drop in shoes, without the raising of which sum, you do not be so troublesome to pinch the slatins black and blue, for leaving you their work to do. This is your busness, good pug-rubbin', and your diversion dull dry-bobbing, entice fanatics in the dirt, and wash them clean in ditches fought, of which conceit you are so proud, at every jest you laugh aloud, as now you would have done by me, but that I bawd your raillery. Sir, quoth the voice, ye no such sophi 161, as you would have the world judge of ye. If you design to weigh our talents, ith standard of your own false balance, or think it possible to know us ghosts as well as we do you, we, who have been the everlasting companions of your drubs and basting, and never left you in contest, with male or female, man or beast, but proved as true to ye, and entire, in all adventures, as your squire. Quoth he, that may be said as true by idlest pug of all your crew, for none could have betrayed us worse than those allies of ours and yours. but I have sent him for a token to your low country Hojan Mojan, to whose infernal shaws I hope he'll swing like skippers in a rope. And if why have been more just to me, as I am apt to think than he, I am afraid it is as true what th ill-affected say of you, why have spoused the covenant and cause, by holding up your cloven paws. Sir, quoth the voice, 'tis true, I grant, we made and took the covenant, but that no more concerns the cause than other perjuries do the laws, which, when they're proved in open court, where wooden peccadillos fought. 162, and that's the reason covenanters hold up their hands, like rogues at bars. I see, quoth Hudibras, from whence these scandals of the saints commence, that are but natural effects of Satan's malice, and his sects, those spider saints that hang by threads, spun out oth entrails of their heads. Sir, quoth the voice, that may as true and properly be said of you, whose talents may compare with either, or both the other put together. For all the independents do is only what you falk them to. You, who are not content alone with tricks to put the devil down, but must have armies raised to back the gospel work you undertake, as if artillery and edge tools were only engines to save souls, while he, poor devil, has no power by force to run down and devour, has ne'er a classis, cannot sentence to stools or poundage of repentance, is tied up only to design, entice and tempt and undermine, in which you all his arts outdo, and prove yourselves his betters too. Hence 'tis possessions do less evil 163 than mere temptations of the devil, which all the horridst actions done are chogged in courts of law upon, because unless they help the elf, he can do little of himself, and therefore where he's best possessed, acts most against his interest. Surprises none, but those have priests to turn him out, and exorcists, supplied with spiritual provision, and magazines of ammunition, with crosses, relics, crucifixes, beads, pictures, rosaries, and pyxes, the tools of working our salvation by mere mechanic operation, with holy water, like a sluice, to overflow all avenues. But those are utterly unarmed to oppose his entrance. If he's stormed, he never offers to surprise, although his falsest enemies, but is content to be their drudge, and on their errands glad to trudge. For where are all your forfeitures entrusted in safe hands but ours, who are but jailers of the holes and dungeons where you clap up souls, like underkeepers, turn the keys, to your mittimus anathemas, and never boggle to restore the members you deliver upon demand, with fairer justice than all your covenanting trustees. Unless, to punish them the worse, you put them in the secular powers, and pass their souls, as some demise the same estate in mortgage twice. When to a legal utilgation 164 you turn your excommunication, and for a groat unpaid, that's due, distrain on soul and body 2.165 thought he, 'tis no mean pot of civil state prudence to cajole the devil, and not to handle him too rough, when has us in his cloven hoof. 'Tis true, quoth he, that intercourse has passed between your friends and ours, that as you trust us, in our way, to raise your members, and to lay, we send you others of our own, denounced to hang themselves or drown, or, frighted with our oratory, to leap down headlong many a story, have us all means to propagate your mighty interests of state, laid out our spiritual gifts to further your great designs of rage and murther. For if the saints are nammed from blood, we only have made that title good, and if it were but in our power, we should not scruple to do more, and not be half a soul behind of all dissenters of mankind. Right, quoth the voice, and as I scorn to be ungrateful, in return of all those kind good offices, I'll free you out of this distress and set you down in safety, where it is no time to tell you here. The cock crows, and the morn grows on, when 'tis decreed I must be gone, and if I leave you here till day, you'll find it hard to get away. With that the spirit groped about, to find enchanted hero out, and tried with haste to lift him up, but found his fall-on hope, his crup, unserviceable with kicks and blows, received from hardened-hearted foes. He thought to drag him by the heels, like Gresham cots with legs for wheels, but fear, that soonest cures those saws in danger of relapse to worse, came in assist him with its aid, and up his sinking vessel wade. No sooner was he fit to trudge, but both made ready to dislodge. The spirit hawsed him like a sack upon the vehicle his back, and bore him headlong into hall, with some few rubs against the wall, where finding out the postern locked, and avenues as strongly blocked, attacked the window, stormed the glass, and in a moment gained the pass, through which he dragged the worsted soldiers' fakwatas out by the head and shoulders, and cautiously began to scout to find their fellow cattle out. Nor was it half a minute's quest, ere he retrieved the champion's beast, tied to a pail, instead of rack, but ne'er a saddle on his back, naw pistols at the saddle bow, conveyed away the Lord knows how, he thought it was no time to stay, and let the night too steal away. But in a trice advanced the knight upon the bare ridge, bolt upright, and groping out for Ralpo's jade, he found the saddle too was strayed, and in the place a lump of soap, on which he speedily leaped up. And turning to the gate the rein, he kicked and cudgelled on amain, while Hudibras, with equal haste, on both sides laid about as fast and spurred as jockeys use, to break, all patas to secure, a neck. Well, let us leave 'em for a time, and to their churches turn our rhyme, to hold forth their declining state, which now come near an even rate.